What's the deal, official? First brother in the building. How you feeling, man? Ready to start this day. How you feeling? How you feeling, man? Let me move this over here. Your work. Your work.
What up, my man,
What's
Kev?
the deal, man?
What's up, man? Hey, I'm in the lab, so I'm like, I see my man Kev get on, man. You one of my favorites, dude. I
Well,
said, let
thanks,
me get
man.
on.
Quit it, man. Can't make a grown man feel all, you know what I'm saying? You know, we
Hey,
good.
sometimes we got to get a little emotional.
Yeah, man. What you want tonight, man? Don't tell me, do
Oh,
I gotta
dude,
join something tonight? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, you know. I'm off for until
hey,
next week, so you know,
hey,
if you got a cup going on,
I'm
I'm about to
chilling,
pour.
I'm chilling, working, and doing my thing. I'm sipping while I'm working, man.
Oh, okay, for sure, man. Hey,
That is it, dudes.
who we be focused for sure. What's the deal, hobo in the building?
Oh my
Hobo,
God,
hey,
Hobo
hey, I got this
Lion.
question. This question up here came from you, hobo. Made me think about it. I said, let me ask this question on my live now. Made me think about
Oh,
that
let's see.
statistic thing.
Let me check that out. Well, I get
Mm-hmm.
mad at someone for not believing your personal experience. Oh Lord, I already know the
Woo-hoo.
answer to
Woo, this is about to get sizzly tonight.
that. Is it best to go by statistics or personal experience? Why? Oh Lord, I
yeah,
love these questions.
I might have
They
to
say,
sip something tonight because it's getting
what
it's
stopping you
something.
from getting to where you want to be? And if you get there, what would you do? Oh my goodness, these are some good doggone questions. Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, man. Let me go ahead and get my cup ready tonight too, because this about to be
Shoot,
interesting.
yeah, I got some. I got some of the good stuff, so I'm ready.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, this. I got the right drink for this conversation.
You got the right. He said the right one. Don't get the one that PQ had, man. He was on that jibber jabber one night. Don't get none
Oh
of
my
that.
God, man. Let me tap the screen, man. Let me get these lights up.
Oh, right. I be forgetting about. I be tapping too. I be tapping
Dude,
on.
man. All right, look, if it wasn't for Hobo, Midnight Poet, and Cynthia, man, I'd be forgot that too. They keep me on my toes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The
They for
best
sure,
my
man. I like that they be supporting you and stuff over there. They be in there before I even get there sometimes. So I like that they
Oh
keep.
man, look, I needed them so bad. They came through, man. The other not today, but yesterday we had 750 people in that room and over 110K likes.
Woo! Oh my! Oh my!
Bro, it was them was jumping, man, and it's like, okay, this how we getting down today, huh? I likes it.
Oh
Like
yeah,
I
for
said, I
sure.
don't turn nothing down but my collar.
Oh yeah. Yo, your stuff for sure gonna drop because the stuff y'all talk about, y'all gonna be for sure. Y'all gonna have your stuff popping. Even I
Oh
be telling
man,
y'all the stuff y'all be talking about, it's gonna pop. It's gonna pop fast though.
yeah, man. The amount of follow, I can't even. I used to follow people back. I can't even keep up with it no more, man. I can't even like the amount of time it take me to go and click follow back, and then when I do it fast, it tell me I'm doing it too fast. So it's like I'm like, dude, I can't follow them people back. I mean, every show we get about 30 to 50. I get 30 to 50 new followers. So it's like
Mm,
I'm telling you, it's something else. Good
yeah.
stuff though.
My live had went. I had one good day though. Like what was that 2 days ago or whatever? I actually got like 100 followers. I think the most I ever got was 100 in one day. I'm like wow. But I did
It's
about
gonna be
10 hours that day though. 10 or 11 hours that day though.
right. And that's how we
But
was on there for 3 hours, man. But we know we I watch the windows and statistics, right? So I know that automatically come around. What happens is this: we get around that 9:30 mark, which is when we normally getting ready to shut down. The
yeah.
likes go, the people go up. It goes up to over 200 on a regular.
What the
So
wow.
yeah, so we watch it. I watch it climb. I start off. I pop up in the room. I start off with about 350, and it gradually comes down. And then around 9:30, it pops back up. If we still till 10:30, we be high in the numbers then. But hey, I got to do a business, man. I ain't got time to stay on every day. No, like when we started the other day, We said we
Yeah.
weren't gonna be on, so we said let's just get on just because, and we did, and them numbers was through the roof.
Oh my. Yeah, they be ready, man. They be waiting for you, man.
Oh, dude, man.
Good stuff. You were the one thing. That's a perfect collaboration right there, man. Y'all for sure got that going.
Yeah,
Hell
man.
yeah.
You know what? I was thinking we just stay in our lane, man. We could talk about all kind of topics, but we stay in our lane. Let other people deal with, somebody that's talking about relationships. Now, what we do might cross over in a relationship because of the personal aspect to the business. But
Yeah.
I'm just staying on that morning. Now, if I go live any other time in the day, we might be talking about anything else.
Yeah.
But
Hi,
in that
how y'all
morning,
doing?
like,
What's up, man? What's up? How you feeling? Welcome to the live.
Hey, y'all probably don't know who I am. Somebody invited me to this live. I think that guy there. Anyway, I like what y'all talk about
Okay.
because this ain't my journey. I don't know if y'all are into that, but it ain't my journey. I'm just a mouthpiece, and my teeth broke. That's why I ain't got no teeth. But I got 85,000 people that said they don't care if I ain't got no teeth in my
Hey.
hairbrush. They don't even care if I got my drawers on.
Mm-hmm.
But them are good people. But
Judy, your name tell me you must be a handful.
my what?
Your name, it said, look out, Judy.
Oh.
Well, that's because they didn't let me say give 'em hell, Judy Bell.
Yes, indeed.
So look out, Judy Bell. That kind of tells you look out. But I spit the truth. And now, since I ain't got no teeth right now, I'm really spitting the truth. But
Hey,
I think I caught one of y'all the other day on the live, had some people in it. Or y'all usually go live at night?
yes.
Okay, but
Either I
it
was
doesn't
on later, or
matter.
you might have called him on. He usually get on at that time. Yeah, he usually
Well,
get at that time, and I'll just sometimes.
either way, what I got in here for, I didn't get in here to talk shit but I do have one right now that's been viral 3 times. This guy comes in and shuts the door and his shirt comes off. I said,
Oh
oh
wow.
my, look at that tall drink of water. Then he goes to take his belt off. I tell him, hell no, you put that belt right back on. Because I don't ever remember my mama whipping my butt and me saying, ooh, that felt good. Do it again. Hell no, that shit didn't happen. Oh no, But anyway, the reason I got in here is because they say I'm TikTok famous. I told them
What?
my
Hey.
TikTok ain't telling me I'm famous.
What up,
And
midnight?
but anywho, I'm over in Twitterville. Yeah, I've got the guy bought the place calling it Twitterville too.
I'm trying.
But
Hey, I'm
they,
about to try that Twitter Spaces too, Judy. I seen that I can go audio version live with a whole group of people. So I'm about to check that out. You done tried that already? I take it, right?
well,
Yeah, midnight. I'm back at the office. I left and came back.
over here, everybody thought I might be a star. They wanted me to be a star. But over there, the 3 biggest guys and the 3 biggest faces said I'm a damn rock star. They said I'm gonna be a trailblazer through Web3 because everything that happened in my life, I tell my life true stories. It hit. But anyway, I've got a
Yeah.
space over there. If you ever see it, I would love for y'all to come join in
Oh
and
yeah.
talk about whatever you want to because it's my space.
Oh yeah.
I'm
And
following you, Judy. I'm following you, Judy. I wanna see
okay,
your crowd. You got a big crowd. I'm gonna check you out.
For sure. We gonna get some stuff going, man. You
do
said you be
y'all
speaking
know
the truth.
Bruce
That's all.
Willis?
Say it again.
Do you know a black guy named Toothless?
No, I never heard him.
Oh, well, he's an older gentleman, but yeah, he's missing teeth too. We have something in common. But anyway, I have box parties on the weekends.
Oh,
Right
okay.
now, I'm cooking them because you get 5 people in a line, and me. Y'all gonna have some sore cheeks tomorrow, and but I come with a warning label. If you gotta pee, you gotta pee. You better go now, cause
You go now. Okay, I
yeah,
got you.
I've
Okay.
seen them blow their shit all over their drink. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. But I didn't come in here to take over your life like I always do. But
Hey,
over there, it's Lookout Judy Bell too, and my space is called Bell Talk.
Okay.
So if y'all know anything that's going on in TikTok that ain't kosher, saying like I'm taking in money for this family for Christmas, that kind of kosher. You just come get me, 'cause I'm the new sheriff in town, and
Okay.
I do my teaching and preaching on my own front porch, but I've been
What up,
bananas for
Kenny?
everything in the book. I've been here
No.
3 years.
Oh
But
my.
they sent me an email said I ain't been found guilty of
0.
0. So I know what TikTok lets me get away with saying. But y'all come over there. I'm inviting y'all to come into my space anytime you want to. And y'all keep up what you're doing. I don't like the ones. I got one yesterday. They were having it back and forth, but they were cussing, and that I don't cuss. I don't care if you cuss, but I say, oh shit. But thank you, sir, for sending me an invitation, because he knew I was positive. He's like, ooh, I'm going to a live Judy Bell will love. And
For sure.
okay, I'm not going to leave like I usually do, because y'all would really freak out on me. Yeah. They found out that I got a 900 voice, so they want me to leave with that, But no, I wouldn't break that into you. And the other way I go out, I like to go out streaming, but I'm not going to do that either, because I don't want y'all to remove all doubt. Damn, she's a nutcase, and I am crazy. But it's a good kind of crazy. I don't hurt nobody.
Yeah, you gave us a warning already. It say look out. So you gave us enough already. Thanks for warning us.
On risk.
You got to pee, you better go, because I don't know what's going to fall out of my mouth, I mean, okay, toodaloo. I
All
love
right.
you.
All right.
Bye.
All right, Judy. Well, you TikTok famous when you're pulling in people like that, yo, Ron.
Right. I guess, man. I'm doing some stuff I don't even know what I'm doing,
Yeah, your first part of your name is laugh, so there it was. That's time to learn.
Right.
Oh my God.
You think I ain't drink too much? I ain't get too far to the drink.
Yeah, go ahead. I look at that name and say, oh, we in producer. Yeah, this look out Judy Bell.
Look out. The warning was there.
Yes.
Miss Kenny Pop, what you doing down there, man? You should have
She
came
over
up
there.
here and talked to her.
She over there hiding in the comments. Get up in these boxes, y'all.
And Judy, man, we gonna be over there soon. We got you, Judy. We got
Yeah, buddy.
Kyra T, what's the deal? I don't know if you still in here. I see some people that's just in here. I ain't saying nothing. Gotta go hobo in the building.
Yo, boy. There go Hobo. What up, girl?
Hey, I just wanted to hop in,
Yeah, I'm sipping.
not embarrass you on your own live, but I will embarrass you on this live. That lavender suit, sir?
You talking about me?
Yeah, you.
Girl, I rock it all.
Name one other man you've ever seen in a lavender suit. I was like, wait a minute.
Look,
Wait a minute, this dude look nice.
Kyra, how you feeling?
When I step in the room, they see it. I wear any color. Colors of confidence. I used to work in luxury clothing, so I will rock it however, and they love it. They gonna remember me. I'm all about branding. So when I walk in the room, I'm gonna make sure you understand my brand.
Hey, you gonna see. So you gonna see him. I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Midnight,
yeah.
you can stop hiding in there. You already know I need you up here, Mr. Midnight. You better come up here. Don't be trying to hide, boy.
Boy laughing at my lavender. That was a blazer, girl. That wasn't the whole suit. Don't think I was wearing the whole suit.
It was just funny because it was the same day that you had on that suede robe with the satin pajamas, and then I go look at you in a purple suit, and I'm like, what is I didn't realize we came across an accident. Oh shit, what was that?
He sound like that lady that just left. No, he sound like that lady again. She done came back again.
Hey, I don't know what's going on.
It's them headsets that you be putting in that do that. Hey, what if y'all both was talking to each other at the same time? That'd be too funny. Like, you sound like me.
I'm being sabotaged, man. Every time I put my earbuds in and switch, the effects are not even there, but it switches to that sound. I can't wear my doggone earbuds.
Oh my, the squeaking.
Oh my god, man, people, I got so much attention wearing pajamas that day with that suede jacket on. But see, I do training for a company, right? I do all their training, plus I do one-on-one training with all I developed the entire management team one-on-one. So they invite me to their little office party, and they said it's pajamas, so I can't half step with my pajamas because they all women. I'm a man, so I step in there with my silk PJs on, my smoker's jacket.
He be showing out.
You didn't try to Hugh Hefner this. You didn't.
Yeah, I did, and I walked away with some money at the money grab. Yep, I did.
Irish is in the building.
And I wore my good cologne.
The good one, right? They can smell it through the camera in there, boy.
Oh, I'm known for that. I wore that special cologne. That one of my clients bought me some nice cologne. I wore that one that day.
Mm-hmm. Brandy G, is that in the building? What's the deal? We got some people trying to come up in here, man. It's gonna be a decent night tonight, man. You know, it's kind of started, but
it's about to go down.
Right.
Go down. Oh yeah.
Should have been said, look out, kids, man. Instead of look out, Jody. Hey, Irish, what's the deal, man? Well, you've been getting in trouble, man.
With what?
Huh?
Yeah, I've been getting in trouble all the time. It seems
Somebody,
like that.
man. You need a whooping out in these streets, huh? That's messed up.
Yeah, I deserve it.
You've been reckless, man. You've been reckless lately.
It seems like all the time, actually. I don't mean no harm.
Don't be making me look bad, man. You know I'll be taking up for you a lot, man. Don't make me look bad.
No, I know that. Yeah.
I guess one thing we know, Irish, you're gonna be consistent at whatever you do.
Yeah, that's true. I don't mean bad, but I don't mean you know what I mean. I ain't gotta say it.
Yeah. You just got stroke of bad luck, man. That's all. I peeped you out the first time I saw you. Check out your character, saw your questions. I said, this is a genuine dude, man. But I quickly recognized he could be misinterpreted in the wrong room.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it was just, I appreciate it, guys. It's all good. It happens, man.
Yeah.
Shit, what do you do?
Man. Just take it. It's called adaptation, man. I think I made a video about that a couple days ago, man. You gotta adapt with this world in general
Is it
to
right
get.
if I get a chance to redeem myself? I hope I do. You know what I mean? But the problem is you don't. Once people turn their back on you in this app, they never know. You know what I mean? You can't redeem yourself. Nothing.
They turn their back on you. They was never met. Then
Yeah, that's true.
that's a
I
good
take
thing. At least,
hey, Dag just said, a cold shoulder you can recover from. A back you ain't never had 'em.
Yeah.
right.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's
Yeah.
why. It's unfortunate, but unfortunately, it has to be that way because that's not what I meant to be. You know what I mean? I need to learn too. I need to learn like just like everybody else. It is what it is.
Oh,
Make mistakes, and I don't mean harm.
live and learn. Live and learn.
Yep, that's it. That's what happens.
Don't worry, somebody gonna report me soon because I be telling them in my live I don't play with nobody. Bye. Get out. Go to another room.
They had that one dude. I had to tell him in the comments to like stop, bro. Like he's talking about his business. Of course he's gonna be passionate. Of course he's gonna like have emotions about it. Like I would think it's weird if you didn't have emotions when
Right.
somebody's like picking apart your business in front of you. Like
Look, there's one dude that was in the comment section right here, right? Look, if you want to really trigger me and get me going off, go ahead in my comment section and post misinformation, which is what we're trying to combat. And you got people in there typing stuff. I'm like, look, if you moderate for me, the minute you see if I identify the misinformation, boot them out. I'm not even debating with nobody like that. That's
Right.
crazy. And Hobo, look, I'm gonna tell you this: you did a phenomenal job responding to that clown today, because he over there talk about marketing without branding, do marketing first, and you came back perfect. Like, what are you marketing? I'm like, how you market? Who taught you that? And like my people, man, they pay attention. They don't. I ain't gotta say nothing to him, so I didn't really much respond to him in the comment section. But they come out there crazy. And I gotta say this, for all the people who had in that room, we got very few clowns that come in there. I don't know if it's because I threaten them as soon as we get there or what happens, but they limit themselves. Keep it moving. Cause I will come on your live and harass your ass.
I was terrified. Like we got to like 450 and I was like, this is usually the turning point in every lap. This is the turning point. So I messaged Cynthia and I was like, please come help. Please help me. I'm alone. I am alone and there's a whole bunch of people here. But
Man,
it
it
was
And we
sucks
got the
like that
seven
too.
we got the 750 and we were still coasting smooth. It was pretty good for 750 people.
It sucks. It's like that. It sucks that you can actually tell like a certain number, and then you just know your whole room's going to change, and it's just going to destroy your night. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, unfortunate for them, Irish, I'm a public speaker professionally, and I specialize in room control. My dialogue can sway the audience a certain direction. Everybody don't have that skill, but that's mine. I can step into a crowded room, chaotic room, live, and change the whole demeanor.
You
So
know
I
what?
implement those tools in my lives by saying certain things that I know move people's mindset, and I will put a preconceived offensive statement, not that it's ugly, but
Yes.
it gives them a warning and they exit the room quick. And it keeps the room pretty neutral. Of course, there's a breaking point in which the clown's gonna come, but I can kind of delay that by what I say as soon as I get in that room and I repeat it about 3 or 4 times before we get deep into topics. And then all of
You
a
know,
sudden the people in the moderators and the people that's viewers, they start to reinforce that, and it kind of keeps the room neutral for as long as possible.
I read that book that you said, and now it makes all sense.
Yes, sir.
Everything you just said, it just all makes sense.
It takes practice, man. It ain't an overnight thing. I train and
No.
teach people how to do that, and I tell them your personality has a lot to do with it. And
Yeah.
me, I'm not to be bullied at all, and I
Yeah.
make it known from the jump. What I do is this: I don't wait for them to do it. I'm proactive because I know somebody's gonna try it. So I put it out there, let you know I'm ready when you come. Because what they do, they mess you up. If you're not ready, they come in your live, they say things, it becomes distracting, and it throws you off. So I'm telling you,
Right.
I'm watching and waiting for you to say something crazy so I can boot your tail out. And they
Yeah.
see that, and it kind of delays the ones who come in. They're gonna say it and leave the room, or they're gonna be bold enough for me to go off on them and then kick them out. And it's only a few people that's gonna do that.
Right. You can pick them out right from the
Yeah.
beginning, damn near.
Yeah, they bullying, man. They'll go and look at your profile. They'll go look at how many people
Right.
following you to see,
All
and they'll check all of that
videos.
before doing that crap.
Yeah. I like that book though, man. That's good. That's got some. That meant something to me. That there's some good words in that.
Ooh.
Straight up. I'm not done though. I mean, I got a long ways to go, but I enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thanks, King.
I just got to apply it. You know, it's one thing to read something; it's another to actually apply it to what you know what I mean.
Brother, that's
That
why I
type of thing.
read slow. Let me tell you my
Right.
secret. There's not a book I own that I finished. And people
Mm.
say, what? Because what good does it do me to have all that knowledge I can apply? I read as far as my application goes. And then once I can apply it consistently, I go back and read more. And that's
Right.
how I read books.
It's funny you just said that, man. That exactly. Man, I got chills. Exactly. You read until you apply it. If you can't apply it, just don't keep reading. You just wait. It'll come.
It does, man. Practice it.
Still, Mr. Good Vibes is in the building.
Hello.
It's another popular man in the building. The popular guy. I remember, man. I ain't gonna ever forget this guy. Say, man. How you feel?
Listen, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Oh, you pull the curtain back. It wasn't even ready, man. Put the curtain back. Come on, guys. He kept saying, introduce him. He said, hold on, wait, man. Hold on. I'm still getting my act together.
What's the topic?
Number
Topic.
one.
You go. No, three right here on the side of my head. Right over there.
Why you get mad at someone for not believing your personal experience?
I swear
Why?
to.
I don't know. These are kind of like instant questions.
Mm-hmm. They made to make. That's what these questions made for. Make them sweat and think.
Let's see how
Why you
easy.
get mad at someone for not believing your personal experience you stated? I can't get mad at nobody. I mean, I guess that had to be on me or something like that. You mean like personal experience that happened to me personally? Like, for example, like a
Personal. Or have
situation?
you do that like type of situation? Have you like talked to somebody and you just didn't believe what they said and they get mad at you? You know what I'm saying? I did this and I used to be a fighter. You know what I'm saying? They got to say something and be like, whatever.
Oh,
Something like that. Yeah.
it had to. I don't know. And like I had to see them in action to like to believe them or some of that, or like their energy. You know, because sometimes like you have to really convince me you're this and that. You know, I remember one time this one lady said like she claims she's a nice person, and then later on she started being disrespectful and trying to like come to my like be rude to like one of my mutuals who have like learning disability. So I like check her in for that one. So yeah.
Mm. Mm.
Is it best to go by statistics or personal experience? Now, if we talking about logical things, we go. I would say statistics, but if we're talking about like personal experience, like a one-on-one conversation, I would go by personal experience because everyone have their own different experience. That's why we have like things like intersectionality, where like we have similar things but different experiences.
Right.
And number three, why are you stopping from getting to where you want to be, and if you're gonna get there? That's a hard question. So I really don't know about that one.
So you don't have? Do you have any type of goal or any? You know what I'm saying? Everybody got multiple. You should. Well, I always recommend people have multiple goals. You know what I'm saying? That's what's best to even make life fun in general. You know what I'm saying? Some you can look forward to. But did you have any like at least one thing that you want to do? Maybe something you want to get out this app or something in life that you want to do or accomplish?
Well, as for short-term goals, I do want to get out of my parents' house, and I keep on saying that my New Year's resolution is gonna be like me losing weight, but I'm working on that.
Mm-hmm.
Long term, I don't know, just be happy. I had to like really think about that one.
Okay.
Oh, let me help him with that, Kel, if you don't mind.
Good.
Goodbye. I do life coaching. So one of the things I do is I try to get people in the right direction and have reasonable goals, right? And you said the same thing most people. I don't really know where. So a tip that I'm gonna give, this is a tip, which means not a commandment. Either you accept it or you don't. That's totally fine. Is that you should have at least 6 goals. What I call holistic goal development, right? One in each area: physical goal, intellectual, emotional, social, economical, and spiritual. Keep them simple, small, and accomplishable, right? So physically, what you want to say? Where do you want to? Where would you like to see yourself reasonably within a certain time frame? Intellectually, that means, do I want to connect to more intelligent people? I want to read more books. What knowledge I want to gain? Emotionally, what emotion am I not managing well, and what are some of the things I should do to learn to manage it better? Socially, which people are in my circle? Which people do I need in my circle that I don't have? So I need to go out and meet those people as a goal. Economically, how much money am I making? How much do I see myself making in a certain time frame? How much increase would I like? And then spiritually, this is the key. Based on what I believe to be moral standards, how well am I aligning myself with that? What could I get better on? So when you start thinking about those are that's called the 6 dimensions of wellness, right? So when I set a goal in each area, they're designed for me to have a focus or only attend to things that allow me to improve myself. So that's a good starting point for most people, is set one goal in each of those 6 areas, and then you kind of just go from there and you build them and intensify as you start getting momentum doing it. Oh, here you go. This dude ain't no spirit.
That for me, man. That's some good
Huh?
information. Need that one. That's 6 goals. I ain't never thought about that stuff.
I
Mm-hmm.
just
Six goals.
I'm googling it right now, and yeah, I see
Dr.
it.
Hitler created the 6 dimensions of wellness. I use them as a layout for almost everything I do. So I'm giving attention to all of me and all around me and not just one particular thing. Because sometimes we hyper focus on one thing and we leave the other things to fall apart. So what Kevin said about having multiple goals, that's exactly right. I need to make sure I'm either accomplishing something or managing something so it doesn't fall by the wayside. Because when one thing's compromised, right? And give you an example. If you don't manage your physical health, you ultimately end up sick. When you become sick, you don't think at the prime condition. Your intelligence is compromised. When your intelligence is compromised, so is your emotions. Now I can't make good emotional decisions because I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling good. I can't go to work. So now my economics are down. My money's down. And then, of course, they say pray your way through it. Now my spirit is down. I don't feel like doing nothing spiritual. So it's a chain reaction, which is why you have to have a goal in each area to keep that balance all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to make an audio book or something, man, so I can listen to you.
Hey,
Like this,
Kev. So
like
my book.
he just gave me like a good idea for a live.
I'm planning to do a revised version of my book when I launch my personal brand, and I plan to do an audio version of my book as well too, and I'll put it in there too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Then yeah, I'm gonna for sure download it if you can be able to do that. I wouldn't mind.
Oh, for sure.
I'm learning.
For sure.
That's some good stuff there. Wow. Wow.
The Last Dragon.
Not the last dragon. Say no.
Listen, they should make a remake of that movie.
I can't wait. I'm trying to see though. If I could catch you, oh, you said you ain't gonna change that picture again, and we gonna see. You said 6 months before you change it. I'd be like, dude, I know I've seen this dude name before, Mr. Good Vibes. How is this a new face on there every time?
Keep it fresh.
Pop in the building is just gifting like crazy with that big money she got going on. Kenny Pop, I called you earlier, man. You ain't never respond back, but I was about to say I got that. Look what I'm wearing. Look what I'm wearing. Hey, we about to get up out here. Accountability, you know. I gotta
You
go turn
know,
it. So, are you? You know what I'm saying? On accountability, are you? I just got it in the mail, man.
hey, Kev, I got a confession to make, man. Sometimes I feel like a stripper on these lives. You know, when you in the box and you say something good, they start throwing gifts at you. That's how strippers give. So I be wanting to say, can I say something good? Throw it, hey, make it rain on me, please.
Hey, you be wearing this shirt probably every time I get on live, man. That's how much, because I preach that stuff. That's what I'm trying to preach on my live. A lot is accountability, because I feel like that's like the source to, you know, to the way this world is now, man. Once people, learn how to do that and take accountability, I think this whole world will shift. You know
Hey,
what I'm
Kev, let me introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage. It is accountability.
saying? Shirt, you know what I'm saying? King Pop got it, and you got it's 100 each shirt. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I've been waiting to have good looks, Kenny Pop, man. She brung it in, man. I'm about to be rocking this probably this is me right here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, that's all I work. That's all I've been, try to accountability. I'm over talking crooked, man. That dang on sipperoni done got to me already.
Oh,
Is that
somebody
is
help! The
that
moderator better help Kev. Y'all better watch him.
is that like hair dye, Kev?
You said what's that?
Is that hair dye, sir, on your head?
Nah, nope. I don't.
Oh,
That's just a great patch.
oh. I was also thinking the birthmark too.
It's wisdom.
I see Kevin. He glowing like was that movie with Eddie Murphy and the little kid, the little Asian kid?
Rush hour?
Pop, man. Hey, Kenny Pop in my room. Now that I got the shirt, we both got to rock it, man. We about to get that's the people that actually, that know how to take accountability, man. Just
Oh
go,
yeah, the golden child. Yeah, you the golden child, Kev. That's what it is.
we gonna get for sure. Yeah, I like this. I like that because her, and it was me, her, and Hormiga about that at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And she was talking about the shirts and stuff, and she ended up creating it. In the back, it say you. It said accountable are you. You know what I'm saying? So basically, it's just trying to spread that. Make it contagious. Accountability should be contagious nowadays. You know what I'm saying? But it's
Yeah,
kind of hard.
Maestro reckon. Yeah, golden child.
Yeah. Good vibes, man. That's a good thing, though. Man. Yeah. Man. Question: what does accountability look? Accountability look admitting when you wrong. That's what that look like. It's a bunch of stuff I can. Oh, we didn't mention accountability. Who pops up in the building? Guess who pops up in the building when we say the word accountability?
What?
There you go. There he goes.
What did I do
Hey,
now?
that man like the like a genie. You say
Yeah.
accountability.
He's like a
You know what I mean, guys?
bloodhound. A
Presents
genie's like a
himself.
bloodhound.
Wouldn't it be more like
Hey,
Beetlejuice?
he
Hey,
just
look.
shows up on the scene. Did someone say accountability?
I felt a tingle on my neck. I don't know what happened.
I feel something.
You see the shirt I got
Smell
on? Can he pop the
Accountability.
every time I get up until fly
Yeah.
rocking? You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
I
indeed.
just can't believe how people make it things so difficult when it comes to accountability. It is not a difficult thing to talk about. If you can't talk about it, then you can't be about it. And people
That
can't
part.
even get past the conversation,
Yep.
you
I
know?
always say this. My quote, my personal quote is life is simple, we make it difficult. That's my full belief. It is
But
life
you know
not
what?
life never said, hey, I'm difficult, figure me out. It
Can
said
you
this is what
touch
I
on
am,
that
it's
more?
present.
King, can you touch on that more? Like, all right, we got that part, but can you elaborate a little bit more on what is it that creates the difficulty?
You know what creates a difficulty is I think we don't organically try to learn the truth. We try to decide who's right and not what's right. You know, we're biased for a lot of our upbringing because somebody told you this was right. So when somebody presents something that's opposite of that, we become frustrated. And the frustration comes from having to change your position, which means what you believe has to die and what your now encounter has to live, which is the process of grief. So a lot of time when you present somebody with the truth, the organic truth, they're going to go through the stages of grief. And that's always that point of bargaining and resisting and anger and not accepting. So we end up in this mindset that prohibits us from the growth. Those of us that do not allow grief to stop us from learning continue to learn and continue to grow. The wisest thing I've ever heard somebody say was this: the more I learn, the more I realize how much I did not know. That's the most humbling statement for knowledge I've ever heard.
Now we're getting somewhere because one of the definitive and organic answers is to enhance and level up our knowledge.
That part. Look, I told a buddy.
But look at all the words you said. Look at all the words you said. Look at all the words you said. You said bias, frustrated, anger, mindset, and grief. You are describing feeling. And this is why we have a hard time getting from point A to point B. Look at how eloquently you speak, right? But at the same time, it goes down to feelings. 95% of the decisions, bad decisions, and situations that we don't want to be in are governed or attached to an emotion or a feeling.
Facts.
So you have to cut off the head and the body will wither. That's even a biblical term. Wow, what did I just do? But anyway, think about this. The flex, if we add what you're saying, and I'm going to add a little something to it. So if the flex is knowledge, if the level up is the knowledge and applying it, then the other side to it is controlling your feelings.
That part, which is self-control in its best format.
Self-control is where it's at. You can't have a conversation that you are not capable or have set boundaries to have. Because if you're talking with someone and you're cringing and you're playing that double dutch game where you're just dying for you to shut up so I could say something, that's called a double dutch game. You ever seen that?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
They're like, oh my God, they're not listening to you. We as leaders need to take that accountability and responsibility as leaders to recognize when a person is not ready to hear the words that are coming out of our mouth.
That part. Look, one thing that I do, right, is I do leadership development for companies managers. In other words, they sit down 1 hour a week with me to process who they are as a leader and teach them those basics. The first thing I do in week 1, I take them to the kitchen area in my office, and I take 2 glasses. I fill them both up to the top, and I tell them this: your job is to take glass 1 and pour it into glass 2 without spilling a drop, without it overflowing. And watch this: 75% of people have a hard time figuring it out. 25% figure it out. And when the 75% gets compromised, I can't see it not spilling. I said, I just need to understand how you think. And because if I'm going to pour into you, here's the answer. And I take glass 2 and I pour it down the sink. I put it back and I pour glass 1 in the glass 2 and don't spill a drop. The lesson in that for them is very simple. Unless you're willing to empty what you think you know, I cannot pour what I know into you. So once you accept that, then I can feed you new information that may benefit you as a leader and help you develop. So that's the thing, is that people are so hell-bent on what you thought you knew, what I thought I learned, that they're not receptive to new knowledge or to even be challenged. If you get frustrated or pissed off because somebody believes something other than you, I call that emotional immaturity. Bottom line.
You are hitting some meat and potatoes. Let me tell you. So can we say that becoming emotional intelligent or having self-control, is that an easy or is that a compromise and challenging task?
Woo! That's a challenge for a lot of people
Are there
because
different levels? Are there different levels to it?
it is. My opinion is that there are levels. There's familiar levels because sometimes our emotions are tied to what our family thought, and we only stay there because it allows us to stay in connection with our family. We want to be familiar. We want to be community based. We want to all feel and think the same thing. So you got that. Those of us that are willing to step outside of the familiar area, we now enter into an unknown territory. And now we go into peer connections. So we want to think and feel like our peers so we fit in. But those that say, hey, I need to find self, step into an unknown territory that's not dictated by anyone, and we go through a process of self-discovery, and we have to make a decision. We have to abandon things that make no sense to us because they were all emotionally driven and adopt things that are rationally based. And then from that point, once you adopt enough rationale, you can then control the emotions. You cannot control the emotions when your rational seat is lacking, which means you have to be studious. You have to give yourself over to someone who can feed you the knowledge that makes sense to the life you're living today as it pertains to working with other people and their belief systems. So it is, to me, it is levels that sometimes you have to be conscious enough to walk into, and other times you have to be forced into by circumstances and situations.
Interesting. So if I'm reading between the lines, and I'm doing this just to paraphrase and to help the people that are listening to you, because you know I get you 100%. So if I'm going to take what you said, and this is not dumbing it down, this is just giving it a different perspective.
That's right.
There is definitely some type of submissive behavior that needs to be there.
Abso-freaking-lutely. That's why it is called understanding. You still stand, but you're underneath what the truth really is, and you subject yourself to it. So when I hear people saying I'm overstanding, that means you believe that you're above true knowledge. So I'm always a no. I like to understand because I'm in a submissive position, which means I'm always in position to receive.
Interesting. And this is the part.
So I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Irish.
Would that be similar, just for a second, would that be similar to like, okay, so you get pulled over by the cops and you say, I would never get in trouble if, or how do I explain this? How do they explain this? I would never get a DUI if I didn't get pulled over by the cops.
That's circumstantial. See, we're not talking, circumstantial has no room in an objective conversation.
No, like, I would never have got, let's just say you're drunk and you get a DUI and you say, I would never have gotten a DUI if the cops never pulled me over. Is that what? Okay, so I'm
that is the consequences, which can go in many different directions. Not just getting pulled over by a cop. You can kill somebody. You can kill yourself. You can cause damage to property. You can really cause havoc. But that conversation ended the moment that you admitted that you was drinking and driving.
No, right. I'm saying that I'm putting a perspective up here. I'm not trying to derail everything.
No. I'm with you 100%. But this is what I'm talking about.
It's a thought process that you shouldn't be in trouble because you got pulled over. Is what I'm saying.
We're always going to find a scapegoat. We're always going to find a way to sugarcoat the decisions that we make, so we don't take accountability. But when we're having an adult conversation, that conversation started or ended even before that man decided to have a drink, knowing that he has to drive.
So let me give some definition to your question, Irish. The word you use is in trouble.
It was more of an example, I should say. I'm sorry.
It's a good example. It's a good example.
So it's an example. What Armiga is saying is that you have to clearly define the difference between consequences and being in trouble. Trouble is something that disrupts you unawarely, not necessarily caused by your own actions. Consequences are the rewards of your behavior. We say consequences, but don't know that consequences sometimes are good.
Right.
Or they could be negative. The deciding factor is what did you do to provoke that reaction? So in the case of, I would have never gotten a DUI if I wouldn't pull over by the police. Really, that is a consequence. I made a decision, be it good or not, and The person who was doing their job appropriately are the consequences that caught me. Now my reward is penalties that should ultimately change my behavior. I said it, and I'm gonna tell you this. I said it as a guy who's had 2 DUIs in my life.
Yeah, I've had one. I'm just saying, like, when I remember saying this specifically to a cop, like, and I was drunk, and it did at the time. It made perfect fucking sense. Like, it was really weird. It's like, dude, if you didn't pull me over, I wouldn't have gotten in trouble. I took zero responsibility for what I did, like zero.
Right.
I was like, dude, like, listen, if you pulled me over, or if you didn't pull me over, I would have gotten, I'd be fine. And that, you know what I mean? And now that I look back at it, I'm like, oh my God, I was like way off wrong. But at that point, like, you honestly, and that goes for a lot of different things, like where people honestly think that you're onto it, and they just hyper focus on something and they miss everything that's going on.
Irish, let me tell you something. I have a unique way of thinking, and Kevin's gonna probably like this statement. I believe this: the minute you can identify the source of your problems and who you are now held accountable. You can no longer blame the root cause, the trauma. You have to take responsibility to change your conditions. If you do not, you're now in victim mode. And victims, once a victim, will continue being victims because they're attracting things that attract victims. Right. So when I was able to look at my own life and say, hey, so-and-so did that, and that wasn't right, I heard myself talking and said, whoa, now that I could point it out, I could own up the consequence. I could own up my condition and change it. It empowered me knowing that. So I would not. So anybody that's ever brought harm to me or put me in a bad mindset, once I identified who they were, what they did, now that I understand that, now the next thing is, what am I going to do to change it? Because guess what I can't do? I can't rely on them to change it. I'm not going to ask the person that hurt me to heal me. Can't do that. So I'm going to take ownership of my healing. Now, the thing is, I may not be able to heal myself, but I can take the steps towards the healing, right? I might need a therapist. I need a good friend. I need to pick up a hobby, whatever it is, I'm going to take responsibility of that. But at the end of the day, it's about accountability and ownership.
Let me jump on that real quick. I'm gonna build with you, Irish. Watch this.
I was just about to talk about that. I inboxed y'all. I'm just trying to get y'all, both of y'all, to send me y'all number and stuff. So make sure I keep in contact with y'all. You and King.
Well, check this out, Irish. Irish, look at it like this. There are steps and levels to everything. And the problem nowadays is that we run with the first thing we hear or what we have. And sometimes it's not enough. Part of the accountability is to make sure that you get the complete information, right? If not from the source that you got it from originally, but taking that information and building on it, not waiting for it to build on itself, because a seed has to be planted. It's not going to grow on its own, right? So if you take the accountability, right. So take the accountability of that same scenario. If it wasn't for the police pulling me over, then I wouldn't have got the DUI. Okay, let's say that that's correct, but then the consequence becomes, if the police wouldn't have pulled you over, you could have lost your life or took somebody's life.
Or you do it again, or you just do it again and again.
Well, I guarantee you, after you pay those $10,000 and you get your time, I've been through the situation myself. I guarantee you that you know the whole, when you bang your toe in the corner, after a while of banging your toe on a furniture, you're gonna avoid that corner. You're gonna actually learn. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get tired, because it's gonna come to a point where you split your toe, where you crack your nail, where it becomes more than what you bargained for. So it's up to you how many times you want to bang your toe before you get it. You see, this is the whole part to it. So the whole point of accountability is to learn from it to a point, to get deeper in your mindset so that you could avoid it in the first place. See, a responsible person wouldn't have put himself in that position to begin with. Taking accountability usually happens after the fact.
I guess what I was really trying to point out of this whole thing was the fact that, like, somebody who's really drunk can drive a car and get pulled over, and to say that it's the cop's fault that they got pulled over, but you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say is, and that could go for anything. Like anybody just gets so hyper focused on, they think that they're right and they don't realize what's really going on, and they don't take accountability for it. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, the worst thing is blaming other people. Blaming other people for the way you act is probably taking the least amount of accountability. I mean, there couldn't be anything worse.
It's very common, but you see, people can talk about it all day, but they don't know how to do it. Try to see what role you played into your own demise. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to point fingers, but that, again, that's what he said before. It turns into victimization. You know what I'm saying? It's like pointing fingers, and then you're going to hear feedback. You're going to get rebuttal from that. How are you going to blame the police for doing their job? If anything, they made the streets safer by doing what they did to you. You know what I'm saying? They give you a pass, and then you drive off, and then you hit somebody after that.
This is a long time ago. This is like 20 years ago. I've learned my lesson. I don't even drive after drinking. I don't. I never do. Haven't done it since. I will never do it again. I learned my fucking lesson. It's not going to happen again. I just cost a lot of money, and I got lucky. I didn't kill anybody, and I never, no. This is all supposed to be, what do you call it, per se,
I get what you're saying, but you know how many people do not learn from the first DUI? You know why there's a second DUI put in place with harsher fines and harsher penalties? Do you know why it becomes even more difficult to get your license? There's a difference between suspension and revocation. You know what I'm saying? The laws toughen and they tighten and the fines go up. Now, a person that has a lot of money would laugh at that and be like, so what? I could afford that. I could afford that. I could afford that. But when they take your license away, the freedom to choose to drive a car legally, that's a whole different ballgame. You see, for some people, they can handle that, and maybe they can afford a chauffeur. At the end of the day, if you're okay drinking and driving, then you'll be okay with your chauffeur drinking and driving. You might even invite your chauffeur to have a drink with you. You understand what I'm saying? Because your mindset, your mindset is already in that point. So it's a graduating process from the accountability to the responsibility, and it takes discipline for you to know, like in karate. You know what I'm saying? That I'm not going to use my karate, but I got it there just in case. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to use my disciplines because my disciplines is more about avoidance than actually putting them into practice.
Boy, that's a mouthful that you just said. I was talking to somebody in my state of Louisiana, right? They approved legislation to allow us veterans to conceal carry, and I don't have to go get a permit. With that comes a lot of responsibility. You have to be able to say, I'm not going to pull this gun out every time something seems crazy, every time something seems out of order. You have to make sure that you use your military tactics to identify when something's truly a threat. Just because somebody's yelling don't mean grab your gun. Because somebody's, you're doing something you don't like, don't grab your gun. It requires you to leave that thing in the holster, leave it there, don't reveal it until it's absolutely necessary.
And that's usually last minute. That's usually having the restraint and the patience to know that there is no other recourse except pulling my gun out and use it as an initial threat or ready to pop somebody in the ass. You understand? Like straight up. And those are if you don't have the discipline to see things coming, then you will never be able to make those decisions correctly.
Right.
Because you are already in a mindset of, before it happens, people with energy feel that type of turmoil. They already see the aggressiveness building up, especially in men. Especially in men. I give the edge to men on this because that confrontation is instantaneous. You know what I'm saying? It is, I'm ready to go. You ready to go? So then guess what we're doing? We're going. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And once that threshold is passed, there is no turning back. Life-changing shit. You know
I like to say this. Do not get in the habit. This ties into the first question and Irish's statement, right? I tell people, don't get in the habit of being dead right. And here's what I mean by that. You're at the lights. It's red. The crossing traffic light is green. Crossing traffic light turns red. Your light turns green. The problem is this. There's a semi-truck that does not see their red light. You see it, and they're moving at 100 miles an hour. Legally, you can pull out, but you would be dead right. people can be so obsessed with wanting to be right that they're wrong, and at the sacrifice of being able to continue moving forward in life, which is truly wisdom.
Yeah, I'm
If that
guilty
makes
of that.
sense.
I'm guilty of that.
That's
I'll come
interesting.
right out and say that.
That's interesting because you know how many times you've barely made the light and crossing when it's red. And there are people that are eager on the other side, the adjacent side, that are very eager to hit that gas, and they have every right to do so. But because you were a little late, your role caused, you know what I'm saying,
And you're dead
something
right.
else to happen. You understand? So that's how life is. Look, a negative person, before they cross the street, they're gonna look at both sides before they cross the street. An optimistic person is only gonna look to the side where the cars are supposed to be coming from. Pay attention to what I just said, man. You know what I'm saying?
A movie with a great scene is, I don't know if you've ever seen American Skin, right? There's a
Yes.
scene with a son, he's telling his dad, he's with his friend on the video, and he knows the law. And his dad says, yes, that's the law, but that does not pertain to you. He's trying to teach his son, I know it's unfair, but I just need you to stay home to survive. Yes, you can do this, but doing this can jeopardize your well-being in life. And it's not saying that we're just bowing down to people, but in conversations sometime, in debates sometime, in conflict sometimes, it's better to yield in order to salvage the moment, in order to have another discussion and to grow in knowledge. Because the worst thing can happen is that you learn that somebody sees things differently than yourself, which is the most empowering thing you will ever do.
And that's where the clash is, where people will say things like we agree to disagree, which I hate that saying. But
me too.
You know, like, I don't agree to disagree with anybody. I agree to reach a consensus of respect.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That I'm not gonna allow you to violate my standards, but I'm also not gonna give you room to talk shit and not be a hypocrite and not follow my own standards. That's a whole different adult conversation. The basics to this is real simple. If you don't have the will, if you don't have a driving force that motivates you, the driving force behind the motivation, so that you can use this energy to learn things that you are afraid of because you're stubborn, because that's what fear is. You know, when you're stubborn, you are in fear of change. You know, everybody wants the results, but they're not willing to put the effort into this. We've talked about this several times. But if you don't start putting things in level, if you don't start understanding that the difference between definite, which is 100%, versus probable, which is most likely to happen, which is maybe, which could go either way, 50-50, which is not likely, right? Or which is improbable versus impossible. If you can't break those 6 things down, then you're not ready to learn.
That's good. That's good.
You're not ready to, if you don't understand that there are levels to everything in life, that if you take a shortcut now, it's going to hurt you later. If you don't know how to crawl before you walk, before you put your own twist to things, learn how to do things the right way, because some things don't even need an adjustment.
Right.
If you're not ready to see things for that, then you're not ready. You got to get into your spirituality, your subconscious, and your conscious, so your third eye can open up and you can release that 6th sense. You see, that's a lot. That's a lot for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
I'm just saying. You can get there. We can get there.
The problem is we're surrounded with so much that tells us to not use logic, right? We have these quotes and statements. We repeat without thinking about what it says. I'm rooting for the underdog. In other words, I'm looking at the least likely, the anomaly, and I'm going to base my decisions off of the 1 out of 1 million. That's not good odds for anybody. Not realizing the underdog was not considering the odds. They just stumble upon it, and they tried it, and it worked, which does not mean it works for the masses. We have a ton of these mentalities that keeps people from listening to the truth or watching the facts or being logical, because we always want to do what? Watch another equipment. Defy the odds. That mentality is not meant for everybody, man.
Yes, and just because you're broke and just because you don't have the right mindset does not make you the underdog. The true underdog is the person that's actually trying. The people that are trying to get to the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5%, that's the true underdog because they're not there yet and they're actually trying to do something. The
Right.
other people that stay on the hamster wheel, that continue to stay ignorant and on the hamster wheel and stuff like that, let me tell you something about, you can't be the underdog because you ain't doing shit.
Right.
An underdog is already in the game. There are odds for them to get to a certain place, and there's a chance that you might win as an underdog, but you got to be in the game in order to be considered an underdog. So,
Amiga, slow down because you hit a nugget. You hit a nugget, and we need to clarify that, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm trying to make my way through all these analogies. It's really difficult, to be honest.
The underdog. Okay, let's forget my analogy. Let's talk about that one because I got to.
You got to be in the game. You got to be in the game.
Right? So
you got to be in the game.
Amiga, hold on. Let's talk about this. So, number one, the underdog has trained for its opportunity. First thing. Number two, it qualified amongst competition. Number three, it is now positioned on the field to compete, but it does not have the highest probability of winning, but yet it's going to try. Did I mess it up, Amiga?
You're right. You're not an underdog if you're not in the game. If you're in the same insanity, if you're in the hamster wheel, or what do I call this? The brain treadmill, the mindset of a treadmill. You know, you're jogging in place, you ain't doing shit.
You ain't done the work, you ain't qualified, you even made it on the field. So what we talking about?
You're not even an underdog because you're not in the game. You're not putting effort. You're not accepting what role to your demise has caused the procrastination of your advancement. If I could say it in such words. You know what I'm saying? You're not even in the fucking game.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, I get that.
So you trying to tell me it's my fault? You trying to tell me it's my fault?
Me?
You trying to give me accountability?
There is a high percentage, not all of it, because let's be honest, there's circumstance, there's environment, there are triggers. Trauma is real, mental health is real, and once we start going that direction, we look and search for answers and clues, and sometimes we only can go with what we have on hand and with our experience. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it is not enough. And this is what I've been trying to tell people. If you're easily satisfied with something, you're not going to level up. If you have a hard time if you are not comfortable with uncomfortable situations, you're not even the underdog yet.
Look, Hobo want to add into something. It's about time we hear from him.
Yeah, I cut her off before. Hobo, I didn't say hello, and I didn't say hello to nobody in the panel. I don't want to be rude. You know, I love you, Hobo, so please.
It's okay. Hey guys. I'm gonna do the thing that I do all the time, where I'm gonna disagree with you guys. I love y'all. I think y'all are great and perfect, but I'm gonna have to low key disagree, because I unfortunately am both of those things. I live my life and I happen to be the underdog and the anomaly all at the same time. And I have never once practiced for any of these things. I don't train. Someone throws me on a field because they look at me and they say, hey, you look like you could probably do all of these things. And then I get there and I turn out to do halfway okay. Now, is that like a good thing? And should other people duplicate and replicate that? Oh my God, no. It's terrible and traumatizing, and there's a lot of anxiety involved in that. But it does happen. But again, that's a combination of both of the things. And I feel like the odds of that are super, super rare.
What odds? What odds exactly are you talking about?
Wait, hold on, Amiga. Hold on. I'm listening for the disagreement.
No, I'm trying to understand the odds.
No, okay, look, the disagreement was that, like, oh, well, you've trained and like you got here and you did all I did not. I did none of those things. There's a person, okay, look, in life, there are scouts. There are people who just look for people who have the potential and the whatever it is that they're looking for. And when they find you, a lot of times you don't even know what happened, but now all of a sudden here you are in the middle of this race that you didn't know you was doing today. And then you just try your best when you get there. So if you ever find yourself in that situation, just try your best.
Let me throw this in there. The underdog never calls himself an underdog, though. It's always somebody else.
It's a label. Hey, let me just, wait, hold on, Kevin, before you say that.
There.
Before you say
Host,
that.
are you jumping in?
Yeah, the host is going to jump in real quick, but I just want to answer Hobo real quick. Look, Hobo, you have to have an organic king sense of things or common sense in order to be in the position where you're talking about, right? And it's a combination of your life portfolio that puts you in that position, but you would only go so far without the proper training. You can get to a point and be successful, and you can surprise yourself with how far you got with the least things that you have. But without the proper training and practice, you're limited. There's cap to that.
I don't disagree, but I think that that like sometimes it can be like a holdback, because like people who don't have the ability to get the proper training and to get like the proper schooling and stuff, they think, oh well, there's no way that I could possibly do this, when there's a lot of like transferable skills that don't seem related, right? Like if you used to slang, then you're probably going to be good at sales later, like, but you don't have the training for that per se, but like technically you kind of do if you take it out of context.
You have the
And once you get
equation.
in,
You
and
have
once you
the
get into
equation.
sales training, you'll blow it out the water. That's all. Like today, I finally hired an assistant, and all I saw was a potential. She had set down a precedence for the skills necessary, and we talked. We met today, and I was like, "Look, you might not know everything I know, but because of certain skills you have, certain mentality, I will train you and make you better." So that's going to elevate her on. Also, what Armiga is saying is that, look, you have that natural talent, and I just typed it. You have that key, which is humility. Underdogs don't know they're underdogs. They don't see themselves as underdogs. Others do. And because of that humility, they just perform. They just do it. And if anybody sees that talent, they recruit them and they make them better. Perfect example is Mike Tyson's story. Go look at his story. He was an underdog. Somebody saw something in that guy, and they worked with him, and look what he became.
All right, look, I'm about to say this real quick about Hobo.
What I do?
No, she argued for like the however you say the word. Okay,
anomaly.
I'll tell you why it's not kind of good to do that. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's possible, you know what I'm saying, but it's not probable because it's just like I'm gonna put it this way. So it's like say like we got people on TikTok or social media. Some people can do like one post, you know what I'm saying, go viral and get millions. You know what I'm saying? So that's like them saying, you know what I'm saying, you can do this. Do one post and you can get millions and millions. So everybody thinking that they can do that way. And it don't work that way, and that be just setting yourself up for disappointment. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's not always good to argue for the anomaly. You gotta argue for the generality. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everybody can't just make one post and get a million or you know what I'm saying? Like, you know why that's not good? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you see what I'm saying.
No, Kevin,
let's go back to the probabilities.
What you just did was really verify what Armiga pointed out in the 6 things you got to recognize. That was perfect. It's all tying together. I love it. I love it.
I want to go to Hub, but yes, that is part of. Look, humility has a lot to do with being realistic.
Right.
You have to be realistic. You have to know your capabilities and your limitations. Those are your boundaries. And when you are honest with yourself about what you can't do, I'm talking about at the moment, I'm not talking about the future. What you have, the inventory of your knowledge, whether it's organic or whether it was taught by someone or you got it from the discernment of your wisdom, wherever you got it from, you have to be honest about what your strengths and your weaknesses are.
Hey, what no waste of time got to say? Because I know how that feels. You're sitting there waiting patiently and then you forget your thoughts. What you got to say, my friend?
Over there smoking up and everything.
That's not the point. The point is you guys have touched on 4 or 5 really important things that I'm very passionate about. And Hormigo, I'm with you all the way right up to the underdog. Now, I don't agree with you. However, analogy, and King, your analogy works with Hobo's explanation if you have some principles behind it. One of the things that you talked about in the example with the lady that you hired was you had to have a means for being able to You had to be able to do some form of social triage in this employment situation. Does she have the aptitude? Already got the tingly senses and some skill sets that will help me be able to groom her and take her along the way.
That's right.
Is she teachable? Is she teachable?
Several of you and their ability to change and their capacity to change. And one of the things I found, the disclaimer is I've been in the sustainable community work for a long time, and it's become a personal passion of mine, how we fix it. Because if we don't, that I make, unless I'm willing to accept that we're just going to do crash and burn and there's going to be no more earth, we've got to find some solutions. Could be apocalypse or whatever happens, somebody going to be left, and hopefully they'll do something better the next time. Once we get on the ark and get to wherever we're going, got to be able to do better, because we know where this one gets us, a hot, funky mess. That's all we got, and it's getting worse, and it's getting worse faster. Some of the piece, there's some information I came across in looking for some solutions about how do we understand how social paradigms shift. It was a business book. It was a business book about how to predict the future. If we understand how to predict social paradigm shift, and we can begin preparations in advance, we got a leg up on not having to do this in the midst of. To me, just seems like a better time to find solutions when you're not in the midst of crisis. This guy was talking about business. As I began to really study what he was saying, it has been the only example in over 20 years that I found that says, here, only that it says, here's how to do social triage. Here's how to have a litmus test, a triage factor for acceptability or susceptibility of people to change. Who's going to change at 99 miles an hour? Who's going to be at 1 mile an hour on the shoulder? In looking at that and looking at people's potential for change, some of them talked about Hormigo and King. Do they have the potential for change? Are they teachable? Am I seeing says they're going to be someone that's worth the investment right now? Because some people, if you put investment in them and they're moving at half a mile an hour, you'll be at the half a mile mark with them instead of working with some of the others, if that's who you're called to, faster. That comes back to the underdog, because one of the things this says, now the analogy you used, King, was about an underdog being someone that's prepared and in the race. What Hormigo spoke about was somebody that was the exception to the rule, and you won. That's different than what you were talking about, King, of someone that's prepared and in the race. And what this is that those people who are prepared and they're in the race, they're not the popular ones. They're this group of underdogs. But it says in this particular model that I have seen in the past 10 years specifically, especially with some of the things that are unfolding, be pretty spot on. It says that if that paradigm shifter is protected, they're on to it. And if you will put some support there, they will move your paradigm faster and better to the next place on wherever you're going. Now, what usually mile an hour ones, they usually have all of the resources, all of the authority, and all of the power. And so usually what happens, the paradigm shifters in life in real time, they usually die destitute and run out of town and discredited. Let me recent time. And usually in recent modern days, because I've been studying this recently, usually it's taking some years to come back around to their information. Let me give you one of those paradigm shifters, Nikola and his research had been supported instead of intentionally being put aside. We probably would have been years further ahead in the development of how we do not only power, but the environmental issues that we're dealing with that have been the repercussion of the value from that standpoint. And so some of this is about an interconnected system of things that can be used social triage, and then get back to then how do we fix it? Because part of that is how do we then provide solutions for the most? The first part of it is your investment for society. The settlers, you provide exposure, because what it also says is those who were settlers are the norm. They're the norm. I've been on TikTok all day today in the background while I'm doing some stuff on my things that I've seen. You guys, I was like, oh my gosh, these are my people. They're my people. They think, and they talk and witness. The 1% of the TikTok generation. What it says is that you have to understand that crisis is what shifts their paradigm. When it becomes too painful to stay in that paradigm, they will, because they want to, but because they have to. And so I began to learn, because my work is with the shifters and the pioneers. I don't do too well with those moving at a half, stifling for me and my thinking and where I want to be and how I want to operate. But it says, wait for the crisis. If the others, much smaller group, much less popular group, if they're prepared when the crisis comes, guess what you have? You have a strong healing, because that's what it all is trauma resolution. Fix the stuff that keeps you from being able to live, that hinders you from lives that are functional, life embracing, and sustainable with each other. And so part of this is about how are we spending our energy? Do we understand some of these dynamics so that we're using our energy? And there's ways to develop interactions, because if those groups get trained, interaction with the others is healing. Every single interaction is healing with them. And so bit by bit, they become better by exposure until they get, I see y'all living in a way that feels good. You guys live in what you say. What you say is what you mean. You live, you're authentic. You ain't got to have no curtains up. You say what you mean. It's loving, it's kind, it's not damaging. And I think that's where we are. For me, that we're approaching the cusp of some significant social paradigms, especially American culture. And those who are those shifters and pioneers, I think if they learn some of these principles, some of them, some of you are demonstrating those mindsets already. It's out there, it's happening, and we're finding each other. Investment is in leaders who truly can live this. I call it the modern day shamans. They're going to use it's pop culture, every book, every song, every TV show, every platform to be able to change. Because if we don't heal at that point, all we do is get the same thing all over again. Thank y'all for letting me jump in there. I got that off my chest. Woo-sa.
Breathe.
Hey, I would not be me if I did not say what I'm about to say. No waste of time. What you said was awesome. But let me tell you something, my friend. You better go fix that website.
What?
Because you said
my website was on my website. Look, y'all. Let me be real. I've been on TikTok for 1 week. Y'all, 2 days ago, 3 days, how somebody has a window dressing up. I said, oh hell, what the hell is going on in here? And I sat in one today. I sat 2.5 hours listening because I'm working on this ebook, and I said I got to get this stuff done. I can't play. It's toxic. It was so toxic that my passion is here. And I'm not talking about, if y'all go see my book, the deep dive healing, not the plain sugar-coated stuff. This is when you ain't got no stuff. And I listened to this. I stayed to the last 10 minutes, and I said, I'd like to say something for an hour and a half. And they said something, and I said, I've been listening to this. There's speakers. And I've heard you criticize them and then do the exact same thing you're criticizing them. And I'm concerned because these platforms can be a poison because we are going to do the damage ourselves in a much greater number because they're making it very easy to empower us. I got the power to be able to be on this live with y'all.
So watch this.
I have a platform for whatever
watch this.
is.
I don't want to trigger him. But what's up, Original? Good seeing you from this morning. The only reason I did get into your website is because I'm a business consultant. I specialize in branding and marketing. And your name is nowastedtime.com. So I looked at your website. Phenomenal information, but I can't read it because of the way it's laid out. And if you're going to speak this strong and impactful on this platform, sister, go get that together because people want to check you out. And it distorts your message. If they ain't watching live, they don't really know what they just heard. And you need to fix that. You go to my page and get my contact information because I see over here, well, Rhapsodist is trying to pull up on the game that I'm dropping right now. But nevertheless, you go check me out. I need to help you out at the end of the day because you got some strong stuff to say. We heard you loud and clear. But guess what, my sister? Your website just distorted that message so bad for me. It's only because I'm wired that way.
I'm with all that smoke. I'm with all that smoke about paradigm shift, indoctrination, and people that are anti-capitalism, but they don't see it as something that is actually functional because they're dysfunctional. How do we know when something is dysfunctional or functional? We have to put it into action, right? We have to make a determination whether someone is available mentally, spiritually, and subconsciously to accept things in order to do that level up. The paradigm shift is always going to shift because that's what they do on purpose so that you can't catch up with the diagram or that you can't catch up with the benchmark. You know how like that game, you hit the mole pops up in another hole and you got to try to hit the mole and then the mole goes down and then you miss the hole and you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. If you can hit that mole consistently, bang, 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 you win. But once you miss that mole, it's hard to catch up. You understand? So you have to line your ducks in a row here. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is about the underdog is in order for you to be considered an underdog, least likely to win, you have to at least be in the game. You have to be in the game in order to be considered an underdog. And guess what? Sometimes the underdog wins. We know in sports what happens in the playoffs, right? The team that is most likely or has a high probability to win does not always win. But you have to be in the game in order to win. It doesn't. Now, the winner is the winner, regardless if, in other words, you're not going to get a participation trophy for this one. In order for you to be considered the underdog, you have to be in the game. You don't get patted in the back for buying Pampers or for buying milk for your kid for something that you're supposed to do. You don't get patted in the back for showing up. That is shorting yourself and cutting yourself low. The hardest thing to do when you go to the gym is showing up because you're going to a place that requires further action. You see how that works? Just getting to the gym is not good enough, but getting to the gym is the hardest part. Think about what I'm saying. If like what Hobo was saying, she has managed to be successful in areas that she wasn't formally trained in, right? But what she may not be seeing, and I'm just guessing, is that her experiences, the TV shows, the conversations that she's in, the things that she reads, the things that she's exposed of, creates her own personal dynamic in her portfolio, her life portfolio. We all have different fingerprints. We all have different retinas and iris, right? We all have a different portfolio that comes with experiences, hardships, traumas, good times, bad times, people we know, people we got to get rid of, people that we want back in our life, people we messed up on. That's the paradigm shift in life. It keeps evolving and it keeps changing. And if you're sitting down watching the game, then you can't be an underdog because you're not even striking, you're not even writing, you're not even reading, you're not even working out, you're not even eating nutrition, you're not even doing things to block these things that, unblock these things that keep covering your eyes. You know what I'm saying? You keep contributing to the things that keep you down. That's not an underdog. An underdog has to fight.
Let me translate for you, Omega.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, what he's saying that it is better to do things intentionally versus accidentally. If you do it intentionally, it means you consider the circumstances, the consequences, and you make calculated steps. But if you do it accidentally, you may make it, but you may not make it. But the consequences of not making it far outweigh those that intentionally made it. That's my commercial break. You have a good one.
Hey, very, very, very similar to that. You cannot expect results if you don't at least address the equation that leads to it. Now, if you don't know the equation, then let's find the equation. But once you have the equation, let's put it into practice. Once we put it into practice, let's learn from our mistakes. Let's take the baby steps. Let's go back to the baby steps and stop trying to get to points without taking the drive, without taking the jog, without taking, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's go back to baby steps. Dysfunctional and functional. When you interview someone in the job, you want to make sure that that person is able to fulfill the requirements of the needs of the person who's hiring them. Sometimes this person comes with things that they didn't write in their resume. Sometimes they have social skills that they can't describe on the resume. Sometimes the energy that they have in person does not transcribe from the resume that they wrote. Now, you could write a fabulous resume, right? It's kick-ass. And the moment that we meet you, guess what? It doesn't match up. It doesn't match.
Gotta match.
So what is basic and organic? Practice what you preach. Make sure that the words that are coming out of your mouth are matched with the definitive action that supplies a direction. You understand? And I keep telling this to people. If you talk too much, you ain't doing shit. If you talk too much, your mouth outweighs. You understand what I'm saying? Your ideas, your passions. It's a balanced game. Everybody has the opportunity to change themselves, but it only starts if you want to do this. The desire needs to be there. You can't teach desire. Desire is organically comes from yourself. You can influence someone. You can lead by example. You can do a lot of contributing factors, but without you having that stuff inside of you, you're very limited. And that's what I mean by you can't be the underdog unless you are in the fight. Do it, Hobo. I think you had your hand up.
I did. Okay, I don't disagree with you. I absolutely do not disagree with you. If you happen to find yourself in this situation, as the person who has not prepared, who has not trained properly, who does not have all of the same abilities as all of the people next to you at the starting line, absolutely you better work. Everything that you do from this point forward, you have to do 10 times harder than everybody else next to you because you didn't do everything that it took to get here. I'm saying that if you find yourself in that situation, don't give up. You have the abilities. If you couldn't win, you wouldn't be here, is all that I'm saying. So put in the work and fight if you need to. Secondly, for those people who are the majority and the everybody else, I just want y'all to be aware of the fact that there is always an underdog in the fight, and that underdog is always working 10 times harder. So you need to make sure that you, who worked super hard and who did everything they were supposed to do to get here, are not getting complacent in that position, that you are still putting in the same amount of work that it took for you to get there. That's it. I mean,
that's a great foundation.
Look, let me pick it back on that before I lose my thought, if y'all don't mind. Hobo, what you said is the ingredients for grooming my son. My son is a football player, 16-year-old, 5'9", 220 pounds, running back. And I reminded him of what you just said. I said, son, you have not had to struggle your whole life. I need you to work hard. I said, let me tell you why. There's a kid in the ghetto that it ain't but him and his single mama. And he ain't got nothing to lose. He's trying to get her out the hood and out the ghetto. and he gonna work hard, train twice as hard. In the days you sleep in, he working because he's got to get that NFL contract. So if you don't work with that mentality that he does, he gonna outshine you and get the position you say you want. So I need you to operate and act like you that kid and be aware of him and make him your friend so you understand his pain, because you just having a natural talent ain't gonna be good enough. So work with the same ethic he does, because that underdog, the one who can't make it every practice because he ain't got a ride, because he ain't got a meal, that's the one that's your deepest competition. So that's what I grew my son with all day long when we play football.
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You have to make an accurate and realistic assessment of who you are and where you are in life. You need to understand that you need to be unbiased. One of the hardest things to do when you're doing a self-assessment is to hear somebody else talk about you, and to sit there and because if you can't do it yourself, then you need to get it from somewhere else. You see, for many years, I lip synced life. I made believe I knew it. I was good at playing it off. I was good at sounding good. But then when it came to showing proof of what you really know, I failed short of what I chose to make believe that I knew. And it wasn't until I got the proper training that I wasn't not allowed to speak in a humble and calm manner. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't able to be this person until I started keeping it real with myself. When you start realizing the difference of what you think you're entitled to and what you have to earn, now you're on the right track.
I love that. Look, let me give you my little bit of testimony, right? So in my world, as far as business concerned, most of these people have degrees in marketing, branding. They went to college, obtained the highest level of education. Guess what I came in with? Y'all hear me talking every morning, but most people, I tell people I'm an open book, right? I have a fucking high school diploma, right? So in order for me to see myself competing with that crew, I have to study twice as hard. I have to put up the numbers so I can hold on to my shit. I sit down and say, you know what? You doubt me. Here's how many I've done. Here's my ratings. I put my work in so that I can make sure you respect what I do. I'm not going to disrespect what you've done, but I know I got to work twice as hard to prove myself. And when I do that, I get the respect from my peers. I can't just say, hey, I'm here. Y'all should respect me. I understand that you went through the rite of passage. I went a different route. I am the underdog is why I speak what I speak. I'm the person you least expected to make it this position. I'm the guy with a high school degree that hires people that need a degree. I'm that dude. And I had to work to get there. I couldn't just declare myself that. I had to position myself and be humble enough to let those that had the education to educate me so I could position myself to do this, to create opportunities for who? The underdog.
Yes, yes. The fight is not as much as the outside interferences of your safe havens. The safe haven has to come from inside of yourself.
Oh, yeah.
I said this 100 times before. If you have to go to a place to find happiness or peace, then you're in trouble. You're in trouble because you have to carry that with you wherever you go.
Everywhere you go. You're the common denominator.
But you have to be able to establish that and get to that point. It takes baby steps. Look, whatever you don't do now, you're going to have to do later. And later is more complicated because you're not getting it from a foundational or a basic piece. As you progress in life, things become more difficult to understand if you don't take the proper steps, because whatever's missing is going to come back to hinder you. Trust me on this. You know what I'm saying? Trust me on this, because I'm the master of fucking everything up. How about that? I've done fucked everything up. Okay?
Hey, can we have two masters in the same subject?
I don't know. I don't know if we could sit here until the cows turn purple. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I am so good at fucking shit up that I don't think I could fuck it up any more than I already did. So I had no other choice but to lay down and look up in the sky and say, there's only one place to go. And that's up.
I think life is one of the best curriculums.
Yes, the Hard Knocks, it's one of the best, but it's not the only one. See, that's what I'm trying to tell people. Everybody's right with the little tidbits of information that we're gathering here, but it doesn't work unless you do all of them. It doesn't work if you take half-ass information from especially those enablers out there that are really nice with the little cliche analogies. They're really cute with the things that they say, but they're not completing the sentence for you. They're not completing the entire passage. They're not giving you the full scope, because only you can give yourself the rest of that story, because it includes you. Your biography, your autobiography. Your biography is someone can take and write down notes of listening to you, but your autobiography is the one where you self-write your own way. You know what I'm saying? When you start writing your own autobiography and you're in control of what happens next, and you start preparing the day before, and you consider the calendar as a personal Bible, you know what I'm saying? And you let technology do for you what it was meant to do, and not use technology to continue to distract you and to watch things that are not of high value. Now we're talking about taking real responsibility and accountability, not just for apologizing for what you did wrong, but taking accountability for the things that sell you short. You know what I'm saying? Like, accountability is not always about what you've done wrong. Accountability is what you haven't done.
Are we as a whole just unaware? Yes, absolutely, yes. You literally have to take. That's why I honestly don't. I won't say this too loud, but I think the positive thing about COVID is that it left a lot of us with no choice but to sit with ourselves and our feelings and our emotions and find out who we actually are, and not who we pretend to be to everybody else. You have to take that time out to do that in order to see where you've been selling yourself short your whole life. Because your whole life you've had some kind of preconceived bias about who you were, who you couldn't be, what you can't do and what you can do. And none of those were fair to you because you didn't put them there. You have got to figure out what you are actually capable of and not be afraid of it.
So you a preacher too now?
What that's resulted in is that's resulted in a spike in suicide rates. The suicide, especially in my area, have increased, and part of that is attributed to some of those things that Hobo just mentioned, that being forced to be shuttered in with yourself and having that time where things stop. That's what I'm seeing in my community. There's been a whole lot of emphasis around that, especially some that are the fastest growing.
And can I add something to that?
Yes, please.
Absolutely, no waste of time. That is a fact. Here's another fact too: the reduction of conflict has created a high suicide rate, anxiety rate, depression rate. It is human nature and species nature to be involved in some type of conflict to build or fortify your confidence, your abilities, and whatnot. We live in a society where no conflict is acceptable. Everything's bullying, everything's shaming, everything. And we did is we blanketed what should have been a protected ideology and called it everything that it should not have been. And now because of that, we no longer have conflict. And here's the bad news about that. When there's no conflict, there's no strength built emotionally, physically, in any capacities. So now when I hit a breaking point, I will remote to extreme violent behavior or self-destructive behavior to try to remedy the issue that I have. So I love these lives because in the people who have the best lives, like Kevin and a couple other people in this live here, we let conflict go on, but we keep it controlled. All that does is build a stronger temperament for dealing with conflict outside of self and within self. And that's why I'm so appreciative of this environment, because those who handle it well, those that are hosted well, we know that conflict is a part of life. So when we remove conflict from the equation, everybody becomes uncomfortable with any type of resistance. If you go to a gym, how do you get muscle? Resistance. We have no resistance. We have too much protection and not enough control. Back in the days, how we did it, right? I didn't like our amiga. We get, you know what your friend said? Y'all fight it out. Knock the stick off your shoulder. Y'all fought, and then who became the best friends in school? The people who fought. Because we now know where we stand, because whether you like it or not, this is a pecking order. Not to say I'm better than you, but if this happens, I'm going to be the one to step up, and you got to hold your position. So it's so much missing out of today's environment that we all grew up with that creates that environment on top of what Not Wasted Time said. And so for those that just popping in the last second, I'm not negating what she said. She's absolutely right. But this is another component because I believe there's layers to all of these problems.
Yes. And I will add something real quick. Check this out.
What they're calling that in the suicide circles is processing skills, life processing skills.
Right.
The conflict in ways that are not popping off. That's how they're grouping. That's one of the things. About 5 things that they're saying are the things that we've got to do once you get them off the ledge to help them not be in that big ones. Critical thinking skills, but life processing skills.
Absolutely.
So I'm with you. I agree. I think
absolutely.
There's a difference between a difficult situation and a hardship. Okay.
Tell us about that.
And not every situation is a hardship. A hardship is much more stronger than a difficult situation, but we all place everything in the same synopsis. You understand? Like, I'll give you an example. People that try to be perfectionists, what they end up losing is their ability to be creative. You understand? And that's part of what's called the imposter syndrome. Let me say this one more time. It's a thing. Look it up. It's called the imposter syndrome. You know who falls into the imposter syndrome? These are people that finesse things to make everything look easy while devaluating themselves and not holding their own value to a true thing. Okay? I'm going to tell you the people that fall under this. The perfectionist, the natural genius, the rugged individualist, the expert, and the superhero. When you try to save everybody, you cannot save everybody. You will end up being part of what's called the imposter syndrome because you will never see yourself where you're supposed to be. You can't even empower yourself. You need somebody else to empower you.
Your Honor, I'm guilty. Send me to jail. I've been that person before.
We're all guilty. That's the thing. We are all guilty. It's how we take that information and like what she says, critical thinking skills do not come automatically. Emotional intelligence does not come overnight. You're not going to read it in a Cracker Jack box. You're not going to get it from Confucius. You're not going to get it from reading the Bible once. You might have to read the Bible a couple of times. What I'm saying is things that come easy are not appreciated. The things that we work hard for develop into character traits, not temporary solutions. You know, we have to start building our character and start arming ourselves, our Batman tool belt. Oh, you know what? I just learned this. Let me put this in my belt. Okay, I just learned this. Let me put this in my belt. You know what I'm saying? I just learned that. And then when your belt starts becoming kind of heavy, you start putting those things together and putting those things into use. Stop making believe that things don't hurt you. Stop making believe that things are easy when they're not. Be real with the situation so you could do the right assessment and put the right level of urgency, the right sense of urgency and the right amount of effort, and the equation fits a little bit better. Keep it real.
Keep it real, man.
That goes all the way back in the circle to where you started at, Hormigo. Like all your assignment, that all takes us back to the ego. And that has to be healed for us to do better. It's things. You're going to save the world, fix everything, do it all, and you're going to do it all yourself. And then you realize you don't want to do all that stuff yourself. You to be sustainable with yourself. I mean, so all of that is about healing that ego that says, me to be the savior for everything and everyone. That takes that work. And so we're right back to we've got to help people.
Yes.
If we don't do that, we don't have the capacity to be able to fix it.
Not everybody qualifies to play that role because we have too many people that are extremely ignorant that know how to put a couple of words together and all of a sudden they think they're a prophet. You know what I'm saying? Like I've said this 1,000 times before. TikTok is filled with psychiatrists. TikTok is filled with life coaches. Yeah. TikTok is filled with a lot of people that are trying to tell you what to do and they haven't been through it.
Yeah. I think that's going to be this change that those who truly lead be able to live it. If you haven't done healing work, if you aren't able to see your own and take them out of the space so that you don't do damage to the others around you, I think we won't have the confidence. And so I really see that being one of the ways that we make really drastic changes this time around. 20 years ago, generation before this, you could just talk it, talk a good talk. All of those things were things that we lived by and that are still pretty popular in our belief system. Changing, and I think people's hurting is becoming so significant. That crisis, if you're hurting real bad and you go to one of those flim flams and all they give you is that hurting is going to demand that some accountability happen. Like your talk doesn't guilt. And I think that breaking point that a lot of people are at is going to do some of the clearing the field. True leadership, people who really are able to develop that leadership class, people, the capacity, and this is not titles, but people that have the social capacity, the emotional intelligence, and have maturity to be able to help really lead. My aim is that everybody gets on the arc as we move kind of into this new way of living. The reality is some are going makes me sad. It's how do I get anyone that I have the opportunity a little bit close paradigm is going, which is healing, which is loving, which is being able to live that truly. So
a lot of people are going to miss that boat because the boat has already undocked. The boat is not on the dock anymore. The boat is already floating in the water. A lot of people are going to miss that boat because they're too busy worrying about everybody else. Plus, that art cannot hold everybody. That art cannot hold everybody. That is an art that was made. Like if we're talking about faith, right? You have to at least have faith in something in order to actually move forward with it, right? You have to believe in something in order for you to address it or work with it. We're still working with a high percentage of people that don't have faith in anything.
You gotta have some type of faith, man, to even start.
I think this is an important part, and I think that's why it makes it so hard. Because if you don't have the spirit, it's difficult to have a grounding force.
Say that. Without spiritualism, you can't do it.
I think absolutely, and I think that's challenging because figuring out how to do faith and not religion or challenging in the circles that I've been in. And I've been in that particular circle, the interfaith circle, and looking at that is how do we do interfaith spiritual community and do it well so that it's not damaging, because church can be tough. Circles that we're in, the containers that we're in. So I think that's one of the other factors that makes very challenging, but I think it can be done. I think there are some excellent options a little bit differently than we've been doing.
Yeah, you know what it is that, again, I'm going to revert back to nothing can be done until you understand that not everything was meant to have feelings attached to it. You know what I'm saying? Until we understand that it is the feelings that cause the majority of the destruction in this world. Wars are start through ego, like you said, and pride. That's where wars come from. Territorial. Oh, you stepped on my sneaker. You know what happens in the hood when somebody looks at somebody the wrong way or somebody steps in somebody's sneaker? It happens in the high levels too, because there is nobody's immune to ego and pride. It happens in every society. It happens in every group. But unfortunately, in some groups, they are more prepared and better equipped to move on from those situations and carry a facade, as opposed to the people that don't have a leg to stand on because they don't have the right icons. They don't have the right heroes. You know, we believe in our culture. We believe in what our parents taught us to a point. It is incredible when we get to an age where we get to realize who our parents really are. When it hits us and it dawns us that, hey, I didn't know our parents could lie. I didn't know that Our parents could be full of it. I didn't know that my parents were ignorant to a lot of things, because you look at your parents like they are the Almighty, besides the Almighty. So think about that. And then we go outside of our culture or outside of our parents, and then what do we learn in the streets? Does it get any better? You understand? Like, we don't really have a lot of choices. There are people that have limited amount of resources and choices, and we want to consider those the underdogs, but you have to be in the fight. You see what I'm saying? It's like you could learn something and I can learn something at the same time, and you might be able to do better with that information than I did, because we all approach things in a different way. The feelings, the
What are
biases.
you solution?
The solution is to understand what the problem is. The problem is that whoever is doing this, and I don't want to point fingers, whoever is doing this is controlling our inability to control our feelings. The solution is to try to teach people how to cope, how to get from one place to another, how not to carry your issues, how not to carry all the things all the burdens, all the experiences, and get closure. We have to teach people how to get closure. We have to teach people not to move on and to brush it under the rug, how to deal with it directly and find coping mechanisms and safe havens within ourselves. When kids join gangs, it's because they want to feel like they belong to something. When ladies dress in a certain way provocatively, it's because they want to be attracted to people. Unfortunately, they don't get the right attraction or something that's beneficial to them. But we all do different things to be loved, to be accepted. Those are all basic needs. So we have to go back to the basics and realize that we got to practice how not to put feelings or attach feelings to everything.
I want to talk about what you said about the ladies. I would say that's their only form or their way of knowing how to be attractive. That's only way they know. You know what I'm
For
saying?
some, yes, for some. And when you realize that knowledge is the ultimate power, none of that is a factor anymore. When you start educating yourself and putting yourself in the position to learn new things and adding to that cluster of beautiful information and how to process it, you change. You become a different person because your values, your standards change with your education, with your information, with the knowledge that you get. You realize, like, hold up, you know what? I have
That, my
been,
friend, is what's called. That's
yeah. We have to pick and choose where we get our information from, because a lot of it is incomplete, a lot of it is false. I'm not the type of person that could hang out with someone that keeps, talking about ignorant things. You let a person say something ignorant, but then you see if they have the ability to at least hear what you're saying. So then that shows promise. You feel what I'm saying? But if you're talking to someone and everything that they say is, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's this, it's that. All right, so nothing that I say is acceptable in your ears, because I'm sure I can say a couple of cool things that might resonate with a lot of people that take the time and effort to move forward and level up. You see? It's my mother always said the same thing. If you have the will, you will find a way. If you have the desire and you know how to transmute your desires into positive aspects, things are going to work out for you. True desire, not the phony desire to be like
Can I
Tom, Dick,
pause
and
hearing
Harry.
some of those things?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a lot. It's a lot to digest.
Skills. We talked about trauma resolution, that's emotional intelligence.
Hmm.
Anything else in that mix as you see it?
Yeah, I'm always going to base it back to being able to understand that feelings are temporary. They weren't meant to be forever. As long as you know, even happiness doesn't last. You know what I'm saying? Like, life is a roller coaster, and you're gonna have shifts in feelings. As long as you know that feelings were not meant to be permanent, then you could at least see that it's not going to
The
stay long.
emotional
So,
intelligence category.
right. And the emotional intelligence is when you have self control. That's the ultimate emotional intelligence, is when you have self control. Because I knew that I wanted to speak in this tone, right? This is the example I'm going to give you. I wanted to speak in this tone and at this speed. But the
Wait.
only way that
Can
I
I
could do that
pause
is
you one more
practicing.
time?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ain't
Can
no
I
way.
pause you while I
Ain't no way. So I got a question.
discipline or commitment?
Stuff lagging. Is her stuff lagging?
It skips a little bit like when she speaks. So
She be going in and out. We can't tell if she even
Let
talking
me
for
you, yes, you might need to go out and come back
let me
in.
try it without video.
real.
Video, is that any better with the lag time?
There's still a couple of words that are not coming through.
In a good area, or is it you on Wi-Fi or something? Have you been doing
Yeah,
that?
it is definitely skipping, but I'm glad that I know where you're coming from, and I try to fill in the blanks.
I was filling in the blanks too. That's what I was trying to
There
do
was a
too.
What was that
there was a
again?
comment about
I didn't hear it.
discipline in the chat, and was the point that she was putting in there.
Yes, discipline is something that you have to work on, but you got to understand what discipline really is, you know? Discipline is the ability to recognize things that are going to take you out of pocket, that are going to unbalance you, they're your triggers. That's the discipline, is knowing that temptation can work with anyone, even the most trained professionals. Temptation affect them. So you avoid the things that are at high risk to remove, whatever you're working on. You have to be able to be aware of the things that are risky, and not play this game and not even go that direction. But again, that's a higher level of thinking.
I'm just gonna have like a really spicy moment because I get so upset because I feel like all of these like actual terms for actual things that people who have actual trauma have to like deal with have been like lessened, I guess, and like everyone's just using it for everything all of the time. And
It
now it's
becomes
just like,
cliche. It becomes,
yeah,
and
and
that's the
now it's like
problem,
upset.
Hobo. You're right about that. And I get sick of that shit.
Like
But those are the people
there's
that run with it, Hobo. You see, you and your man have the ability to see further, to kind of see things for what they are. Not everybody has those keen senses. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Hobo. So you have to run with those and build on those, because those are strong points.
I feel like everybody could, they just don't want to.
And
I
and,
get
and
that
that's
like
the that's the point, though. Who
life
who
sucks.
wants to
It
face
sucks
the
when you
truth,
look at
Hobo?
things and just everybody should.
Everybody.
If you're living in a fantasy land, you have to know that it's a fantasy land. You can't be running around like, oh, this is reality for everybody, and it's not. You
That,
have
that
to acknowledge that you
it,
are living whatever you want to be living, and that's cool. If you want to skip through daisies, and dude, I will applaud you and throw pennies your way if I see you. But you can't tell me that I'm also skipping through daisies because I'm not.
that makes a lot of sense. But you see, the whole key is real simple. Again, real simple stuff. What's good for you is not going to be good for everybody, right? We can agree to that part, right? That everybody has a different formula in order to succeed. But at the end of the day, there are some commons that have to be addressed, and nobody wants to agree with these commons because the truth makes them feel a certain way. Like, for instance, if you're a liar, right? Then what you're creating is an energy of illusions. And when you have too many illusions, you become delusional. So if you're not adding up the illusion in life that you're putting forward, that you're spitting in the air, that you're manifesting, if you're not understanding the illusions that you're creating, then you might fall to the confines of a delusional or unproductive or a dysfunctional way of looking at things.
Yeah, I agree. And like since we here and we on Kev's live, and I know it's what he wants to talk about anyway. The idea of the version of accountability that's being pushed on the internet bothers me so much because I don't understand it. Like, I feel
What?
like everyone knows that they play a part in their own life. I feel like we're all like privy to that. And when people are saying things like, oh, well, you need to take accountability after someone is saying something traumatic that happened to them, it doesn't feel like accountability. It feels like you're telling them to take all of the responsibility off of everyone else in the situation and only put it on themselves. And I feel like that's detrimental to people's mental health.
I feel you.
It can be.
I was talking about that the other day because some people don't know what to be accountable for and all that stuff. That's just like I said with that situation. That's something they're gonna have to learn with themselves or whatever. Because
But you have to be honest.
huh?
You have to be honest. See, the first thing that we need to learn is how to be honest. You know, there's like I said this before, there's only one way to be honest, and that's objective thinking. And there's a billion ways to be dishonest. Until you start shifting all those dishonesties and understanding omission, exaggeration, embellishments. It's not just lying, stealing, and cheating. It's to be able to be concise with all the different ways to be dishonest. As long as you keep feeding your dishonesties, you're living in illusion. And an illusion, too many of them calculate into a delusional life. Now that's a whole different trauma to remove, as opposed to still being in the illusion of it. You still have a chance, you still have more potential in the illusion, but when it converts into a delusion, now it's part of your character. You might not even know that you're doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, as far as accountability is concerned, as long as you know what you did wrong or what role you played, that's what you need to be accountable for. Are there other factors involved? But nothing is more stronger than the role that you played in your own accountability.
Yeah, I'm gonna do another. Well, basically with that situation, like you say that people be, they be feeling like that they should blame the other person or whatever from their decision they made or whatever. But the thing is, I think once somebody able to, own up to their decision they make, 'cause the thing is, this is how accountability works. You know what I'm saying? It works because we got choices. You know what I'm saying? Choices in life as a human. We just got choices. We make all our choices. Even when we don't make a choice, that was a choice. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, we gotta own up to what we did and what we didn't do as to why we're in the position we are in right now, basically. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is like once we be able to, take it upon ourselves and tell us that we talk to ourselves and let us know, like, let ourselves know, like, if we are the ones that, did this or didn't do this, then, you look at life a whole different way. You know what I'm saying? You stop playing that little sorrow stuff because you can be like, yeah, you know what? I could have been better, or I could have made a better choice, or I could have adjusted to this or something like that. But it's not to just, because if you want to, put it in this way, if you want to say you want to go the other route and start blaming everybody else, you will never get to the root of the problem, because you're going to keep making the wrong decisions because you're not blaming yourself no more. You're going to keep going, you're saying they did it, this person did it, that person did it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to keep doing it, but you never got to the root of the problem, which is yourself most of the time. So how you going to ever be able to, you're going to keep complaining forever and ever because you don't take accountability. You never learn how to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree, but I'm saying that both things are true. Like, you played a part and the other people played a part. Like, unless you did it solely to yourself, everybody was involved. And
So-
like, I guess my question is, because my base is everything is my fault. So like, is that not everybody? Like, are other humans just out here literally thinking that nothing that ever happened to them was their fault ever?
Yes.
Yes.
There's people that blame everything on everybody else. There's people that take full responsibility for the accountability. And then there's people that can rationalize. Let me give you an example. When you go to court and you are in trial, they consider what's called mitigating circumstances and litigating circumstances. These circumstances are the things that before they sentence you, whether you're guilty or not, right? This is what helps determine if they're going to do a full sentence or not, because there are other mitigating factors. Now, the other people that were involved with what you're talking about, the accountability, those are mitigating. You're saying those are mitigating circumstances. You understand? So your parents, the environment, my boss sucks, the food sucks, my feet hurt, My head hurts. It's raining outside. I don't know how to fix the tire. Whatever it is, right? There's always going to be a percentage that belongs to someone else. But since we are the majority stakeholders in our decision making and our life, we have to take ownership first and then realize what role the other people play after. And you'll realize those people shouldn't have been in your life in the first place most of the time.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to say it in a quick example. It's just like you have two of the ones. Either you have one that completely thinks it's their fault, or one that takes no accountability at all. It's a little sometimes rare that they're kind of balanced out, I think. But I think that's where Laugh is probably trying to get people at. It's like you're just, and like Niche said, all you have to do is take responsibility for your part. You're not. It's not for you to take responsibility for everything that happened in the situation. I think that's where people get lost. As like, well, I got to be accountable because he did this. Yeah, he did his part or she did her part, but there is a part that you also played in that, and that's the part that you need to take in so that when you're moving forward, because life still has to go on after every situation, right? Unless you just out yourself, right? But life still has to go on. So I have to find what it is that I'm doing so that I don't continue it and those situations don't continue to happen amongst me, to me, that I can control. Because there are things we can't control, right?
That's right. There's something that's called guilty by association. There's something that's called guilty by association. The person that you are with, the energy that they have is affecting you. You don't have to do something directly to understand, hey, maybe I shouldn't have been around that person to begin with. Maybe the mistake was associating with certain people that don't resonate in the direction that I want to go. It's detrimental. And this is why we forgive people. It ain't to give them a pass. It's to free ourselves. And that is the part, Hobo, that you need to get. The high percentage of accountability is your role that you played, and the other pieces that come with it, forgive them, release them, because that is partial internal slavery. That is alienating yourself, you know what I'm saying, to the confines of other people's actions. Worry about your own actions and then see it from a different perspective and forgive them and release them.
I got another shit too, real quick. I always tell people, and this part of like kind of accountability in a way. I tell people that stop complaining about what you can't control. You know what I'm saying? So that's like, even when I say that though, because it's like kind of useless. You know, if you can't control another person, you can't control your job, you can't control none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You can only control what you do. You know what I'm saying? You can only control your selections and all that. So that's no different from accountability. So why complain about what the other person did to you? You know, what about that? All you can do is try to avoid that. You know, watch out for that type of person again. Make a better selection. People don't, they hate that. Make a better selection. They hate that one right there. But you know what I'm saying? That's the only thing you can do. Because what's the point? You're gonna keep talking about something that has nothing to do with. I mean, it has something dealing with you at the time. But I'm just saying, it's like life goes on. You know what I'm saying? They gonna have their own life while you still complaining about them. You know what I'm saying? So only do what you can do. You know what I'm saying? So you have to just pick something better or do something better. Change your way of thinking. Do all that stuff. That's one thing. Like I said, that's why I learned how to change myself. Because I can complain about my ex all I want. I complain about my old jobs, how they treated me. I can complain about all that stuff. But what that's gonna do for me? You know what I'm saying? Ain't like that's gonna come back to me and I complain about it so much it's gonna fix me or something like that. No, it's not. So I can only work on what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. So that's why I always, tell people to try to, the accountability or try to figure a way to, hold yourself accountable for all your decisions you make, because we are human. We can do what we want. These got this stuff that we act like we get limited to other stuff that people do around us and all that stuff. But no, we can do what we can. Like somebody was talking about before, one of my lives before, they was like, oh man, it's like walking with one leg or something when you had two legs. So whatever. You lost one leg, you still got to get to your goal no matter what. You got to do what you can. You can't let your one leg stop you in life. You got to keep moving forward no matter what. However, even if you got to go a different direction or a different way of moving, you still got to get there. So complaining is not going to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Blaming somebody is not going to do nothing. So, yeah.
A lot of energy spent right there. You know what I'm saying? When you do that, And look, everything in life has to be balanced and done in moderation. I'm not saying that by taking full accountability of what your role was and whatever happened means that you have to take the blame for everything that happens. I'm saying it does. I'm not saying that. Like, you can't take the blame for everything that happens. You just have to be accountable for what you did, or the actions or the thoughts that you did, or the things that you didn't do that led to where you at right now. That's all it is. And you learn from it and you say, okay, I don't like where I'm at. I don't like how I feel. I don't like the results or the consequences of my actions or my lack of actions. So you either learn from those hard knocks or you repeat history again. That's all it is. So what we're just trying to do is show people, worry about yourself for now, and then we'll worry about the other people later, because this is where it's at right now. Let's get into our blessings. Let's get into our education. Let's get into the things that we need. And then by the time we get to that point, we'll look at these people and be like, you know what? Get out of here. You're not even worth it. You feel me?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I
Nobody else.
don't disagree with you guys, but it's just for the people who exist in the way that I exist. If I'm finally to the point to where I can see the part that other people played and notice that everything that happened wasn't my fault, and then the first thing somebody says to me after that is, oh, well, this is your fault and you need to take accountability, that could be incredibly detrimental to somebody who's working on their healing, working on finding.
You're not lying. You're not lying, because it could actually erase all the work that you did on the way there.
Yeah. But is it actually told to you that way, or are you just receiving it that way? And if you're receiving it that way, you got to ask yourself, why are you receiving it that way? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people don't, and technically probably is telling you to be accountable for your decision. They're not telling you, to say like, oh, that's still your fault because it was their fault. You know what I'm saying? I'm highly doubt people saying it like that. But I guess some people, they will take it a certain way. But that's something you got to do within, you got to work on within yourself from that point if you take it that way. Because anybody can say anything to make it seem like something that you don't even know it really is. You know what I'm saying? Hey, did I say too much too fast? That was weird. I don't know if I
Listen. Putting the blame where it doesn't belong, right? Putting the blame where it doesn't belong, pointing fingers, making excuses, lying, stealing, cheating. All this is part of getting a grip with reality, removing the illusions, removing the things, right, that don't belong in a realistic conversation. You're never going to be emotionally intelligent, and you're never going to be sound to have a rational conversation if you can't control your feelings. Your feelings also have to do with your look at things. The way that you view things, your perspectives, is all connected to your emotions and your feelings. So once you start looking at things in a realistic view, things become a lot easier, because all that weight, all that pressure, to be somebody else, to resonate with somebody else, it goes away, because you're inclusive and in tune with yourself. Now you'll see that half the shit that bothered you before, you'll look at yourself and be like, I can't believe I let that shit bother me. It takes practice. It takes a lot of practice, and it takes a good support system.
It's not easy at all. Though.
No, it's not. It's not. It takes a good support system. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta want to do it. You gotta actually seek it. You can't just have it think it's just gonna come to your lap. You gotta really put in work. You know what I'm saying? It's all just building up. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta really want to do it. You can't just be comfortable with being you and stuff, especially if you not working. So if you want you to do better, you will have to be uncomfortable to be a better you.
Right. And you see what you said, Hobo? You said you don't think that people ever will. Okay, guess what you just did? You just made a realistic comment. But you don't have to own that. You don't have to own what other people don't get. That's not your responsibility of the people that don't understand or resonate or have the proper perspective. That's not on you, Hobo. It is what it is. Look, it is what it is until it ain't, right? But we don't have to take on those burdens. You know what I'm saying? Like, the world sucks. Oh shit, I wish I could do something to change the world. I can't change the world. I can influence people. I can help people to try to open up a better perspective, and then maybe they'll pass it along. But for me to change the world, I don't have the power to change the world. It is unrealistic to think that way. You have to stick within the confines of what you can and can't do. your abilities. We can grow together, but it's going to take more than just one man to make this happen. Life sucks, right? It could suck, right? Life can suck. Is that realistic? Can life suck at times? Yes, life can suck. It has been proven that there are shit that we went through in our life that makes us think, man, what in the hell is going on here? Like, why is this happening to me? But if you're going to sit there and say, why me? Why me? Why not him? Oh, this happened because of that. Okay, that's fine. Those are all factors that led you to where you're at. But if you worry about your role, you will not engage or put yourself in those situations and risk your joy, your peace, and your accomplishments. You won't do it.
Nisha, I didn't know you want to say anything for therapy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you guys have said most of it, gratefully. You made some very interesting points. I think what I was going to say is just accepting the accountability part of it is what arms us with power in the situation, because often enough life don't just happen to us. We are choosing to participate in something that doesn't feel right, doesn't look right, often enough have signs that aren't right, but for some reason we are in a place where we don't see those signs. And because we're human, it's okay to admit that that's where you were. But if we're just saying, look what they did, then we're saying that I'm waiting for the world to change. And that is the problem, because even if the world changes or that person changes, if you're not in contact with them, that doesn't affect your life. So when we talk about, you know, looking from within and, creating those changes that we need to make a different outcome, then we are deciding to make different choices. And it can be a very hard conversation. Like you said, when you're talking to people who just finally realize that, you know what, this is not all my fault. So it definitely is a process, and timing absolutely matters. That's why it's so um, harsh when you get on these public forums and people are just spewing things at you from their own experiences or trying to dissect your life. These things are tough. They're real tough to deal with. But like I said, when you can say, let me go back and see what choices I might have made that were not the best for me, it arms us with the power to make different choices. And so knowing that you're not taking anything from my story, knowing that I can still be hurt and still be empowered, knowing that I can still acknowledge that this person did XYZ to me and that was wrong, and I can still pick myself up, get back on the horse, and get back out there, whatever that means. You know what I'm saying? Is the tools that we need to press forward. Because without that, I think Kev said, we're just going in a circle. But that is a process that you've got to go through on your own. And sometimes we are in the company of people who do not know where we are with that process. So to tell somebody you were at fault, I agree, you could be completely wrong and completely detrimental, because that does not empower anyone if they're not in the space to understand that.
Absolutely. That's why I always say, look, when you go to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, right, you're around people that have similar situations. For whatever reason they became alcoholics, there's different reasons behind that. But what is the common factor? That they all are suffering from some type of alcoholism. So when you're going through something and you want change, you should hang out with someone that already did it, and you should hang out with someone that's actually trying it, so you could reflect on where you came from and where you're going. If you're the mid person in that, then that gives you the highest power, because you see where you're going and you see where you came from. The person that's just starting this route, they're still a little bit lost. The person that is more advanced than you, they're moving forward. They've learned how to move on. They've learned how to let go. And this is all the emotional and feelings attachment that I keep explaining to people. Get out of your goddamn feelings. I acknowledge
But
that
I
you
was,
have your feelings. I acknowledge it. They're true. They exist. But release them and don't stay there.
I was gonna say that when it comes to the feelings part, it's like having like if you're like say you're having pity on yourself, things like that. Every emotion I always feel has its place, right? That's what they're there for. Anyone that says they don't experience any of those feelings, they're lying because that's just it's already innate in us. You're gonna feel sad, happy, things like that. And life is gonna make sure you experience all of them. The thing about it is how you stay there. If I'm feeling a pity moment and staying in a pity position, what it does is it stagnates me from doing anything. It makes me feel like there is nothing that I can do to get out of this thing, and that someone else has to save me from it. Because sometimes we can be our worst critics, and we can create our own selves around us. So it's like we have to. It's something that we have to push to do, and it can be definitely difficult to do it. But conversations like this, I think, help at least spark something in us to see. Okay, hold on.
I don't know if you're fine for everybody else, you don't have to adjust, but it's kind of like
Okay,
muffled. Does
can
anybody
y'all
else
hear me
feel
now?
that? Even better.
It's
Okay,
probably
go ahead.
my Okay, sorry, you probably hear my kid over me. But I was kind of saying something out really quick that emotions, when it comes to the emotions and things, there is nothing wrong with experiencing them because life is going to make you experience all the emotions that you have. Anyone says that they don't experience them, they're lying, right? Because you all experience every emotion, happy, sad, whatever the case is. But the thing about experiencing those is that we create a cell around us when we get stagnant in them. Every emotion is not meant to stay. Like I think the real said earlier, that every emotion is not meant to stay. So if you're feeling pity, that it keeps you from not moving, right? Because now I feel like, oh, woe is me. It's only someone else can get me out of this. Like someone needs to come save me. When really, as much as it can be hard, these conversations can help us spark something to say, hey, I need to push myself because I'll stay here if I'm expecting someone to save me from it. Can somebody come and pull you out? Yeah, but you never know your own strength to do it yourself, right? So I think it's just important to learn the strength that we have in our own selves, and life is going to show us that in time. But again, like with the comes of emotions and things like that, it's important to experience them, feel them, but not stay there. Even in blissful moments, if you never experienced anything other than blissful, when you see something else and you're in life presents itself to you, you're like, oh my God, what do I do? I never had to deal with this. I never, you know what I'm saying? So like all those emotions, it's important to address them, express them, feel them when there's their time, but also be able to know within yourself when it's time to, entertain another emotion or entertain another thought because you'll be stagnant. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. We're the only animals. We're the only animals or existing creatures that have the ability to choose, and we take that for granted. You know, saying we take it for granted that we have the ability to choose. Most animals do what is natural to them. They're gonna do what the way they're wired. Humans have the ability to choose, and we don't want to take accountability for the choices that we make because we want to make excuses as to how we were forced to be in this position in the first place. That is an illusion. We create an illusion and a scapegoat so that we don't have to face the truth because nobody wants to face the consequences. This has to do a lot with one word that can change the dynamic of this whole conversation. It's called obligation. Nobody wants to feel obligated to do something. Nobody wants to feel obligated to do anything. But we need to be in tune with that word because in life, there are going to be things that you don't want to do. There are going to be things that are absolutely necessary, and we have to recognize them. And the more we fight it, the more difficult it is. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to be in tune with the things that you know what they say that if it tastes too good, it ain't good for you, or if it tastes bad, it's good for you. You know, that's old school saying. You know, if it don't hurt, it don't work. Look, that doesn't always fly with everyone. Everybody has a different situation, but the human thing that we need to look at is that we have choices. And some people stand there entitled thinking that the choices that we have to make are going to come in the mail or somebody else is going to do it for us. There are things that we have to be active in our life. We have to do it ourselves. We got to press the button. We got to open the door. We got to close the door. There are things that we have to do, but most people choose the easy way out because they don't want to deal with the consequences that come. And most of these consequences are positive consequences that we need to go through in order to get to where we're going. It's ridiculous.
Alter Ego said something that I think is vital, and I think everybody touched on it, but it was the part where you said sometimes we have to sit with these emotions. You know, if we're hurt, it's okay to be hurt. The thing with that hurt is that it's going to make a stain. It's going to be a memory. It's going to be a boundary, a new experience for you that you're going to associate with, an experience um, that's going to keep you accountable for yourself. And
And
if I did not deal with it tomorrow, and I may end up in that same situation again. We know that our feelings affect us. You know, that's when they're going to work for us. You know, in the instance where we can. I'm sorry about this. I don't know if you guys can hear the vacuum going in the background, but the purpose is
You
to
coming in
develop
and
a
out.
boundary for yourself because nobody wants to feel like that.
just
Right.
scared me from being low to loud. That would just scared me.
But this is the funny part. You see what she just said? Watch this. Nobody wants to feel certain ways, but yet we're comfortable in staying in our feelings. That's a you're right with what you're saying, but that's a high human contradiction that many of us go through. You know,
Well, it's more
imagine if we
so we
could
don't
pick
want
and
to do
choose
anything
our
outside of our
feelings.
comfort zone.
Think about it. Imagine we could pick and choose our feelings. I don't want to feel that. I want to feel this. The truth is that we can, but we got to get to a level of emotional intelligence, and it takes steps to get there. When I get up in the morning, I don't live my life to chance. I know how I'm going to feel that day. January 1st, I'm already saying this is the best year of my life. And people would say, but how could this be the first year of your life when the year just started? Why am I going to try to make the best year of my life and not live it as though it already is? You see how that mindset works? I'm going to live my life to chance. I'm going to get up in the morning and ask, I wonder what kind of a day am I going to have today? You're going to let your life be led by chance? That's very risky business.
Nish, you got your audio fixed up there, man. I don't know if you was finished saying what you were saying.
She was saying something good, but she was coming in and out, man. I really wanted to hear what she was saying.
To nothing to what's going on? People's internet first, not her mic.
Can you hear me?
Say a
Can you hear me
sentence and I'll
now?
tell you. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I was saying feeling that pain and acknowledging that pain start where it's going to be the beginning of your boundaries because nobody wants to feel like that. Nobody wants to feel that pain. So if I'm getting close to anything that's going to be don't be close to that. I'm going to start questioning my decisions. I'm going to start questioning, what I'm allowing in my space. So that pain and that feeling of pain can be valid and important to, your coach because it's that. You just want to be out there and say, but more importantly, you want it to be used as a tool and not a stumbling block to what it is that we're going through.
Is it? I wonder if it's because it's my room connected to them. I don't know. It's weird. I know everybody's stuff messing up in my room.
It could probably just be where she is.
Okay. Me, somebody was trying.
You see, like, look, some people would doubt that I am not in control of myself, but it's the truth is that I am in control of myself, and I can tell you this because I'm at that point. The only people that would deny that someone else is not in control is because they've never felt the freedom and the luxury of being in control. You understand what I'm saying, Kevin? Kevin, have you not grown in the last 3 or 4 months?
Most definitely, most definitely, yes. That's
How much of that is attributed to your control?
contribute to my control.
Right.
That thing there 100% in my control. It's the only way I'm gonna grow is myself.
I
What
rest
I
my case.
choose to receive, what I choose to listen to, how I choose to adapt. You know what I'm saying? That's 100% me. Something I have to make the choice to do. So yes, it's me and who I decide to listen to. You know what I'm saying?
I just
But
always say, like, when life happens to you, like, some things you can't help what happens, but you can help how you react to it. I think that's kind of part of, that factor. We experience things and life happens, but we have a big part to play in how we go around it and how we get through it.
Well,
Hormigo, I
look,
want to go back to that. You said that people are in their feelings.
correct.
Um, when you said that, I kind of went and cringed because I want to say no, they're not. And here's the reason why. And I don't have an answer for where I think people are. Yeah, I do. I think people realize their feelings are there, but I think we're seeing an emotional intelligence of 0. And the example for me that always makes me cringe at where are we at emotionally? I feel some sort of way. I feel some kind of way. Because to me, that's saying you feel something that you know is an emotion, and you cannot find one word in the extensive language to describe how you feel. That means we ain't in my feelings. My feelings are haunting me. They're haunting me. I
I get what
don't know
you're
what my
saying.
feelings are. I can't explain what my feelings are. Therefore, I can't even tell you what's going on with me. I can't.
Right.
Thank you. Went out again.
She's 100% right. She's 100% right. But the thing is that just because you can't express how you feel or what you're feeling doesn't mean that you're not in your feelings. Because the whole part of the reason why I went back to school is so that I can express myself in a more eloquent fashion, right? So that I know how to have positive debates, right? So that I can learn more synonyms, so I can realize that we're all saying the same thing sometimes, but it sounds like it's competitive. But as long as I have self-control, I can see it from a different perspective. 95% of the mistakes and the bad decisions that we made are tied to an emotion or a feeling.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
No, I agree. What you described, though, in talking about it, is where my diversion from you. What you said was you learned to. I don't want to misstate it, but it was like you say you determine that you're not going to do those things. That for me sounds like behavior modification versus the transformation where I don't want to do those things anymore. If I know that it's not appropriate for me to cuss you out and call you all kind of names that are inappropriate, and I don't do it, but I really want to, that's behavior modification. When I understand that you have a right to speak just like I do, and I don't have to buy into or accept or agree at any given time, and that you're free to speak just like I am, I no longer want to be in that situation of doing that thing towards you that I'm saying in my head. That to me is the transformation. And I think when healing happens, we let go of that need to do behavior modification because our first nature is to do those things that are loving and sustainable and life embracing with each other. That for me is the jump in. Yeah, you can't be doing stuff to people. And so if the best I can do is behavior modification, don't do it. Matter of fact, if the best I can do is put a rule down, don't do it, or this is what's going to happen if you do, because that's the extreme behavior modification when we don't have the value alignment. I want us to get to the place of transformation where now I can see you and I understand that the ways that you don't act in loving ways towards me is the damage you got, and the way that I don't act in loving ways towards you is my damage. And we each gonna go and work on our stuff so that we can be better together. And we're gonna not harm ourselves and not harm each other in the process. Because then I think what we do when we get to that point, or we have people, critical mass at that point, those people can operate real differently than the people that still need those rules.
That is
And that's
that
that
is my
leadership.
point.
Those are
That
what our leaders, I think, should look like in this phase that we're going in. The live it, all the rest of this stuff we've said, that it's a transformative work and not just you learn it theoretically. Because the do as I say, not as I do, I think is how we've been doing it, especially faith. I've been in the faith space. We've especially been doing that. Our faith leaders, this is what you need to do, but don't come look at my life and pull my curtains back. So I agree
absolutely.
with you. And we're probably saying the same thing.
Listen,
But
let me help out a little bit. I agree with what you're saying, but I can't agree wholeheartedly because it's not complete when it comes to my story. What you're saying is absolutely right, but it's only part of it. It's just
yes,
one section. Like you talk about transformational, and then there's delegative, and there's authoritative, but then there's also something called transmutation, where you can take your deepest desires and change those desires and get anything you want out of life, you know? And I don't want to get into this subject, but for instance, I can take my sexual desires and I can transmute those very strong desires into a will to get something else, to be rich, to be educated, to be loved, to be accepted, to put myself in a better position. So again, what you're saying is correct, but it's just not complete when it comes to my book. Maybe I don't
I
know if
agree. No, I
that
agree with you. That's one piece of it. And I agree with you even further in that for me, it's from the community standpoint. If we don't deal with all aspects of our life, and so I think coming from the faith, the spirituals perspective as the core piece of us, I think if we don't deal with things like sexuality, and that makes a lot of people nervous, if we don't deal with some of those areas that are the unspoken, because if we don't have, if the spiritual people who are trying to do this work don't have an understanding for things like BDSM and kink, and whether that's it can be impacted in the positive or the negative, and how we deal with sexuality and the honest part of it, not the say what you're supposed to say part. If we don't deal with that, then it's not a practical solution. It's a pie in the sky, and we're just dressing it up and sugarcoating it. I think we have to go to all of those places that we've been refusing to go to get to solutions. And so having people who have the capacity to have these conversations and to be able to say, all right, well, we got to dive into this sexuality, and it not be your emoji offended me. Really? We talking about emojis before we can even get to and I'm saying that not in jest, I'm saying that literally, because I listened, kind of research into a discussion today, and they went side railed because there was an emoji that offended someone. And everyone went into this tailspin over it. And I'm talking about 1,500 people in this live room. And some of that is where our leadership has got to be the mature kind of strength, the spiritual kind of maturity, the life kind of maturity. And it's not an age thing, because I think somebody can be 20 years old and be a wise sage with some of these key components. And then for me, I just retired as a farmer. So I'm talking about food, farming, economics. I'm talking about housing. I'm talking about a whole lot of other things that tie into that. And I think if we're going to do it, all of these cogs have to be moving at the same time for us to get that momentum going forward. So I think you and I are definitely on the same page. I think it's an integrated solution. I think it absolutely starts with healing, because I think we can't even have some conversations with some folks unless a little bit of healing gets done, so that we even can have some ground rules that everybody agrees to be able to make sure that we're not causing harm in the spaces that we have these conversations. So I think we're saying the exact same thing. This is just one little piece. And I think we've talked about 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 of the other ones. And I think that is a balanced approach to looking at society, because you can't do it in a silo.
If we have the same agenda, right? If we have the same agenda and we have the desire to find solutions, then we can create a diverse conversation where I can see some things that are missing in your statement and you can see some things that are missing in my statement. This is where completeness comes from. It doesn't come from one person. It comes from a panel of people that has cross functions, a cross-functional team that bring different strengths, you know what I'm saying, to the table. Because if everybody's the same, then everybody's going to be talking about the same thing. So
if everybody brings one slice of the pie and we put it together, I think we will begin to build some really robust solutions. I'd be willing to be a part of that think tank.
Absolutely. But the thing is that now we have to learn how to weed out the fakes. Now we have to learn how to weed out the ones that are half-assed.
Some of us may have those triage skills within us. Some within that midst, those skills and competence. I believe that this is personal belief. I don't have any science behind this, but I think we're at the time where many of us have been doing this journey, decades, some of us, and we have begun putting pieces of it together. But I think in building community, you cannot do it in isolation. So I think none of us has the capacity to have all of the pieces for us to be able to have all of the tools that we need to really move the momentum forward. We're each doing it in our own lives, in our own different ways. But I think it really is a time for us coming together and figuring out how we go back to that mastermind think tank that is about how we want to come out of this conversation with tools that we have the capacity to go put on the ground right now. You know, where's the funding, where's the resources, and which people are the ones that we should target first? What's the strategy? Because if you're not strategic, then we're just throwing it out there to everyone, and that doesn't seem like a real good strategic thing, just from a business standpoint. I'm a business person. You know, that's just not a good approach. And so those are things that I'd like to think. And I think within that group, we will have the tools that we need. Those questions that you're asking, someone's been working on a solution and they have it. Several of the things you've mentioned are things that I know I've got the curriculum done. You know, it's done and it may already be bound up. So the pieces, I think, are the universe has put those pieces out there. Now it's for us to find each other. You know enough to know that you're in this conversation and not another one. So there's something that your social triage is triggering that says this is at least going in the right direction, talking about the right things in the right path that aligns with me. So I think we've got some of those spidey senses already in place.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And everybody's spidey senses are a little bit different. And we can feed off each other by supporting each other, by saying, hey, you know what? I saw that before. I read that somewhere. I'm actually writing that. You know what I'm saying? Look, it's all based on participation level. You know, like how much are you willing to do and how far are you willing to take this? Because it could be a group of 5 of us, 5 strong ones. Now, if we have 5 weak ones, then we need more people who are involved in this group. If you have 5 weak people, you might need 10 people or 15. But if you have 5 strong people, then the pros and cons to that is they are more equipped to have a better conversations and to find solutions in a more expedited way. And if you add more people, you add diversity, but you also have to deal with all the fluffy stuff that comes with it. There's a higher percentage that someone in that group might not be as ready as we perceive them to be, or they might be talking out of their own, abilities. You're saying when the numbers change, so do the ratios, bad and good. So you understand what I'm saying? Like it's a mathematical thing.
You're saying you need
Can
a
we hear
tool?
J Love real quick? Because I think we're veering off, and I know she wants to get on the point that we were talking about. I don't know if she wants J Love wants to
I,
speak.
hey, thank you, Alter. I was just literally listening to what y'all were talking about and just trying to. Honestly, I saw Kev's questions and then I was like, well, y'all are on this conversation. I didn't want to interrupt because I was just really listening to what y'all were saying because honestly, my mindset, I really haven't been on TikTok since before Christmas. I want to say probably Thursday. I just kind of got off and I was gonna delete TikTok altogether. Like all social media, I was just getting rid of it because I'm finding that we are having these repeat conversations and I'm over them. I'm literally over who does what, who did what, who ain't doing what, who hurts the most, who like I'm over all of them. Like I'm done at this point because I feel like as a person who is educated in a experience or place and you're asking me a question and I'm giving you a response and you want to debate that response with me, but you're not successful in what you're asking me about, why are we having this discussion? Like, stop asking me the same repeated question. I keep giving you the same repeated answer, and you're still doing the same thing. That is the definition of insanity. So for me, I'm tired of the repeated conversations, and I'm like you, real. I'm ready to get to solutions.
Right.
Whatever those solutions are, let's get to those solutions. But when you speak of solutions, everybody is like, well, there is no solution. Well, then what are we talking about? Why are we
Right.
talking
So it's
about it?
pointless. Right.
Like I don't, it doesn't compute in my brain. So what are these discussions? So, huh?
That's a good one. I feel you on that. Like, why we talk? If your answer is no solution, then why continue talking about it? That's a good one.
Yeah,
I
I'm
like.
I'm over it. I'm over the black men versus black women versus black men. Who's
It
the
goes in
most wrong?
circles,
Who's
right?
the most
It
right? I'm
circles.
over the passport bros. I'm over all them conversations. Don't talk to me about them. I don't want to have them because
Don't talk to me.
like
J,
nobody, yeah, because nobody's listening, nobody's coming up with a solution, nobody wants to, and it's like, so what are we talking about? Okay, you want your passport, and then when I say, okay, well, it's cool, get your passport, go on out the country, do you, and then it turns into quit telling them to say that, and that ain't the way it should be. Well, if these men feel like they are not getting what they need here, let them go. I don't understand. So it's
no,
just and then like tonight,
Oh,
I got
wait.
the
Oh,
what was the argument tonight? Tonight was having a discussion, and it was said, well, I want my woman to not be combative. Okay, I can get with that one. I want her to be agreeable, cooperate all the time. Um, and what was the other thing? And I want to make every decision in the house. I'll listen to her opinion, but I want to make every decision in the house. And I said, every decision? How does that work?
that's a
But
lot.
for me, and no, H. Carter, that's not submission. And that's my problem with these conversations. We're having conversations about situations that people are not participating in currently. And they don't understand what these conversations that they're having. So now I'm sick of having them. So I'm about solutions. Where we headed? Where are we headed? What are we doing? King, that was like earlier tonight. I just had that conversation. But what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? So if we can't come to solutions, like I get up every morning. King doesn't know. I watch him in the morning. He may see me pop in or whatever, but I listen to him because I'm trying to learn some different stuff about business, some different ideas. Because we're coming up on the new year. Let's do something different. You know what I'm saying? Let me do something different. What are we doing, people? So I'm with the real. Let's get some solid people to have some solid conversations about some real issues, and not this, you not submitting to me and I'm the head of my household and you're gonna do what I say do. Like, I don't want to talk to y'all about that no more. I
That
really
shit makes
don't.
me sick. Jay, let me tell you something, Jay. I've been watching in the shadows, because you know I watch you, where someone asks you a question.
Uh-huh.
They're not really asking you a question, sweetheart. They're asking you to agree with them in a question form.
Exactly. Exactly.
I've
I
seen it, and I've seen you blow your top, and I'm like, here we go. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
I
if
think
you got this lady to blow her top, one of the most humblest ladies that I know, that means that you definitely rubbed her the wrong way, and you're doing something to pull people out of character, because you're not actually asking me my opinion.
exactly.
You're asking me to jump on board with you, because the moment that I tell you what I feel, nah, but it's not that.
Exactly. Exactly. And you know what, real, for the most part, I try not to blow my stack because, and like we've had the discussion.
Mhm,
We don't really, we know each other on here. We're respectful of each other, but when we
mhm,
shut this app down, we really, they they you know what I'm saying? We really, if we really shut this app down, we really don't know each other on the other side of it. You know what I'm saying? So at
mhm,
the end of the day, we could all be up here feeding each other, whatever. Now, I have a good power of discernment about people, so I can pretty much understand, okay, yep, I like the real because he speaks the truth. And Nisha and Alter Ego and Kev, like get on Kev's live. Everybody else I've been kind of steering away because I just don't feel, I feel drained and I don't feel fulfilled in said conversations at this point in my life. And so it's just like, okay, I need somebody that's going that wants to say, "Hey, you know what? Let's get on this business train. Let's talk about business. Let me help you." And that's why I started watching Official King, because I know that's what he's doing. And they get on there and they having these conversations, and I can rock with these conversations because now it's helping me become a better person, so I can potentially help somebody become better in my industry or give somebody something else. You know what I'm saying? But this continual conversation that we have in our community, no, I'm done with it. I'm over it. Like, I'm really over it. And I literally almost canceled my whole, because I'm tired of us teaching the
You get
wrong
tired of
information.
holding people's hands, man.
Yeah, you're welcome, King. Well, it's not even holding their hands. I'm tired of misinformation getting talked about. Let's stop
Yeah.
giving misinformation. Let's stop
Misguided
saying,
information.
yes, let's stop saying that marriage is different for everybody. Marriage is marriage. You either got a piece of paper, a covenant, and you done stood in front of a pastor, preacher, magistrate, somebody, and sign your name. You understand what I'm saying? But everybody, oh well, marriage is different for everybody, and it ain't. What? Let's stop teaching that. We're supposed to be teaching women that you want me to teach a woman what submission looks like and what it should be, but you don't want to teach a man what marriage is and what he's supposed to do on his end. That's not how that works. Hey, A-Train, that's not how that works.
But
The
Jay, you
pride
said
that
it.
men
You
carry for
said it.
themselves, we're taking that from them by telling them that they don't have these responsibilities. Like, what are we saying? But we want women to submit and we want you to submit and do everything that we say do, but you ain't nothing worth submitting to. I don't think that every man is honorable and deserving of all this level of respect just because he's a brother. Why? He might be out there killing his community off every day, but I'm supposed to respect that? No, that's not how that works. But people want me to be like, yeah, 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 and champion this stuff. I can't do it. I'm sorry. So you know.
Jay, you
That's
listen.
What's
crazy.
You
up?
on the money.
Huh?
I want to say, I say you on the money.
Oh, thank
But
you.
let me say that I'm like you. I almost canceled my app before I found Kev's page the other day, and I told them like we had a whole live about it, and I was like, I'm triggered. I'm triggered. If
Girl.
we get 15 people in here, I might leave because it's just too much. It's too much going on. But she said something, and uh, she's not up here no more. She said something. She said something about isolation, and there's not enough people going into that isolation. We keep saying it starts within. It starts within. It starts within. Right? That isolation period is important. It's important for you to figure out what your traumas are, get on the other side of them, grab your
Hmm.
tools. So when you come back to the conversation, you got something to work with. These people are speaking from their trauma. They're living in their trauma. They're breathing in their trauma. They're spewing out their trauma, trying to compare their trauma to your trauma. And it's just chaotic. I had a full blown conversation with the Passport Boys today about what their plan was. And I said what you said. If they want to go, they can go. Here's my thing. If you are taking your power somewhere else, right? There is, and we're not going to go into this, but I'm just saying my thing was, if you're saying I'm all knowing, all powerful, and I'm the leader, and I have all of these skills and abilities that I think you should respect, but instead of fighting for what is for our community, I'm going to take them elsewhere, then you render yourself powerless, right?
Baby,
So
listen,
we
I
were
just said the
having,
same thing that I just said that not 2 hours ago. The same thing you just said.
and I'm like, here's the thing. I asked them, I said, so what is the plan? So the plan is just pick up and go. There's
Yep.
nothing after that. So you think you're going to land on somebody else's property, so to speak, and just pick up and go? Who's following that? Who going with you? You don't have a plan for America or Ghana or anywhere else in this world. And I asked them, like, if all of your experiences with women are negative, then you need to change the women that you're stepping to.
Child.
But they did not hear that because he said to me, yeah, well, I dated 4 women, he dated 6 women, he dated 10 women. So that's the stats y'all going with? That don't make sense to me. You talking about 15 women out of the entire world. It's
That's what
causing
I
you
said.
to jump ship. But you are saying that you are the real black man with the vision, but your only vision is to run. I can't get behind that. But if
Baby,
you want to go, you can go. Ain't
baby,
nobody arguing with you.
girl. Listen, you said the same. I think we must have drank from the same cup today because I said the same words today. But this is my thing is this. Like I said, because one guy he said them Passport Brothers, he recently just got married to a woman over there, but he had to do a dowry and he had to do one to her family and his family and somebody else, and he had to sit down and talk to her dad and uncles and
Mm,
brothers and cousins and get their permission, and they all had to agree and do. I said, and y'all did all of this for an agreeable woman, just for a
what?
woman. I said, do you do understand that women who are true grown women, we can naturally be led. We naturally follow. That's what we do
Right.
if we're following the right person.
You have
And I
to
said,
appeal to
but
me.
yeah. And I said, but this is my thing. I said, y'all are having these discussions about women, and the person said to me, well, she wore a mask. I said, wait a minute. How long was
Mm,
this relationship? He
mm.
said 5 years. I said, wait. I said, ain't no way. I said, a person can't wear a mask for that long. I said, that woman sent up every red flag. You just chose to swat them down and go, oh, I can get past that. Oh, I can deal with that. Oh, it's
Accountability.
okay. Oh, it's this. I said, because either she had a mean sex game, she had a mean talk game, she had
Something.
something
And
that
it's
made
okay to
you.
admit that.
Yeah. And he was like, no, no. She just, and I said, no. I said, because at the end of the day, I said, if you are the man that you say you are, then a mask wouldn't have lasted 5 years, sir. That's not how that works. But my thing was, this is the other thing I've come to realize. And I learned this just like watching Kev, because Kev is like, he's trying to get himself together. He's doing his thing before he
Right.
tries to put himself in a place of being with anybody. What I've learned in these things is that people aren't dating anymore. They're trying to apply marital rules to boyfriend, girlfriends, and they're not dating anymore. What man is supposed to pay a woman's bills? I'm confused. I have never in my life, we dating, so you got to pay all my bills. Huh? What? And y'all falling for this okie doke. And then when your feelings are hurt, so like the real said, folks
Get out
lead
your
by their
feelings.
feelings. Your feelings hurt because you didn't let her take you all around the world, your wallet with her, and now you mad. So now you want to go over here and find you a woman in another country just so she can go, yes, boss. Yes, boss. I said, let
But
me tell
here,
you something. I said, I've been with the same man. Me and my husband been rocking for 28 years. There is no way my house could flow and function if every decision in this house had to be made by him. He would look at me like, who did I marry and why am I with you?
Knowing
If
you.
you don't have enough intelligence to hold this house down, because that's my job. My job is to take care of my home. So if I got to
right.
call him and go, okay, well, I'm thinking about signing a little Johnny up for soccer, but it's $100 and we don't have but $130, but I gotta buy him some. Like, she can't make that decision. Well, I'm paying all the bills. I said, I don't care if you pay everyone. I said, my husband pays everyone in my house, but he don't make every decision in here. I said, because I have a brain.
Right. And here's what we know as women on this side. The same approach that you are making towards your dating life is the same way you are dealing with your finances. It's
Thank
the
you.
same way you're working your social life. So this is why you can't find the woman that will submit to you. Because look
Child.
at, you are telling me that you want just any random woman on, they told me this, any random woman on the street is supposed to date you.
Mhm.
That's the level of intensity that you are approaching with dating. Like you're going to build a family with whatever woman will say, hey, I will date you.
Let me
That's
tell you.
not acceptable.
He said to me, this is when I was done with the conversation. He said, I don't want a woman. I will not be with a woman who makes more money than me. I will not date a woman um who has the potential to make more money than me because she don't listen. And when he said that right there, I said, you know what? Let me be done with this conversation
Right.
right now today because,
It lets you know
Said right now
exactly who you're
today.
talking to.
huh?
I said it lets you know they identify themselves. You know, like they and you know exactly who you're talking to at that point. You're arguing with a 5-year-old that cannot get his way, but he
Yep.
wants a woman to lead. You
Uh-huh.
know, and these men are raising sons.
Yes.
I'm like, what?
Yes.
But this is the point though. Like you said, when we turn off this app, some people never turn off this app. See, this
Yeah.
conversation that we're having right here, we can apply to any area in our lives because it's all relevant. You out here
Hmm.
trying to figure out how to find a woman when you ain't found yourself.
Hello.
And that's the problem most of the time because again, all of these, the way you look at dating is the way that you do. So if I sit in this conversation, right, I can get some tools that will rectify some of my financials. I've heard some things here that could deal with my socials. I've heard some things here that I could use with my children. And that conversation ain't nothing I can use. You know what I'm saying?
Girl.
We're only talking about dating and we're running around a hamster wheel, but you don't realize your whole life is not dating. You're gonna have to turn this app off, right?
Hmm.
And divulge yourself in some things that's going to be edifying to your life as a whole, which is what she was talking about. You know, sitting in that stillness, in that solitude, saying, wait a minute, let me check my boxes and make sure that I'm hitting the right notes here. So when I come
Hmm.
out here, I'll actually have something to contribute to the conversation.
But you know,
But they don't want that.
that's
They
the
want
thing.
popularity. Go ahead.
But you got to remember, people sitting with yourself, and as an adult woman, I will say this: sitting with yourself is the hardest thing that you could ever do. And it's because if you sit with yourself and you're listening, and I don't know anybody's, spirituality connections or whatever they choosing, but when you sit with yourself and God, and you really sit with yourself and God, and you listen and you hear, let me tell you something. He shows you some stuff about you that you be like, really, Lord? Because let me tell you, when I
Ooh,
sat
hold
with
up.
J Love,
She done
baby,
sparked
I got
something.
whooped. Let me tell you something. He whooped me. Y'all. Whoo,
Hold on.
gosh.
Wait a minute, J Love. Because I keep
Huh?
that part right there, like, if that's not a fact, and I
Girl.
think so. Let me just go recap real quick, and I know Major wants to speak. Um, the whole thing when it comes to like getting out the app or whatever, because it just feels very like draining. That's kind of why I haven't even really been live like that, because it's like people are expecting you to have these deep topics and things like that, and this one sided thought. I'm over the one-sided thoughts. I'm over the you don't agree with the way I think, then it's nothing. Like, it's all that's just becoming silly to me at this point. But the part you're saying with the sit with yourself, and I think that's why so many people, can't have so much to say on other aspects without seeing yourself. When you really sit with yourself, you become. That's how I can tell when people sit with themselves or not, because your humbleness, it shows. Like, the compassion, I've learned to have more compassion, but at the same time speak on certain things that are important. But you become more humble when you see that you're not as squeaky as you think. You, like you said, God will reveal stuff to you, like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay, you're right. Okay, that's true. You like, wow, okay, got you. But it helps you also. I think that's where also wisdom comes from, because it gives you a better insight as well. It allows you to see other people's perspectives from different things. So I think people that are like more balanced thinkers, like I think several of us on this panel, I think most of us on this panel is that way. It can, those kind of topics and the topics that are going around right now, they're becoming very frustrating, because it's like you're hitting a brick wall. Like, it's just a brick wall at this point. So it's like I feel the same way when it comes to pretty much what everybody's saying. Just at this point, just do what y'all want to do. And I know it sounds crazy, because when you're speaking on certain points, if you're not agreeing to that point, if you're not, no one's really open to new ideas and new concepts or a different perspective than their own. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's really where the issue is that if you're not agreeing to this exact point, then you're completely off kilter. And I think that's really the problem. And my thing is, like, at the end of the day, like I think we said, when you close this app, you're dealing with yourself and your own life. And not
What?
everybody else agreeing with you, not everybody else, making you feel this way and this way. And you may not even agree with what you even saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the stuff that you're saying, you don't even feel that way. You probably don't even have that ability. But it sounds good, and then many people agreeing with you, but when you close this app, it's just you.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I definitely understand, like, that's kind of where I am. It's the conversations are just like they're cycling and cycling and cycling. That's why I told laugh when I came in here. It's refreshing right now because we can just talk about something suitable for us, something that like how you cannot help anyone else without literally looking within yourself and knowing how you are. That's why I can't be moved by certain things. That's why you can't push me off of, if I want to speak on something, I speak on it, but like foundationally I'm good because I've dealt with me and I know what I think, what I want. I don't have to
Yes,
get
sir.
everybody to agree with me. I don't have to get everybody to be on my side. If you don't want to agree with me, that's fine. I'm going to still make my point and be done. I'm not going to argue you to the ground. Because
Oh
at the end
yeah.
of the day, when you go your way and I go mine, that's what we're doing. I'm not paying
Right.
your stuff, you're not paying mine, so don't matter much. Your opinion, that opinion, don't matter once the app is off. It just don't matter. But I think some people hold on to that and they stay on here and they have to cycle these conversations because they're trying to convince themselves of something that they know isn't even realistic. So I'm like, some of us get upset and arguing with them about stuff they know ain't even realistic for themselves. So it's
Exactly.
like I don't need to argue with
Amen.
you about that anymore because at the end of the day, I know what works for me. I know what brings me peace. I know what brings me sanity. I know what keeps me out of prison. I know those things. So I don't have to go that far with you. I get to say my point and be done. But the cycling and cycling and cycling out is just like it starts being an ego trip, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I can't.
Yeah, it's crazy because just like you said, people will get on this app and they'll say, people don't even know you. That's just like, me and Real get into it and I go, ooh, your glasses are ugly and blah, blah, blah. Like, wait, what? When you know who you are as a
Right.
person, what you think about my physical appearance doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Like, what? Because what I find is that people, when they can't beat you in one area of your thought process, they try to whoop you in other areas. My thing is this, and I'll tell anybody this. I'm not well versed in a lot of things, like scripture wise. I know scripture, I know the Bible, I know my relationship. But sometimes, people be talking about stuff, but I'm a firm believer of looking up whatever it is you talking about. I got an iPad, another phone, and I'm always looking
Right.
up what you're speaking. So when I hear people speak about things, I'm like today I heard somebody say, boy, I almost I fell over off my bed laughing. Somebody said, when a queen, when the queen, if she's a true queen and she goes off and she gets married, what does her husband become? He becomes the ruler. He becomes the king. I said, who told you that lie? Because that's not true. That's not how that works. Why are you like? But
Oh,
what I,
sorry, I thought I was on mute. So,
but that's what they said. Hey, Bert, that's what they said. Yeah, and she's the queen and he becomes the king. First of all, he does not. I don't know what royal court you've ever looked at, but I'm gonna need for you to stop telling that lie. So then it was that, and basically the conversation was about salvation, and these two people were talking about it and they were kind of going back and forth about the Bible, and then one person was like, when the scripture, you can find the scripture here, but then you can find another scripture that coincides with the two scriptures. So if you find it in Exodus and then Philippians, the stuff that's in between it don't matter because they go together. I said, what? That's the kind of stuff right there that's gonna lead somebody salvation straight to the pits of where. And so when I hear conversations like this again, I literally have to go, nope, I am going to move on. Let me scroll on by. Cause this right here, y'all about to have somebody in hell. I don't care what you say. Like it just, so I'm over it. I'm over these conversations. If we can't get to solutions, like Kev always says, the solution. If we can't get to the solutions, then you know what? I don't really want to have the conversation anymore because I'm tired of hearing about how awful women are when I know better than that. I know women who have some behaviors that they want to change, but they don't know how to change. But if you get on this app and you listen to these conversations, it sounds like these people can't change. And that's crazy to me because a person can become whatever they want to be. But my thing is this, if that woman that you're trying to date isn't the woman that you want to be with, leave her alone. It is easy. Just leave her alone. Right, lovely. We can't fight over the solution.
They can't even get the attention.
Exactly. We don't have to
They
fight
can't even
over.
get the woman's attention.
I only dealt with
Go
I
ahead, A Train.
dealt with these for about a month. Dealt with these passport boards for about a month. I just found out about them. I don't think they're real passport boards because some of them ain't even been to the next state where they live. And most all of them broke. I mean, I was talking to one last night. I said, well, bro, how much money you make? That ain't none of your business. I said, well, we're having a conversation. He said, well, I make between $50,000 and $60,000. I said, man, you ain't got enough money to buy a plane ticket. I mean, but it's weird how they talk, but they're not real. They're not real passport boys. Because I know real passport boys, and you don't even know they passport boys because they done snuck off and left.
Exactly. Real passport boys ain't out
You ain't
here
gotta
going,
talk
I'm a
about it.
passport
Gotta
boy.
talk about it.
None of them are doing that. And that's the thing that I think people don't understand. If you are something, you don't have to broadcast that thing. I don't have to get on TikTok and go, I am a humble woman. Anybody who tells you they're humble, go on the other way. Just go ahead the other way because they ain't humble. At the
That's
end of
that's
the
And
the
the
day,
other guy I
opposite.
was talking
That's the
to,
opposite of
he
humble.
said he was a passport boy, sir. And let me I said, bro, I know you can't even get a passport, bro. You got a Class C felony. How you got a passport?
right?
Funny that
You
y'all
know what
talk
I'm
about.
saying? If you listen to their conversation, they just talking about. I think they just trying to stir up black women, like make them mad.
Well, some of them
Like they,
really are truly leaving. Like they are going, and it's nothing wrong with that. My thing is, I don't. If you're going to go quietly, right? Because the single women over here, they don't care. But this is my problem. My problem is that you want to say that you're going to do this because of whatever reason, but as soon as a black woman goes out here and gets her a man of another race, then you're in your feelings. So which is it? Is it okay for her to go date the other race? Or is she a sellout because she didn't want you? And now you got to go cross country to find the agreeable woman. I don't get it. And maybe I don't get it because I've been married for so long, but it don't make sense to me. So
Yeah, I think
I'm
yeah,
done
that
with the
it's
conversation.
funny y'all talking about the passport thing because I was in a room where I said the exact same thing you said, but it was like the whole room tried to tear me up for what I was saying and stuff, and I was like, I'm literally like the passport boys. If they was really passport boys, they not about to speak on what they, not they not about to speak on that. And the ones they was talking about is like they call it the Pookies and the Rayways. They call some new saying now. I guess it's Pookie passport boy. I don't know, whatever. Some new stuff they came up with. But I'm like,
You
if someone
know,
about it, they not gonna speak on it. You know what I'm saying?
this
But
is this is the other thing that I want to say because I understand that, us as black women, and I say us, no matter how long I've been married, I will say us. We have a way with our mouths, and we can be very combative, and we can be very demeaning. All of that, right? But what people are failing to understand is, hey, Lavelle, what people fail to understand about a black woman is that if the right man loves her, she is going to want to sit in her femininity and be the woman that is for that man. I don't understand why men can't get to that because you are expecting a person to change at the drop of a hat. I tell everybody, I don't care who you are. I didn't marry my husband to change him. I married him because I loved him.
mm,
I married him because of the man that he is. I love him, faults, flaws, and all. And Aaron Johnson, you can't tell me that's not true because I walk it every day. But anyway,
It's the agendas people have when they get into relationships.
yeah, it's your agenda. But a woman is going to want to. I every real grown woman that I know will tell you they want to be in their femininity, and if they have the right man, they can fall into that, right? But if she ain't falling into it, then maybe you ain't the right man. Have y'all ever thought? You see what I'm saying? It's an easy fix, but all I'm saying, we not even fixing to go off for that. I'm not speaking for everyone, Aaron. I'm speaking for the majority of black women that are grown. That's who I'm speaking. That's who I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to the grown people. So I don't know who you dealing with and what you dealing with, but I'm talking to grown-ups, right? Okay, all right. There we go.
I feel you.
Um, I
I
don't
feel
have trauma, so I'm good. I've been with the same man for 28 years. Who you talking to, sir? I've been married for 28 years to the
I've been
same man.
married to the same woman. But this is what I don't get neither, J Love. All us that been married for a long time, they don't want to listen to us. I,
No, we
and
stupid.
I don't know. My wife is in terms of what they call submit. I mean, people tell me about my wife. I say, well, she don't act like that with me. I mean, what y'all doing?
Exactly. Exactly. I tell people all the time, if somebody ever tells you that J Love is mean, believe them. If they ever tell you that J Love is loving, believe them, because I act accordingly to everybody. So most females are girls, not women, because this is big. And most males aren't men, they're boys. So what's your point? Like, we can argue this point back and forth. You see what I'm saying? People don't understand that um for everything that's wrong with a woman, there's something wrong with the man. For everything that's wrong with the man, there's something wrong with the woman. Have we not figured that out yet?
And
Or am I missing something?
and that's why I
Am I
was
am
saying.
I missing something?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are
Oh,
missing.
Aaron,
Is
it's
he
okay,
trolling
boo
right now?
boo. You'll be fine.
I don't know if he's
Hey, J
trolling.
Love, I want to talk about you. Dang, somebody stuff. I am echoing.
Somebody echoing.
Somebody echoing.
But
Is it me? Am I echoing?
I
is
think so.
it you? Can I hear it now? Oh dang.
It's gone.
Oh wow. But I want to talk. You said every woman got that, feminine. Do you believe like some of them be so deep into, that they can't like really turn or
Alter
take
ego, hit your mic. I can't hear Kev.
femininity?
Say that again.
I said, do you believe that some women so deep into their masculine that it's kind of hard for them to turn back to their femininity? Because
I'm gonna
sometimes
say
it's
no. I'm gonna say that some women are so hurt and they've dealt with so much that what appears to be masculinity is really not masculinity, more so than it is protection of themselves. That's what I think
mm,
My
personally.
wife's a former MMA fighter, so she's very
is it?
feminine. I
I,
mean,
I think I think that a lot of women have okay, so there's another buzzword that people like to use a lot. Trauma. People want to use that word trauma like it's candy. People
Oh,
okay,
that.
people have had hurts in their past. Okay, just like you as a man, you've dated women, women have hurt you, and then you stop dealing, right? And now you're just focused on self and things like that. Okay. Women have dealt with men. So a lot of the times these men and these women meet when they finally meet somebody good because they've been hurt, they have not dealt with their hurt. And that's called accountability, right?
Hmm.
That's that, and so they're not dealing with the accountability piece of their own life.
Yeah.
And then they start dating this good person, and it comes across as though they're stuck in their masculinity when all they're literally trying to do is not be hurt again. But everybody has put, she's masculine, she is the way that she is. If a woman has had to pay all the bills in her house for the majority of her adult life, she's been mistreated by whomever, how many ever men, right? Once she gets to a certain point, she doesn't trust. Once that trust is gone, it's hard to come back on the other side of that. But the expectation is that a person is just going to come back on the other side of it. That's not how that works. I was blessed that I just happened to have a good husband and I managed to, you know what I'm saying? But when you've been hurt by a sex, of the male gender or vice versa, when a person has been hurt numerous of times by a man, or a man has been hurt numbers of times by a woman, it creates this wall, and they feel like they have to protect at all times.
Am I echoing still?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No,
'Cause
no. I was
I,
about to. I was about to say. It's something. Even though you said that, it's something they gotta fix before they even get with somebody.
they
If
They
they kind
should. They should. Absolutely.
that's what I was
of
gonna ask about that part.
let it slip or slide
There's an
past.
Yeah,
echo.
somebody echoing again.
Because I could be like, I'm this way because my past did me this way. So you know what I'm saying. But I would have to correct it before I even make this. Make
You
the
should, and you absolutely should, Kev. But the problem lies is that most people are not ready to sit with themselves. That's where the sitting with yourself comes from. You
move.
need to sit with yourself and let the listen. That whooping with sitting with self, that's a whooping that most people can't handle. I went through years of not sitting with self, and one day when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I was like, who is this? I didn't know what I liked. I didn't know what I didn't like. I didn't know anything, right? And I had to figure that out because I lived my life so much pleasing or wanting to please the people around me that I forgot how to be J Love in all of that. Once I started sitting with J Love and realizing, hey, you messing this up. I wasn't messing up my marriage, but I was messing up my overall likability. You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better word. It wasn't that I was masculine. I just wasn't likable, if that makes sense. And I realized that what I had gone through in my earlier life, I had to fix within myself. And then I was able to truly be the woman that I wanted to be for my husband and be the woman that he needed for me to be and who he wanted as his wife. You know what I'm saying? It's not about him controlling me. It's not about me making the changes for him. I changed for me first. The change just happened to bless the union of my house. But people don't want to say, I'm the problem.
Right.
Nobody wants to say that they're the problem. Nobody wants to look at themselves and go, there is something wrong with you. Fix it. Because fixing it is work.
Man.
J Love,
On the male
Yes,
side,
ma'am.
I'm the
my wife
tambourine.
I'm
was
sorry.
hurt. I said my wife was hurt before I met her, but I mean we worked through all that before we got married. You understand what I'm saying? So it took a level of trust from her being hurt to know that I'm different from that other guy, before we was able to establish something. And so sometimes when we get with people, we got to recognize what they've been through, have conversations and know who you're about to be with, and then move from there. But a lot of times we just hop into stuff and think we can fix it or change it. And then we end up, and I hope this don't come out wrong, we end up with a monster of a marriage that gets topsy-turvy. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, he's raising his hand in his own life. I ain't never seen that before.
I do that. So with that, I'm gonna go back to the
Hold
I
on,
just
because I think No Wasted Time had a question for me.
First, I want to say
Oh,
you couldn't see me, but I'm the tambourine player in your choir, in your congregation. I'm the tambourine player because all of that. There was two things though. Yes, I do think someone can be less mature and be in a relationship with someone, but I think there has to be a strong commitment to that growth, and growing in the same direction. And then you talked about the word trauma being used kind of almost as one of the buzzwords now.
Yeah.
And I wanted to hear really how you define that.
Everything that I see, everybody has a buzzword. Trauma, triggered. It's a couple of them that just drive me up a wall when I hear them. And it's not because I don't believe that these things exist, but I think that we overuse them in situations to make ourselves feel better,
Mhm.
or a lot of the times we will use them to keep ourselves in a victimized place of a place of life, so people can feel empathy and sympathy for us. And it allows us, when we use these words, it allows us to take the accountability and responsibility of anything that we need to do off of us, is what it does. So when you go, I've been through all this trauma. Well, for a person like me, I don't sit in my traumas in my life, right? And no one knows my true story. So when I hear it, for me, it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, I get it, because I be thinking to myself, all right, let's see. My mama died on my 7th birthday. My daddy died when I was 2.5. My sister raised me. I don't talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, I go through the list in my brain, and I'm not the person that does my trauma is bigger than your trauma, and your trauma is minimized. But my thing is this: let's be adults, because at what point in our life do we stop allowing what our parents did or didn't do to dictate who we are as people? When do we grow up and take accountability and responsibility for ourselves and make the changes that we need?
One of the things that I found working, especially in the past 2 years, I've spent more, but working in some of the suicide circles in my state,
Uh-huh.
the definitions that they're using for trauma have become part of the problem.
Yep.
A lot are relying on those ACE indicators, or if you can fill out this form, how many numbers you got. And in some of the systems I deal with, we've been playing with another definition.
Okay.
We've made some bold statements. We've said trauma, there's a 100% trauma rate, and trauma is not just the big stuff, but it's a whole lot of small things that don't usually get associated with trauma that cause people to pull back into those ego defense mechanisms, away from their true self and their true identity. And so it's the little girl on the playground that says your hair is ugly, or you too this or you too that, that oftentimes can be a very little thing that creates a deep-seated trauma. And the movie that we've used is the movie Little, I think is the movie. Young black girl, nerdy science girl, and something happens, and then you see her move into adulthood, and she's got the independent boss
Oh,
lady
yeah,
woman.
yeah.
That beginning of that is really the example and the illustration of that definition of those little things. The little thing that happened on the playground wasn't no big deal, but that becomes that thing that then takes hold of you and then festers, and then you practice the coping mechanisms and the ego stuff, and it becomes a big problem 30 or 40 years later. And so that gets back to the coping skills part that we were talking about with Amigo, about life processing skills that learn how to deal with every bit. And what you said about being transferable, I think, is one of those models that sometimes when we tell people what to do and give them a list of rules, you know how to fix one situation in life. But if we provide tools that help people to have a framework instead of rote memory, then I think we are getting towards some of how the solutions need to function. They need to be principles that then you can take into your life, and in a real-time way take those principles and know how to process this situation that's happening right in front of me, or things that have happened in my past that I see being a blockage to what's happening in my life right now that indicates, oh, there's something more, there's another layer I need to go work on. And so I think broadening that definition, or normalizing trauma to say, I got it and so do you. And some of it I've worked on. I may have worked more intensively in some areas, but don't get it twisted. I got issues. I got issues because on the times when I'm not behaving in ways that are loving and kind, it's my issues. It's my issues showing and pointing me to where my work is. And so I think in my circles, I've been spending more time really asking people, what are you talking about when you talk about trauma, to make sure we're talking about the same kinds of things. Because I think we've got to get to the core and really help people have the solutions for fixing life, where we can't we don't have enough therapists to fix everybody if we got 100% trauma rate. So we've got to find other solutions to pair with our professional therapeutic circles, because there's people where that is absolutely appropriate. But how do we get to everyone, or at least the most?
But doesn't that come with identity trauma? Like, you got a problem, so now I look back over my life and then go like, okay, so I got a problem too. And then now you know, put something on yourself that you didn't have.
Do you really have the problem?
No, it's called I'm talking about an identity trauma. You didn't have no problem until somebody said you had a problem.
If in the way I share my problem with you, it provides trauma to you, you could have trauma by being exposed to my trauma experience. I think that's possible. And some of the ways we talk about what's happening in life, I think help transfer. I may be having trauma. I may have experienced something and it traumatized me, and I share it with you in a way, and now you traumatized too. There's that residual and that pass on. That's some of what I'm seeing right now in the spaces of TikTok, some of the lives. I got an issue. I see something. Somebody posts something to me, and I'm triggered by it. And what I do is I spread that trauma to 10,000 more people.
What
Now I've
about
got
forced
10,000
trauma?
more people. Hmm?
What about the forced trauma? I feel like there's some people on here too that will force you to have trauma. They'll tell you experience or something and will tell you, no, that's trauma. You
That's
should be
called abuse.
traumatized by that. Huh?
That's called abuse. That's called abuse. If I force you to do something that you don't want to do or force exposure on you for something that you don't want to have, that's just abuse. It's another form of abuse. I just think that's abuse. And it creates the trauma. It creates the trauma.
Well, see, I think what my biggest thing is this. I think we have taken these words and we've thrown them out like Tic Tacs and like they candy and moon pies at the Mardi Gras celebration. And it's diminishing mental health. It's diminishing people who really and truly have something that is traumatic and needs to be worked on, right? I think we've diminished mental health so bad that people who need the deep-rooted, deep-seated assistance can't get it because, oh well, like for me, my biggest one is sensory rejection dysmorphia. And when I asked, well, what is that? Somebody said, well, it's the fear of being rejected and the fear of being told no. What does that mean? Huh? Make that make sense. Because in life, that happens to all of us. Excuse me. And so when I hear these things, I literally have to process in my mind how to move forward with this because you don't want to be insensitive to anybody. I don't want to be insensitive to how you're feeling. With that being said, you fear being told no? I'm confused. So what I find is that the younger generations and the older generations, we are starting to we have this clashing going on because all of my experiences are being diminished because I'm older than you and it's different. You know what I mean? And so when I hear these words going all the way back to that, I feel like yes, like H.H. Carter is saying, I feel like I'm desensitized to a lot of things at this point in my life because we're using these trigger words and we're using these triggered trauma. Toxic masculinity, toxic this. Like what are we talking about? You know what I mean? And so now for me, I'm just at this point in my life where when I hear them, I immediately shut down because I don't know whether because if you're bringing your toxicity because I said no to you and that makes me toxic, I don't understand. That makes no sense to me. It doesn't compute for me. That's my.
So can I ask a
Hello,
question?
everyone.
What's
Hi.
up?
I'll wait my turn.
If
Go for it.
it goes in a different direction that we don't want it to, just steer us back, host. You mentioned that I have felt that in life, this chapter of life, I'm sufficiently buffered. Coming back into this social media space on TikTok, I am daily checking in with myself to see if I'm sufficiently buffered to even be in interactions in this space. Are any of the others of you specifically in being in this social media space, having challenges with maintaining a healthy buffer for yourselves as you interact and see and experience some of the things that seem to be much more the norm here in the social media space?
For me, yes, I have to. I have to
So
shut down
I'll chime in if you
training.
don't mind.
But that's all.
Oh, go
Yes, for
for it.
me, I have a buffer.
I'll say something
So
real
I've been
quick.
on here.
No, go ahead, Age. You just
Okay.
came in. Go
I've
ahead.
been on here, me and my husband. Yeah, I've been on here, me and my husband. We used to do game nights. We used to do a lot of interaction. We've made a lot of great friends. But there came a point where, and that's where I said earlier in the chat, I had to leave for a minute because I was taking care of my kids. But I had left TikTok in September, deleted the app, the whole 9 yards, because a number of things. There was too much drama going on, not a lot of good communication and mutual understanding and coming together. It was like when I first started, it was a great place and people were coming together, and it felt like family, and it felt like a safe place when I needed one, and it helped healed me. And then it started turning toxic, and my mental health started to take a dive, and I had to dip out. Like, I deleted TikTok. I've been off since September. And now that it's December, I was like, I'm going to pop in, say Merry Christmas, and just kind of to some people that I haven't talked to in a long time, because I was in a better mental health headspace, that I was capable of doing that. And if I turn out to be where I am incapable of being in a good headspace, I'll dip out again. And if you can't understand that, then you're not my true friend, or you're not capable of dealing with that in your current state, and that's okay too. So like, I initially leaned on my family like a lot of people do, but my family, they didn't get it, they didn't understand it. It's not something that they were familiar with mental illness. And I was already the black sheep of the family, and now I was extra weird because they're like, what the hell is this mental health stuff? They didn't get it. But recently, even though I've really kind of cut out my family, my sister reached out to me recently and started asking me questions about mental health that led me to believe that she was starting to understand where I was coming from, because she was actually starting to deal with it. And so she has made some apologies because she didn't get it. She thought she did, but she didn't, because she'd never been through it. And so, it's the whole normalization, overusage. There's it desensitizes our doctors of what our true needs are, because people are just throwing it out there for any number of reasons, whether it's for attention, whether it's because they want to just try and get some kind of medication that they're not really supposed to have, because whatever, I don't know. But it's been overused that it harms those who really need it.
Can you say the last part? I'm sorry. The last point you made.
Oh, the last point was that I'm not going to blame everybody, but there's a good handful of people that overuse it in the wrong way without actually knowing the true meaning of, either mental health or trauma, or, some of these catchphrase words that are being used a lot now, that they don't truly know means. And I can't judge whether they do or not. Only they know whether they do or not. And that's on them. Like, but the problem being is, if you're saying it for attention or for whatever reason that is not truly a diagnosis, it's harming those that do, because then people are desensitized and then they're less likely to believe you. It's like a collective boy who cried wolf, right? The boy who cried wolf, they eventually didn't believe him. But if the masses of our, nation or community is, crying wolf, then those who really need the help, they're not going to believe us.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely agree to that point. That I think that's kind of what Jayla was saying too. When you have that, when people have really been diagnosed with it or really struggle with that, you guys get looked over for the people who are like, making it a clown show. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get the attention from it. It definitely puts you guys to the back seat, and they wonder when they see things happen and people, oh my God, I can't believe they would have done that. They didn't show any signs. When really, families think that they know so much about their family members that they really bypass the little things that they say. And then once something happens, they start thinking about all the things they said, the things that they were doing differently. So because we're looking for that one sign that's, red light special, and it's like it doesn't be like that for everybody. There's subtle signs, there's subtle things that, sometimes people don't
Right.
notice, you know what I'm saying, or they don't really care. Some of them don't really care to see it, some of them just don't, they don't think that it's as big of an issue that you make it seem. So they
And
just say,
then,
oh, go lay
and
down, go chill out.
yeah, I don't mean to interject. But
No, you're fine.
also, like, I'm not going to put an entire generation in this category, but for example, my mother, okay? She's an older generation, and she says to me, she's like, well, that just wasn't a thing when we grew up. Like, mental health, that's not a thing. You just toughen up and deal with it. Well, 9 times out of 10, that's my mentality too, is, suck it up, buttercup, toughen up and deal with it. But when you've been strong for so long and you're just broken, and you feel like there's no way out, either you get the help or you die. That's it. And then your family doesn't understand that you need help. And you're like, well, either I get the help or I die. So what do you want from me? But they just don't get it.
Yeah, I don't even think it's being strong. I think it's masking, and that's the thing that I think there's a lot of invalidating that happens in that. That's why it's hard when you share things with your family, because they invalidate you, and really a lot of people that your family, your parents should be the ones validating your experience and the things that you are going through, because what it does when you say, oh, we haven't dealt with that, we never seen it, blah, 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 which most times they have experience, they have seen it, but they mask like they've done everyone else. They want you to do the same thing. And the thing is, they didn't validate the fact that you really did feel that this is something that you're really experiencing. And as a parent, whether or not you've seen it or not, you see it in me. So I need you to realize this is something that is here, right? Don't make me feel foreign to what I'm feeling. That's what makes a person feel crazy, is when you don't validate those things that are true, because
Precisely.
there can be solutions, and there can be, sometimes all a person needs, like, yeah, you may be dealing with this, but sometimes a person just needs to know that, hey, I got you there, that you're support. So when people say, oh, this is something new to me, mental health is not new. That's one thing. It's just a lot of times it was not diagnosed. You have people that have been diagnosed with mental health, and there's some people who never have gotten diagnosed and died thinking that they were crazy. Right. So like, you have to think about all those different aspects of people when we speak like that. So I think that's something that definitely needs to be more understood when it comes to families, is that we address and we validate that person's thought process, that person's situation in that moment, whether or not you're experiencing what if it's foreign to you or not. It's what's happening to you right now, right? So
Right.
I definitely feel you on that. It's not about being strong with it. We shouldn't have to be strong with something that we're dealing with, and not, because really is not being strong. It's masking when you're not really getting the actual help that you need, when you're not getting the confidence and support that you're needing as well. It kind of stagnates the growth of that.
Right. But as a society, for the longest time anyway, it feels like that's what we're supposed to do. It's like that you don't want to be a burden to somebody else because you're dealing with this, that, and the other. So that's what you're supposed to do. Like when people say, hey, how's it going? Nobody says, I feel like shit. I want to hurt myself. I want to this. I want to that. People don't just come out and say that. They just say, "Hey, man, it's everything's going good. It's fine. How you been? I haven't talked to you in a while." You know, like it's um part of our social cues and our social normality is to mask our problems and
Yeah.
only show our good side because
Yes.
our good side is the only thing worth of value.
Acceptable.
Anything on the other side is not worth of value because nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to hear that.
It's just what's more acceptable because really, if you think about it, if you were in a danger somewhere, you would hope that a really nice person doesn't come by. You would hope is that one guy or one person or one woman who don't care what happens. I'm about to help you in this situation. So we have to understand
Right.
that there is, what I'm saying, we can't just think that way. But I
I've
definitely,
seen more love from strangers than I have from family, I'll tell you that.
and you definitely may. And I think that's what's gonna go into, regardless of who helps us, regardless of who supports us, who has our back, we have to have our own back. We have to know what's going on in our mind, because that's what makes you crazy. Is when you are hearing and seeing what you're dealing with in your mind, but then you consult with someone else that you care about, and it kind of like deteriorates your own thoughts and makes you feel like, okay, well, I shouldn't be thinking like this, when your thoughts do make sense to you, right? So it's
Right.
like that's why you have to sometimes
Even if they
cut off
don't
that.
make sense to you, they
Right,
still
even
make
if they
sense to you. You're
right,
like, it
exactly.
doesn't make
Even
sense,
if they
but it does
don't.
make sense.
Exactly. Exactly. Even if they're, confusing to you, but that's why sometimes you have to be careful how soon you bring things to people, because you have to process your own thoughts. Right? And sometimes you may need help processing your thoughts with other people, but it has to be with people who are open minded and who are not one tracked. Because there's clearly you're
Yeah,
not gonna be able to do that.
I learned that the hard way with my family, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. That definitely is a thing. I think it just comes with having to really, really process that in your own mind of, regardless of who supports me, who has my back, I have to do this for me because I know what it takes to move to the next step. Someone else will keep you behind because they don't understand, right? So it's like I
Right.
have to be that person to push forward until, you're around people who understands and can support you in a proper way, regardless, what I'm saying, instead of making you feel like you're crazy.
Yeah. That was great, y'all. I said my 2 cents. I just thank you for letting me chime in.
Oh yeah,
Um,
for sure.
if y'all don't mind, before I sign out, would you each, because like I know Hormiga, but the rest of you are new to me. Would you mind telling me who you are and where you're from? I'm Holly, and I used to live in San Diego, but now I live in Utah.
Hey, Ali, how you doing, man? I am Kev from Detroit. Detroit, Michigan, man. I am a
Nice.
that's trying to bring everybody together, no matter the religion, the skin, the gender. Let everybody know that we can come together. And
Amen.
sometimes, it's just all trying to want to come together. But. And I teach accountability, what I'm saying? Oh, no, I can't teach it, but I'm just saying, I try to focus on letting people know, accountability change lives,
Yeah.
emotional control, how to start being aware of our ego, what I'm saying? That get in the way of a lot of decisions we make and all that stuff. But yeah, I can go forever, but yeah, that's basically
What do you do in the real world? Are you like a counselor or preacher or something? What's going on?
no, no. I just pay attention to life.
Oh, okay.
Right now I'm working. I guess I'm working on being a motivational speaker and make funny videos now. But I just I listen to a lot of stuff and I just try to figure stuff out that I just be observing the life and try to figure solutions out. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying?
Good. Great. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yes, same here. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, I'm J Love. I live in North Carolina. I've been married for 28 years. I am a full-time student. I own a barbershop. 2 daughters. I just be on here chilling. I very rarely go other places at this point of TikTok life. I'm normally here with Kev. If Kev ain't on, I'm probably not in a room. My peace is a little bit more precious to me at this point, and I
Yeah.
can't mentally do it anymore because I'm tired. So
Mm.
that's me.
You or me enough. We just gonna go in order, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah,
gee, we and her have some history.
yeah.
We've done some things in the
Ormiga and
past.
I, we know each other. That's
Hmm.
why I'm here, because I know Ormiga.
I gotta add you. If you friends with me, I got to add you off rip. Then okay, I got you then for sure now.
Yeah, and just to catch you up, I've been rocking with Kev for a couple of months. When he kind of first started, he had a smaller audience, and I was trying to give him pointers of what to look out for as being a host and how to regulate the room. You know what I'm saying? So he was kind of wet behind the ears in certain things, but he has become very instrumental in a lot of people's lives by trying to be fair and impartial and unbiased to a lot of things. So that's why I rock with him, because me and him never had a problem. Even though we don't agree on a lot of things, we have grown to respect that everybody has their own opinion, and it doesn't make one better than the other.
Hormigo, I don't know you though. So would you tell us so that I know
Yeah.
who you are and where you from?
I'm from New York City. Um, I am currently a life coach. I am an inspiring author to be. Um, I'm a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur, and I believe that I try to teach life coaching and share things so that I can prepare people to be entrepreneurs. Because I believe that life is, when they say mind your business, it's actually a compliment. So your life is your business, and I try to help people transition into leveling up. What else could I say? I came from Instagram with a lot of experience, so when I came into TikTok, I already knew what I was getting into because I got my practice from another social media. But I don't know. I consider myself a well-rounded person who believes in balance, and I'm here to help whoever can reciprocate things, but not in a 50-50 way, in their strongest fashion.
And I'll introduce. I'm Lorana. I am currently in South Carolina. As of September, I am living part-time between South Carolina and Ecuador. I'm going to be making a slow transition with hopes of eventually being there full-time within the next 2 or 3 years. I'm in a transition year. In May, I retired after really a career, which was my second career as a farmer. I ran a farm and a farm to table restaurant catering company and center for lots of things sustainable, really working out the logistics of life and community. Food, housing, and economic commerce and social services has been a focus. And in this transition, there's a few of my roles that I've taken on and that will continue into this next chapter. I'm an interfaith minister in the UU umbrella strategically. It's an interfaith container that has an infrastructure, and in looking at that interfaith spirituality, I think it's the biggest faith box that we have, that can hold space for those that believe in some of the traditional religions and those who do not. I run an organization. I run several organizations, but an organization called Repioneering Church that holds some of the faith things. I part-time pastor in a really hybrid way of a congregation here. And I'm a transformational coach that works specifically with trauma resolution healing as the core foundation to how we fix community. But I come from a career where I was an integrated community development consultant. And I worked with small businesses, faith organizations, churches, and community organizations. And part of my work is how do we get all of the pieces moving together with the tools and solutions to fix community. And so in my retirement, healing is really probably one of the main things I'll do besides play. In that work, I've been involved in the intentional community movement, and there'll be 2 projects that I will put more focus on. One will be the place in Ecuador, which will be one of the training centers, because that's how I usually do my coaching now. I don't take a lot of individual clients. I do healing retreats. And the other location is in Georgia, and we'll be looking at developing that to become not only sustainable living, but also to be used intentionally as a sustainable community training center with a really heavy focus on how we provide spaces for people to be able to heal. And I'm a grandmother. I'm a
how do you
grandmother.
have time
I'm
for
Grandma
personal
Blanket.
life? How do you have
I'm
time for
retired.
personal stuff?
Literally, I
Wow.
retired. I retired so that I have time to do the passions. I'm adding new hobbies, so I want to have time to play. I had to retire to be able to free up space to do the things I'm called to do, but to only do the things I'm called to do. And so it's helping me the healing work that I've had to do is to develop that balance, to heal the ego stuff, to realize everybody ain't my assignment. And I'm only taking on the assignments that I know are absolutely mine. The others are nice things, but not my assignment. And so it's been a growth process because I've blown 2 knees out and a whole bunch of other things by not doing it well. I have historically been someone who doesn't sleep much. So I have physically been able to do 7 days a week, 20-hour days for months and months and months at a time, which was not healthy. And so part of this last chapter of learning before I could retire was you better get it together so that you're balanced, because you can't help fix community if you're not here to do it. And so it's a real something that I'm really really passionate about. And part of my move to South America is because there's some life stressors that let me live differently, and the connection with healing in a much bigger sense. Like I have friends that I can't wait to get back because the shaman is coming back to town after going and doing some training in Peru, and we're going to sit down and have some talks about how spiritual healing is done and the shaman medicines that they use. And I mean, like real kind of stuff that I can geek out to. So I'm developing the balance so that I can do more, but that it's only the things I'm called to do, because I can do those things effortlessly in my sleep without them causing me the stresses in life.
Your screen name makes so much more sense now that you just gave that whole spiel. No wasted time. She ain't got no wasted time. She's got it full packed.
What I realized was when you connect with that sense that I'm here on purpose and you make the commitment to do that, the road rises to meet you, the teachers find you where you are. But once you do that, what you realize on that healing path is that everything in your life can be used. Every painful thing you've had to go through is not wasted, because that becomes part of how you share your personal healing journey to help others in the way that you're called to do. And if you don't ever do that, for me, it was the sadness of seeing my mother and my grandmother, who both died within days of each other 2 years ago. They were both old saints in the church, and neither of them got healing. And so I watched and I learned, and it seared some things into me as their daughter, who's like them in a lot of ways and then not like them in a lot of ways, to say, if you don't do healing, you'll be brilliant like they were. Brilliant, masterful, and impactful. But what if they had healed? My grandmother would have been, I learned after her death some of the things about her keenness for symbols and putting it together and figuring out the formulas that people couldn't in spiritual places, but she could not get healing for herself. And so she died a really bitter old woman, church lady, revered, burned the things that's my son's hands in the stained glass windows that she paid for. He built schools around the world over in Africa, but she didn't get it for herself. And we once had a conversation where I said church failed her. Church failed her. Because if she didn't get that, nothing else church had was beneficial for her. And so for me, for those who commit to the healing journey, because just committing says you're going to do it, you just stay in it, you just keep moving, then nothing is wasted. And that's passionate for me. So it's real life, because healing has been what's changed me, that I'm not cracked out somewhere and one of those bitter women that some of these men are talking about. I've been through some of the experiences that land you there. I know what it takes to get there and to be that. And I know how to go there if I wanted to. And now freedom from healing has given me the freedom to choose that that's not who I choose to be. And so it's passionate because it's real and it works. Like it works at deep levels.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Laugh.
I was about to say we got one more person turn.
No, I'm good. Yeah, I got. No, but I just that was a lot, and I kind of want to just respond a little bit to that, because I do like some of the things that she was like, well, a lot of things that she was saying when it comes to the healing. Of course, I'm not gonna go in like she did, but I appreciate what she said.
You gotta be her. Nah, somebody got to
No, but I think what she said is really important, because a lot of people don't take the time to heal. A lot of people don't take the time. They skate through life and they don't, take the time to look at self. I think Jayla said it earlier too. Like when it comes to like dealing with self, that's a scary place for people, and it shouldn't be. Right? That should be the one place you can go and be honest, right? If I cannot go within myself, I'm trapped, right? That's a trap thing. You can't escape, you know what I mean? So it's like if I can't deal with me, I can't deal with no one else properly, at least. And so I definitely understand that. And the last thing you want to do is go through life and not necessarily waste your time, but not learning anything. For me, I have to learn something every day. I gotta learn something new every day. I gotta do something that is benefiting me every day, right? Whether it's hard or no matter what it is, I'm just gonna do it. Like the thing about life is that you just gotta go through it. It's not gonna be perfectly done. You're not gonna be happy every single time, every single moment you're doing it, but you're doing it, right? And you're learning through the process. And I think that's so important. And I think if we learn to walk our own path, we will be so much further ahead. It's not about if we're happy all the time. It's about if we're moving through life and learning through it. It's not about being happy every moment. That's not even how you grow. That's not even, to me, that's not even fun. I got to go through things that's gonna challenge me. There are gonna be moments that are gonna be easier. There are gonna be moments that's harder. I'm gonna appreciate the easier moments because the harder moments sucked, or the harder moments taught me this and that. It's just about learning. That's what life does. It's gonna teach you when you go around other people. It's gonna teach you. So for me, I'm from Texas, by the way. But I'm more so on uh, just really living through me, like just really walking through that, and not trying to live for this person, that person. I'm doing what I need to do, but I'm getting through life the way I need to get through it, and I'm learning about me. That's just really the most important thing I think you can do. But yeah, so
Yeah.
that's just that.
From what you just said, it kind of reminded me of something I recently said to my daughter is it's not about the past. It's about the present and the future. You may make mistakes, but it's not about those mistakes. It's about how you learn from the mistakes and move forward and better yourself. So don't worry about the mistakes because you can't change it. Once it's done, it's done. But learn from it, benefit from it, and move forward. And don't hold on to it, because if you hold on to it, it's not going to do you no good. And that's probably the hardest thing. Is it's like kind of sometimes we use our past mistakes to validate our learning experience and to share our story, and sometimes it gets kind of mixed up like it's a present thing, but it's not meant to be a present thing. It's meant to be, if I can learn from this, maybe you can learn from this, but it's not my present. But I'm sharing this with you because I value you and I want you to learn from this, hopefully, so you don't have to learn from it the same way I did. But yeah, anyway, so thank you so much, everybody, for sharing, telling me who you are, where you're from, and being open and listening, and I think this was great. And I'm gonna hop out because I'm not part of the normal group, but I got to say my 2 cents, and I appreciate it. I love you all.
It was nice to see you again, for real.
For real. All right. I hope you guys have a great evening and a happy New Year.
All right, happy New Year.
Absolutely.
Bye.
All right.
Hey, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, right?
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
You know,
Y'all better start requesting up and stuff. Y'all ain't about to it's dropping. Everybody dropping and stuff. Y'all better get the
what,
requesting. I've seen people in that.
what? If there's questions, please ask. I just wanted to ask something really quickly. King was up here. He was He was on the live. He had a lot of great things to say. And people would rather be on a very uneducating or unuseful live than to take an hour or half an hour to listen to what those men are trying to share in their life about business and mindset. And I don't feel sad for the situation. I feel that their numbers should be higher. But at the end of the day, when we try to work on numbers, we kind of lose the value and the quality, of the energy that's in the room. We can't save everybody. You know what I'm saying? We can't force people to do anything. And where you spend your time and where you learn your ears out to is very important. Um, I've learned a lot just by listening for the last hour. Everybody was talking about different perspectives. And when I recently got bananaed from this platform, I didn't pout. I didn't feel like it was the end of the world. I wasn't going to lose it. If anything, I took advantage that they weren't allowing me to get as a guest in somebody's panel. And I took advantage and I went back to my checklist and found out what I was neglecting, what are some things that I weren't doing, added some other things to the mix and caught up, with a lot of things that I was doing. This app can be very powerful and it could be very positive, but it has to be done in moderation. There
Yep.
has to be some type of balance when you do this, just like you do everything else. And what I heard from a lot of people in the panel was that they become numb to the conversation pieces that get repeated. And there are words that become catchphrases. And you hear them so much, but the truly educated people and the truly experienced people can read through that. Once I hear certain words and once I hear certain energy or feel certain things, I try not to let a germ continue to live because every germ needs a host. You know what I'm saying? And I try to get the best information I can from every situation, whether it's good or bad, because it is a learning experience. But the truth of the matter is that the manipulation and the abuse that's being done for services that need to be rendered to those that actually need it is ridiculous. The liars, the cheaters, the manipulators, the users, the abusers, always finding a way to get over, always finding a way to stay in their comfort zone. You can't save those people until they lose something. It's only until they lose something that they realize how important something is. And I'm a firm believer that you're not going to get more appreciation by giving them something that they didn't appreciate in the first place. So I'm a man of virtue. I am a child of God. I believe that I have enough power to handle myself. I don't have power over no one. A true leader is not a person that controls other people. And we spend way too much time worrying about things that don't even resonate with us. You know what I'm saying? You're not taking the initiative and the approach to be positive. You're not listening to the right lives, controversy sells. So all I'm saying to everybody that's paying attention right now is pick and choose your battles wisely and make sure that you surround yourself with the people that you want to be like. There's nothing wrong with using a benchmark or a role model of this decree. There's nothing wrong with hanging out with people that are more advanced than you. Do not feel inferior. They are not trying to be superior. They are there to help you. There's a lot of good people that are schooled, that know what they're talking about, been married for 20 years, but you rather take advice from people that haven't been through it or don't have any experience because you're looking to be heard. I used to be a fan of talent shows until they bring the pity party into the talent shows. Saying, "Oh, you don't know what I've been through in my life." Well, I'm sorry that you went through that, but I'm here to hear you sing. I'm here to see your performance. I didn't come here to hear your story because I'm taking a break from all these stories that I hear on social media to go into a talent show to look at some talent, to hear some talent. So understand what I'm trying to tell you. Give yourself a break. Give yourself a break. Don't do this 5 hours a day for 20 days straight because you get so caught up with a lot of unnecessary information that you no longer become functional or productive. So do things in moderation. Be kind. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't cost anything to be kind. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole facade, this whole keeping up with the Joneses, that's such a hard life, and it's actually a false life. You know what I'm saying? Do what's right, support each other, stop the bullshit. Seriously, stop pointing fingers, stop looking for a way to stay comfortable being a victim. You don't want to take accountability because you're comfortable being the victim. Jump out of that mentality because we need you up here. We need everyone to be on board so that we can have a consensus with like-minded individuals that have the same agenda, a positive influence on people that deserve it. Stop hogging all this good stuff for yourself so that you can create a nice catchphrase and act like you're somebody you're not. I appreciate everybody on this panel. I appreciate everybody in the audience. I've done nothing but learn because I'm open to being a follower and releasing myself to be submissive when the time calls for it. And I act propose to whatever situation is on hand so that I can balance my life out. And that's all I have to say at this moment.
You got sociopath. What's the deal, man?
Well, good. How are you?
I'm good, man.
All right.
What you got for us?
Okay. So, I'm just gonna tackle the first topic and preface this by saying that I don't know everything, right? But I also do know that people's personal experiences really do matter to them, mostly because they happened. They happened to them. It is an experience that is unique to them, and I think a lot of people are willing to far too quickly explain it away with, oh, it was most likely because of this, it was most likely because of that. And there's also a chance that a lot of people are willing to assign blame so that it doesn't seem so much like the issue was inherently undeserved, but they're just trying to make it seem completely fair. Because the world, I think it all harkens back to the idea that the world really isn't fair. And sometimes sometimes shitty things happen to people that don't deserve it. And every single time somebody tries to voice out that specific sentiment, I don't think a lot of people are believed because people have this notion that the world has to be fair. Otherwise, it's hard for people to understand. And that may seem nebulous from the top, but it's fair to understand. Like, I think it's clear and fair to understand that when you aren't believed, there's this preeminent notion of fairness that comes with, well, this wouldn't have happened if this and this and this was true, right? This wouldn't have happened if you had just done that, or if you had just done that. Never mind the fact that what happened was still not supposed to happen regardless of what you did. And I'm not even talking about some egregious stuff, like when we're talking about them heinous crimes that happen to people. But I'm talking about just losing all your money when you were walking down the street, or something simple like losing a family member to cancer. Like, these things are inherently unfair. But these personal experiences and how you feel about them are things that should be believed and not things that should be questioned or things that should be made to be mitigated just because they seem too much for somebody else to bear. So while I understand that most people don't. While I understand that anger may be an unpleasant feeling, I do fully understand that it is a valid feeling. So when people get angry about why they're not uh, believed when the personal experience is put out to them, or why, or when they put out their personal experiences to the world, I fully understand why people are angry whenever someone discounts their personal experience, because their personal experience is personal to them. It happened to them. It's a very real thing for them. So when they share it out and someone is trying to make it all seem fair, like this idea that everything has to happen for a reason, I think it has to be qualified to say that not everything happens for a good reason or a sensible reason or a satisfying reason. And these and this idea that like it has to has permeated the world in such a way that this sentiment, this exact sentiment of like every single person's personal experience must be because they did something wrong, or everything was just not in their favor. And that's how you know that the world isn't, and that's how you want to justify everything being fair, but it's just never that. Like, I would rather people just acknowledge that the thing that happened to them is completely terrible rather than having to find a way to justify what happened to them in one way or another. So yeah,
That's interesting.
Hmm.
It's very interesting. I like when people have different positions on things because that's what's gonna solve these problems.
um as a matter of fact, here's the thing. I could tell you right now, right, that I and so many of my friends have gone through something terrible, right? You will tell me, as many have, that, oh, that must not be true because that must not be true because it doesn't happen to my demographic quite often, or at least we're in the minority when we experience it. But it completely takes away from the fact that it did happen. It takes away from the fact that we experienced it. It takes away from the fact that we have this shared experience that was very real to us. And when you bring up the fact that it doesn't fit our demographic, and you point out how many ways we could have prevented it but didn't actually think of it at the moment, or how many ways we could have prevented it just for the sheer inherent position that we were in, it takes away from the idea that these people, regardless of who they are, regardless of whatever demographic they have, regardless of their gender, regardless of their race, regardless of their sex, whatever, are still people who could be in vulnerable positions that they knew nothing of at the time that happened. And I genuinely think that if people really stopped and talked about how this isn't a thing that should happen in the first place, regardless of the person or group of people involved, it would be much better than trying to figure out why the thing has happened. Um, I I remember I told a bunch of I was on a panel such as this, and I told and it was a bunch of ladies that I was talking to, and they were talking about the idea of power and women the idea of power and how men usually want control in a relationship rather than interdependent relationships. And I fundamentally disagreed with that dynamic because that's not true, right? Would these podcasters would want to represent everyone in the world, but that's not entirely true. When I was making this point, they brought up statistics for SA, and I pointed out that yeah, these statistics may not necessarily be true because when it happened to me, nobody believed me. And when they did that, they instantly pointed out that my abuse and my story was a symptom and microcosmic of the patriarchy. And I was like, no, it wasn't. It has to be fair to them. It has to be fair to them that it happened to me for a reason that was satisfying to them. But that's not how the world works. The world works in a way that's just completely random. If the world was fair, it would kind of be boring. It just happens. So when people aren't believed, anger is a perfectly understandable and valid emotion. It's why the statement not all men, regardless of all its generalizations and all its harmful backing, makes women so angry because they have a reason why it's the way that it is. They're scared that they can't pick or discern for themselves at this point which one is a good person and which one is a bad person. It's why the statement you can't be this and you can't be that, you can't be this and say you're that is also true. Is also something that makes people angry because you can't tell people what to do. You can't tell them of this experience and that would be that. You get what I mean? It's Anger is a valid emotion when it comes to people's personal beliefs not being believed, personal experiences not being believed, because simply it happens to everyone. At some point, somebody isn't believed for something that they've gone through that is so real to them. And I don't see why anger is never talked about in the same space. Because anger isn't anger in my experience has never been a solitary emotion. It's come with sadness, it's come with confusion, it's come with frustration, it's come with so many other things, but it's never been I've just been angry because I'm angry.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you say that anger is a valid feeling,
Hmm.
um, are you saying that because you agree that it exists?
Yes.
Okay, but my question to you is, do you consider anger excessive?
No, I do not consider anger in itself excessive. I consider rage excessive. I consider vehement violence excessive, but not anger. Anger is something that can exist independent of rage. Anger is something that can exist independent of violence. Anger is something that can exist independent of punching a hole through a wall. You know, anger usually usually precedes rather all these things I'm talking about, but it can and often does exist independent of all these things. Hell, look, I don't think the Bible is the preeminent authority on everything, but let me be very clear on the fact that in Proverbs it says the very simple phrase, be angry but sin not. In this,
So is anger a segue though? Like you said that they can work independently. I don't believe that you can get to a rage without the anger preceding it.
yeah, but again, that comes with, I'm not justifying like the person, oh, just to point out something. A person in the comments says, how can you justify anger? I'm not trying to justify anger here. I'm trying to say that people being angry about their experiences not being believed is completely valid, because too often their experiences are not believed and are often are often mitigated or waved away as some reason for it being their fault. But to answer your question, I don't believe that anger in itself is just a segue. Anger is an independent emotion. All the other stuff that comes with it are graduating levels. There's sadness. To give you a point, there's sadness, there's depression, there's grief,
So
there's there's happiness, there's mirth, and then there's euphoria. There's graduating levels of pretty much every emotion that that you experience on a small microcosmic level. There's graduating levels of what's called of lust to nymphomania. There's literally graduating levels of every emotion that you feel. At the same, like by the same logic, there's graduating levels of anger to rage to just I forget the word for it, but just a point where it's completely unjustifiable no matter what you do. Legally they have the clause for it that if you kill somebody in the sudden heat of passion, it's voluntary manslaughter. That kind of thing. You get what I mean?
So I got some,
I do.
and I feel like the reason why that's why I put that question up there just to see, some whatever. But I feel like it can be a problem because the thing I'm gonna ask this first. Do you believe everybody experiences?
No, people can lie.
So I'm gonna say that part. Then I'm gonna say that I think that's the problem though nowadays. Even though all of us has been played a role in it or did do it every now and then or whatever. But I had to, I had to teach myself and read, and teach myself and change my mind frame up a little bit about. I mean, in a way to realize that everybody is not entitled to believe and believe me, you know what I'm saying. So I just had to come to reality because the thing is people can lie, people it's something called lying or whatever. People don't sometimes don't even know what they're talking about. Some people might have thought something went down and it wasn't. Maybe I mean, but some of the time stuff is true. Stuff might be true, but it's up to the person to believe it or not. But I try to judge myself that even if my stuff was true or not, I really just can't get mad because like maybe it just sound, it might not sound convincing for them or something like that. So I realized that the entitlement, that's what messes a lot of us up is we got an entitlement that everybody has to believe what we say or whatever, even if we, and which is it's dealing with our feelings and stuff. So it messes ourselves up because we feel like we entitled to have somebody believe us. Because if the shoes reverse, everybody not gonna believe what they not gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna believe what everybody else say, and everybody shouldn't believe what I say. You know what I'm saying? It's just we can pick and choose. 'Cause, that's what everything. Life is just all based off beliefs or whatever. It's like we just choose what to believe or not. So we just
Yeah,
can't. You know what I'm saying? We got to live a reality like
yeah.
that is.
I completely understand that. I completely understand that, but I also think that also comes right down to a level of discernment. I think when you talk about these things about somebody being believed and other people lying, it comes right down to the idea, the compromise, the understanding that nobody's perfect.
Right.
Somebody could actually say for the fact that there's the idea of lying, there's also the idea of trickle through truthing, there's the idea of flashbulb memory, there's the idea of not knowing exactly where you were, not being able to fully remember things as clearly as you want and as clearly as it is. I genuinely think that there are ways to tell if somebody is lying. Yeah. There are ways to also tell if somebody's telling the truth. It's never like a liar can be convincing. It's never an exact science as it is. But the thing is, there is a genuine way to tell if somebody is being genuine with you. And I genuinely think that you have to be able to live with a couple errors in the way. If it's not a perfect science, you have to be able to live with a couple errors. I'm not saying that you should believe everyone who comes up with an outrageous story, but I also genuinely I'm a comic book fan, right? And I genuinely always have made videos and have made stories and all these other things talking about the idea of the suspension of disbelief. It's not just a story element. I think it's also a good thing, a good mechanic to use in real life. If you were to suspend your disbelief for a second to entertain the idea that they might actually be right, you could poke holes in the story that they're telling. Asking questions makes it make sense. It doesn't mean that you don't believe it initially. It means that you are just questioning it to see if they have answers for the right things. And that's the process. I genuinely believe that you put everybody in the light most favorable to them. You give them the benefit of the doubt. And you basically you just poke as many holes as you can in the story until you can see a light through it, or you can fit your eye through it and say, okay, this is a lie or this is the truth. Some people might be lying off the bat and you could probably tell, but even if you don't entertain that possibility of them being true, of that thing being true without making a rash judgment, you might find yourself making a rash judgment on the fly and saying that this person is a liar, and you might regret it you might regret it quickly when it could have been true, however slim that chance is. In the same way, however slim that chance is, that person might be lying. So we have to entertain the possibility that it's true and poke as many holes as we possibly can. A liar can be convincing. A person who is truthful could very well not be. Do you see my point? The idea is simply.
I see how you,
Please go on. I'm sorry.
I can see how you get there. And I think I'm understanding the thought processing that you're taking. I have felt those ideas at one point in my work with this. My experience from this vantage point, and I don't know how old you are or how long you've been thinking about this. I like one of my hobbies is thinking, so I probably, they say that the extra amount of time that you put into it, in my experience, I have found that to be one of the things that will suck the life right out of you. It will suck the life out of you going and trying to poke holes in other people. And what I have found is that when I do my healing, then what I can do is I can accept everybody for just who they are. I don't have to pretend that there's something more or pretend that there's something less or degrade them to be something less. I can just accept them for who they are. Now, because I can do that and because I am healed, I am very comfortable with saying we don't align. And so I'm going to limit the amount of time and exposure that I have to you because that is not conducive with my wellness. or the kind of life that I choose to live without needing to change them unless change is what they want to do. I can let them be exactly who they are and love them. Some people I have to love from a very far distance. I can love them, and I can understand that they can give love back at the capacity that they're able, and we can coexist in those places where we can coexist. Some people, because of our differences in values and alignment, we can coexist in very few places together and have that be good for both of us and beneficial for both of us. But I'm not responsible for pointing out someone's lies. I am responsible for using wisdom in the interactions because that's what helps me stay whole. And so I approach it from a standpoint of creating the life I want to live that's according to the values that feel good and affirming for me. Allowing those who choose this same path of saying, we're going to heal and see who we end up being when we get all the garbage off. I am personally committed to doing life and finding my points of connection with those people. The rest of them, I'm committed to loving them to the best of my ability. And that's a work in progress because I got issues too. And so I don't have to be interacting with people in ways that don't feel good. But I'm not responsible for poking out their holes or illuminating the parts that need healing when they don't want to, if they haven't brought me into their life in that role of accountability with them in their healing journey. And I think that for me fits with my value of respecting adults, that I don't feel I should be the one to dictate for anyone, just like I shouldn't dictate how you heal and in what manner and what speed you heal, because my ignorance to that, I don't know all of your life circumstances. And I may want you to heal at a faster rate, but I don't know that you really need to heal some other things first before you can even get to the part of healing that I may want to be presenting to you. And so I try to take my arrogance down and work on me and then interact with others and bring them into my world. Let them interact with me when I'm being my best self, because that's a loving place. That's an affirming place. That's a place where they can see me being my most authentic self, which sometimes frees them to be theirs.
Absolutely. I completely understand what you're saying. But on that front, I don't think you're one to make harsh and quick conclusions about people without without convincing and clear information about
Oh,
the
you're wrong. I
situation that you're in.
absolutely am. I'm swift. I am swift because there are some indicators for me that are spot on with helping me to be able to do that discernment.
Do you
I call
mind
it social
sharing them?
triage because not everybody's in the Christian box where they understand that terminology. Not in that box, but I deal with Christians a lot. The social triage, and there are some things for me that are absolutely non-negotiable.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And I will quickly say, I'm sorry. We cannot coexist and me continue to be my loving self. Unfortunately, one of those people that I had to disconnect from in that way was my mother before she died. I can't be healthy and be loving to you and interact with you. It will continue to damage me, and something may get me to the point where I act in a way that is not the character of the person I choose to be. And so, as much as I love you, the best way that I can love you is to make sure that I manage the contact you have with me. And I had to do that because I'm like probably a whole lot of folk. My family got issues. We got skeletons in the closet, and I was the family member that says, I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to heal through it, and it's not my responsibility to decide how you deal with that. And so I was stigmatized in that way. I learned, though, that to sugarcoat stuff, what it does is it kills me. So I'm quickly and as lovingly as I possibly am and able to say, I'm sorry, no, you cannot be in my space. And if you choose to be in my space, I will go find another space to be in because I don't, we're not going to argue about this. So I'm much swifter now than I've ever been, but I think I do it in a way that's loving, where I can say, this is the most loving thing. I can say, pause, we ain't doing that. I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to be in your presence and allow you to do it in my space. So one of us is going to have to leave, and I shut it down because my life is too valuable. My life energy is worth it, and I like efficiently. I like getting the return out of the investment I put into life, and I get to control that. And so I take that seriously. So I'm swift with it.
Okay, I fully understand that. In that same vein, I would try to point out that, like, I could twist your perspective. I could twist the here's to preface this entire hypothetical that I'm going to put out, right? I completely believe your story. It makes sense to me. But I could come up and basically say to you that I don't see your story as it is. I could say that you were just running away from the problem. I could say that you didn't want to fix these issues and you were just shirking the responsibility of helping your people around the people around you. Instead of actually embracing community, you chose yourself and you left. Now,
You know what
you
I'd
are
say? No,
mature.
wait, let me give you my response. I first say thank you, and then I'd say go buy my book because I tell the story with no sugarcoating. I give you all the details. I tell you exactly how I personally use the tools that I teach to heal from some of those situations. But I'd say you are entitled to believe that. I will take nothing away. You absolutely are entitled. I support you being entitled to think that. Now, in order for you to think that, you would have to be reading my mind. But if you want to think that, I'm okay with it. I'm absolutely okay with it.
And some people aren't. That's the point I'm trying to make. Some people aren't. Some people would rather some people would rather people understood how much it took, how much strength it took for you to make that decision to walk away. Some people would rather make people understand that it's a really hard choice to decide not to speak to your mother anymore because
That's just
it's
ego
not
stuff.
something that you came by it lightly. I
No,
don't.
that's just ego, though. It's all ego. You're right. A lot of people would say that. That's the ego stuff that we're talking about needs to be healed. That you're exactly right. Some people would say, but it's your mother. I had family members say, but it's your mother. And I said, well, then you go deal with her. No, I'm not dealing with her. Well, then don't put me out there because I've been the sacrificial lamb, not going to do it, and you're not going to convince me to do it because I know how toxic it is. But part of that is the healing we're talking about. Until my ego got a little bit better than it had been, you feel guilty. That's the ego stuff. Your fear, your guilt, your insecurities. I felt guilty. It's my mama. I know she loved me, right? Ain't that what we're supposed to say?
Mhm.
And then, but I feel guilty. But my children, they need to know their grandmother. That would be so unkind to keep them from them. And some of those were the real life struggles that continue to keep me being traumatized. I had to say, you know what? I've got enough healing that I have to do this. There is no choice. This is how I can, because my first responsibility is I have to love myself. If I can't love my mama and love me at the same time, one of these people is my responsibility. My
Yeah.
mother, as an adult in my value system, I am not responsible for another adult individual unless I volunteer for the assignment. That's my value system. And so I am responsible for Lorana, though. And so if I traumatize Lorana for the sake of even my mother, then I have failed in doing my first job. That's my first responsibility. And so that's how I prioritize my value system. That may not work for everyone else. That just is my personal value system. And the way that I learn this is your value system can be very different. And some of these principles can still apply because you have to make the decisions for your values yourself. I don't make that. And even as a faith leader, I don't choose faith for people, which is why I love being an interfaith pastor. I serve whiskey to Republicans in South Carolina as a Black woman. So I have been privileged to quite a bit of freedom in that space. And I
That
challenge
is a
the
lot of bravery. I would not do. Like, I would not do that. Not for.
I did it, and I told them very boldly that unless they do the real work of healing, then all they've got is dusty white patriarchy. And I did it on the 4th of July in Aiken, South Carolina, and then we served whiskey and cornbread from communion because I've learned how to be a good Southerner. And so I challenge faith, though, in lots of ways. I challenge it as a Black woman going and speaking to Republicans on the 4th of July in their churches about things that I think are universal principles. But I also preach to atheists and Buddhists and Taoists and pagans and a few Christians and a few heathens and a whole bunch of things in between. And for me, if spirituality does not have a box big enough for the atheist, the agnostic, the heathens, the Christians, the Jews, the Buddhists, the UUs, and everything in between, then it's probably not a big enough box for the solutions we need in society right now.
I absolutely agree. And if I can add this piece to it, you have to keep in mind that when I focus on me, I am focused on the community. I am not exempt. When I better me, I bring a better me to the community. So
Okay.
to say that I choose myself and not the community is saying that you only want me in the community when I'm agreeing with your standards of what community is.
I fully understand that, and trust me, I understand that full concept of blood being thicker than water. That, and I I know the full quote. I don't just
That's not the quote. That's a
Yeah, I
misquote.
know the full quote. I know the full quote about the full quote being about found family. I understand the idea that having I understand the idea that having found family makes more sense to a lot more people, and that's something that I fully support. What I'm saying here is that in a lot, I think I've made this point a bunch of times already, that in a lot of spaces where people are asked to share their personal experiences, a lot more people who are hearing these personal experiences would rather just jump in to find a way to justify why it happened to them and find a way to mitigate their the just the randomness of the situation rather than actually just accept that what happened for whatever reason. Like, I understand that people can lie, I really do, and this is what I'm saying. Like, if you genuinely believe that somebody getting hit by a car in the middle of the road is something that is such a random occurrence that it shouldn't have happened to them, like, other than checking on them, like, a lot more people wouldn't check on them to see if they're okay first. They would ask, what were you doing in the middle of the road? And yeah, there is some level of personal accountability that is to be had there, but you are not checking, like, you're not doing your, like, thing to see if somebody is doing well here. Like, you're not seeing if this person is okay first. You're not seeing this person has injuries and they probably need to go to a hospital first. You get what I'm saying here? Like, this is my entire thing. Like, I genuinely think that people skip steps. Sorry, it's 2 a.m. Like, words aren't really my forte at this hour. But people skip steps whenever people's personal experiences come because they try to either mitigate the randomness or justify the action or point out how they have contributed to the exact thing that's going on. And in your cases, I absolutely agree. Both of you are right. Both of you make perfect sense. And hell, I would advocate for choosing yourself every single time. I would. But the thing is, I also know for a fact that having something terrible happen to you and then people try to justify it or try to tell you that it didn't happen and it wasn't as bad as you thought it was absolutely enrages me. It enrages me because I lived through that. I experienced that. I felt that. It came with all the emotions. And when I tell you about it, it's not because it wasn't easy for me to tell you about it. I usually would only tell people who I trusted. And these people would start like, okay, um, why did you do this? Or why did you do that? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? It doesn't matter. At that point, some of those things don't matter. And if you genuinely believe that this person is lying, there are points where you can bring this up and points where you shouldn't. Right when they tell you, isn't that time that you should bring it up? And that's just what I'm saying. At this point, that's really just what I'm saying. I believe that anger is a valid emotion when when your personal experience that you are communicating to somebody who is genuinely supposed to be somebody that you're trusting is completely like somebody is just trying to justify it or mitigate it, and it's really, really harmful to you because it's like, yeah, you experienced it though.
Do you mind if I ask you a personal
Ab-
question
Absolutely.
in this public space? You've
Absolutely.
been through things in life that you would consider traumatizing. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I hear you talking about like the residual, what I'm calling the residual, and not in a dismissive way, that those hurts carry on with you into life where you are now, into your present.
Yeah.
With that, what I think we're talking about, before you came in, so you're getting kind of the end of this. But I think what we've been talking about, not but we've been talking about how we, as some who may be in some leadership roles in thought, these think tank people that are thinking about how we give some solutions to community. What we've been talking about is we have people with the same experiences, same kinds of feelings as you, because it's all of us. And what can we do more that provides the resources so that we could say to you, here are some ways, if you want to, that you could begin on that healing journey. We know that places that you go have not been places of healing. We know that people who you have been interacting with have been part of the trauma and are part of the residual abuse, and that may not be a place to reach out for. How do we create more spaces than what we're doing individually on our own so that people that are in the position of you saying, I am now ready to do healing if I only knew how, had better solutions so that we could take those who are willing and make that change? Because eventually we may get to a time where those who aren't yet willing will be ready. But how do we get to those who say, I'm willing now, if only I had some guide lights on the path to help me get to the right direction to get this healing? And so I think what you're talking about, my heart goes out. I want to give you a hug because I feel that hurt. Like I can identify in my own life with feeling that. Family should be loving me. And yet y'all the ones I got to go get therapy for. You know, I
Yeah.
turn to people I should be able to support. I've supported you, and now I need some support, and y'all can't support me. I understand that. And so what we're talking about, and I think why we're so passionate, is some of us have experienced some levels of how do we heal, because we can't stay dysfunctional because we're a hot mess. And so I hear your pain, and I think you're here in this circle. And those of us that have been here for a little while today, this is my first time here with these people. They've probably been having these conversations, but we're trying to get to what are our solutions and how can we move into action so that we don't have to have people like you that don't know that there are some solutions. Each of us probably has some solutions that we've been working on, not with people out there, but first with ourselves. Can it heal me? Because if it can't heal me, I'm sorry, sir, I can't spend my energy on you. And so
Right.
I think we've been developing and investing our life energy because for some of us, it's a passion. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got to have money because I'm a practicalist in some of these things, but it's a passion because if we don't fix this, all we can do is crash and burn. That's it. Society will crash and burn because we are on a negative course. It will continue to deteriorate more and more if we don't begin healing faster than the deterioration. So I think what you're pointing out, your passion in what you're saying, I think is why we're even having this conversation. So I appreciate you for coming and trusting us to be able to share that, because we are talking about how we fix and provide the solutions for exactly what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Good one. Good stuff. That's good talk right there. I
And
like
for
that.
most of us, it has been a life practice. So when we come into these spaces, right, and we can identify that there's some healing going on, sometimes we just have to sit a while and wait it out. It's going to sound strange because this is the first time I'm beginning to heal. So I may not understand your methods, but I know you have something that I don't have. So whatever you have, I want you to hand it to me. and I'm going to try to make it work for me. And that is just the first piece to number one, reaching out, and then number two, trusting the process, because we can't stop in the middle, because if we're in the middle, we're not done. So if you recognize that there's healing there, then you got to kind of sit with the information and try it out, or else, we're just going to be in the same spot all over again. Because I know for me, and I'll just say for me, like I said, it's been a life practice kind of healing from these things, and falling and getting back up. And one thing I can tell you that I got sick of hearing the same thing over and over again. I got sick of people validating my hurt and my pain. I got sick of people not having answers. So that is what led me to look within to try to find an answer to my solutions. It led me to look for people who were not only saying, I hear you, I can appreciate you sharing, I commend you for reaching out. This is what I did. Now, this is going to sound strange, but I'm telling you that it worked for me. And I'm telling you on this side that everybody's method didn't work for me. But there were quite a few that did. And the blessing of it is I get to choose. I get to choose what works for me and what doesn't. So it's completely empowering. Nobody is trapping you into a process. Nobody's trapping you into a procedure. You still get to choose. And that is the blessing of having a community. So like she said, I commend you for reaching out. Everybody don't have the strength to do that. Um, you know, it is a blessing to have a forum like this, and you may see something in this room that says that we are on a good stride, but again, we're not finished yet. you know I know I'm not.
Yeah.
you know
Manifest. I've been on this TikTok for about a week. My very first post, though, you reminded me. The beginning of the clip is the clip of Mahalia Jackson saying, "When you get sick and tired
mm,
of being sick and tired," And for me, that's when somebody's ready to change. Whenever that crisis that's going to shift your paradigm happens, you're receptive. What's happening right now is we are socially getting closer to that point of crisis where we're going to have a lot of people receptive to change. Life ain't gonna feel good, even if they can't verbalize it. Life's gonna feel like it just sucks. And with that emotional intelligence of zero, I just feel some kind of way and it ain't good. And for me, if we don't have the leaders and the teachers prepared, equipped, and qualified to live it, then it's going to be very difficult to teach people, because this is a living thing. This I think the spiritual move is you have to be able to live it. This has to be real to you, where we're not talking about you go the fake love where you pat, pat, pat and go on. This is the real whole life kind of stuff. These are people that you live with and you do life with, these people who are also your spiritual support and your emotional support. They're your chosen family, and they may be biological and they may not be. But this preparation, I think, has to be the intense deep dive, because you can't lead somebody if you haven't been stretched further than they need to be stretched to get their healing done. I think it's very difficult to do that. Then you can tell them theoretically, but it would be a shame to be teaching people how to make that shift and then you not be able to make it yourself.
So as we continue, like, what are the simplest, what are the beginner steps, like, let's say the healing for dummies, that you would probably put out there as a sort of thing that most people would want to start with? I know that most people's healing journeys are personal and would probably need to be tailored to them, but I think everybody has to start from somewhere. And usually when starting from somewhere, that would where would that be exactly?
Uh, so you saying, how would you better, basically you said a dummy book for healing, you know what I'm saying, or starting off of healing.
Yeah,
So
because
I would
I don't
say,
know, like, for me, I know for a fact that for me what started was a bunch of introspection and realizing that I can't continue to internalize these problems as if they were my fault. There's so much I can change for myself, right? But eventually, at some point the world has to also change. The world has to also see that it's wronged a person, and however unfair it is, it's still not right.
Okay.
So I have to be able to understand and stand up for myself and say and advocate that these things aren't right, and it's fair for me to go out there. It took a lot of therapy and a lot of exercise and a lot of strength to get to the point that I am today. To just do something as basic as not need validation from other people, to what's it called? To just function in the world, right? Do something as basic as that, or to manage my anxiety disorder. That's basic, but it took me a while to get to that point, right?
Yeah,
That
so
being said, like I know that it's not a one size fits all thing, but if you guys have anything for people out there who are feeling like this, like just generally unheard, unseen, and sort of patronized and put aside and condescended to, what would you say would be the best thing to start with?
so I would say, like, first off, we got to work with what we can control. So, when you're saying the world is a crazy world, we can't do nothing with the world right now. You know what I'm saying? We could try to do something, whatever, but the first thing is we should worry about ourselves first, which is something we can control. The next thing is we should first identify what's holding us back or whatever. We gotta figure that out first. Gotta be aware of what the problem or the problems we've been through or whatever. We gotta identify that first, be aware of it. And then next is you should try to you got to find a way to avoid going through that again, going through that problem again, or that that the trauma or whatever situation it is. So you got to find many different ways to try to not put yourself back in that same predicament again or whatever. Let me see what I'm missing. I feel like I'm missing something. But basically, I would say like the first three, you gotta just work on what you can control. Work on what and and just realize that life will not fit the way you want it to be all the time. And you gotta be, like I said, like I was talking about earlier, you gotta be not comfortable. You gotta be comfortable without, you gotta be comfortable with being uncomfortable sometimes. So you can't, if you feel like something within yourself is not right, you gotta work on that, or something within yourself is, if being yourself is not working, you gotta work on, trying to change yourself or whatever. So.
I'll jump in and give my take on that. I was in training on trauma resolution, the process of trauma resolution. That's a step process. It's a step process that can be taught in 2 hours that helps give you a framework for being able to begin the journey of healing. I do not go to any board commitment. They ask me to be on a board or be involved with their organization unless they will do this. It's called How to Have Healing Conversations with Yourself and Others. And what I find is when I go into those situations where I'm investing my time and there is not a framework for how we're going to be with each other and how we're going to not traumatize each other and have that framework. And so it's one of the things that I use regularly in many of the community things. Recently, this past year in my community, we've had some youth shootings, teenagers, high school situations. And this is a relatively small town that I work with. And the church that I am involved with there and helping to guide has gotten trained. Their membership got trained so that when there's community trauma, they can hold healing conversations for the community to be able to come in and not just do ranting, but to have a framework for being able to work through trauma. And it works for both past and present. It gives you a framework for dealing with conflict resolution as well as things that are happening in present. How do you filter it so that you're not allowing present life to traumatize you with the same impact?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
So I would agree with that, but also touch back with what Kev said is of the, focus on what you can control, because especially in like the social group of a community who's going through a trauma, or even if it's a personal trauma and you're trying to discuss it with your, you know, close-knit community, whether it be your family, your friends, you still got to focus on what you can control. Because if it's something you can control and you can change and you can make better, that's the only thing that deserves your time and energy. Because anything outside of what you can control and what you can change, it's just going to cause you more distress and more depression and issues and everything else, because you can't force anyone else to think like you. You can't force them to understand you. You can talk till you're blue in the face, and some people just won't get it. Some people will, some people won't. But so that's, I think what Kev said a minute ago is, you know, that was one of the first things that I had to learn when I was a young adult and first got married, had my first child. I'm a military wife as well, so like we had these moves that would show up, and they're like, boom, you have to be in this next state in 30 days. You got to find a house, you got to this, and so many things were out of my control, and I was spiraling. So in order to slow the spiral down and regain ground underneath your feet, you first got to think, break it down. What can I control? What can I change? What can I do? And the things that I can't change and the things that I can't control, how can I move past that? And how can I make that be, an appropriate healing aspect for me, that I can move forward without having it creating some sort of, for lack of a better word, trauma, moving forward. How can I let that go and move forward? Because there's nothing I can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's to bring it home. What I hear them. Oh, is he gone? What I hear you all saying is to control what you can control. The thing is, when we are in a state of emergency or trauma, we don't feel like we have any control.
That's true.
And we are rendered helpless. We are helpless. So what I would say would be the first step. At least it was the first step for me, was breaking down those ideas, challenging those ideas, those thoughts, and those theories that were holding me captive. Because a lot of times, if I allow someone, if someone has hurt me, right, the act has been done, right? I can't prevent that. But what prevents me from healing is holding myself to these standards that I have to be, say, or do X, Y, Z. And often enough, they're for other people. So if I can challenge that and sit in that moment and say, you know what? That's not what I'm doing today. That's not what I'm feeling. I think this is better. This feels right, right? I don't have to be in anybody's company. I can take a walk because that feels better. I don't care who's expecting me. Right now, I need this time for me. And I think those are the things that often keep us in this cycle, trying to be what we think we need to be in a moment versus what we actually need to be for us.
Yeah, I agree. Because for whatever reason, I feel society has put some of those labels on us and expectations, and it's a collective thing. It's several years, generations, different things, of expectations, and then also the expectations that we put on ourselves by comparing ourselves to others. But that ain't, just because that's right for somebody else don't mean it's right for you. And uh as a growing woman, mother, wife, I'm sure a lot of us have gone through these changes of like, I used to be Holly, right? Grew up, teenager, Holly, fun loving, blah, blah, blah. Then I became a wife. and I was, Carter's wife, and then I became a mother, and then I was like, oh, that's McKilly's mom or Mason's mom or whatever, and then you kind of like lose your identity, and you have these expectations and things that are placed upon you, and some of them are placed upon you by the social community and the norms, and some of them are placed upon you because you're comparing yourselves to others. But when it comes down to it, is you've got to, and it's a struggle, but you've got to go through your mentality and really break it down to realize what's good for you, because what's good for you will in turn be good for your family and your husband and your kids, because if you're not happy, they're not happy. And you got to do that self-love and self-care to continue that family dynamic and happiness and everything else, even though, I mean, at least for me, the mentality is go, go, go. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to keep up. You got, keep up with the Joneses, But when it comes down to it, I ain't the Joneses. That's not who I am. I mean, maybe I do some of the same things they do, but that's not who I am. And I can't keep up with them. I do my own thing. And I need to take a step back and do my own thing and do what's right for me and my family, and set aside all the, worldly expectations. And once you get past a lot of the worldly expectations, you can start to heal yourself, which will heal not only you, but your relationships around you as well.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna use this same thing I use all the time, which that's gonna be my new thing now, because I had just thought about this some days ago. So it's just like, okay, I hear like people might they like using that, certain situations might hold us back, or people hold us back, government hold us back, all that stuff. So I'm using the same exact thing. It's like that's just like, okay, Luke, if you had two legs at once, you know what I'm saying, and you lose one leg, you still, no matter what, life don't stop there. You always still got to move forward no matter what. So just because you lost a leg, that don't mean you just sit there and, complain about you losing that one leg. You can have no legs, you know what I'm saying? But you still got to find a way to move forward no matter what. So that's the solution. That's really the solution. Like you can't just come to a stop. You got to always find a way to grow. Always find a way to grow. Always find a way to do better and move forward. You know what I'm saying? So we can complain about me not having no legs all day, or me having one leg all day, but I'm still gotta move forward. I gotta pick a day to move forward, no matter what. It's like, complaining about me not having no food. I still gotta find some food. You know what I'm saying? So
Laugh. I want to challenge that. I want to challenge that in a serious way.
okay,
We do have choices. We do have choices. We
definitely.
absolutely have choices, and that is why the suicide numbers are skyrocketing. We absolutely do have choices. You can choose that you are not going to do this struggle anymore. You can choose that it is not worth it to put any more energy into the struggle, and that the best, most loving option for you and everybody else is to terminate your life. We all have choices. The goal, I think, is for us to create a world, communities where individuals feel that their life is worth living and that they have the support so that it is possible, that there's some hope that they can do the hard stuff so that they feel better, so that they can feel love again. They can thaw out those emotions that they just can't even decide what they are. We all have a choice. Now that's my value system. So I'm suggesting that to you. We
So you
all have a choice of whether we live today.
So what you saying is the choice is to either move forward or don't move at all, or just end it?
I have to choose to live. We have a choice whether we live or not. To
Yeah, that's
say that someone has to choose to live, you have to just keep living. People are saying, no, I don't. No, I don't. I do not have to just keep living. Life's a shithole for a lot of people in a lot of ways right now. And people are saying, I do not have to choose to keep living. That's why I'm passionate. A young man who I married 12 years ago, I performed the wedding on for he and his wife. He killed himself 2 years ago. I said, I got to go find out what's going on. He's loving father, loving wife, loving supportive family. And yet he still said, I do not have to choose to keep living. And there was nothing that this loving system around him could do to help him not have that as his only choice. We all have a choice. Healing is about helping people know that there is some hope, real hope. Because what we're telling them now is just keep living, but we ain't got no way to help you. Life's hell, but we ain't got nothing to do to help you with it. Just keep living, grind it out. And people are saying, I can't do it no more. I can't. So I want to challenge you to think that through, because even that vocabulary to someone who's teetering at the edge of hopelessness could be enough to say, you know what? I can prove you wrong. This will be the last time we have this conversation, and the next thing you know, you'll be getting a phone call. And so to really think about that passionately.
All about wording though. It's like you just don't tell nobody. You know what I'm saying? You still can, if like I said, you can still try to help. So you saying basically, okay, say if I put it this way, so you saying that I should just let a person be them or something if they're not trying to, because some people actually be crying out for help. So you can,
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd look at getting just some baseline suicide prevention. Like, is that serious? It's that serious. People that you talk to every day and you don't know they're struggling because we don't know what to ask. And if they ask us something, we ain't got no help to offer them. So we don't ask because we're struggling too. And so part of this is about why we got to do this, because the solutions that are out there, the government has reached out to the churches to find solutions. I've been to 5 certification trainings in my state over the past year. And you know what? At the end of them, I say, okay, so if you get them off the ledge, what's next? And you know what they say? We've got to find solutions for connection. They have to know processing skills. They have to develop an emotional intelligence. They have to have a support network and a roof over their head and food on the table. And I say, well, great. Are you throwing some money into doing that? Because that's what I do. And they say, we ain't got no solutions. So you're telling them, let's get them off the ledge, for you to then tell them you ain't got no solutions. So then this year, I've been in the government has put, I think it's 1 trillion. I have to check those numbers back into asking faith communities to find a solution, not just for suicide now. That was the test run. They've been 2 years test running that. Now it's and everything else. Can you figure out processing skills, connection, community, food on the table, roof overhead, support system? Can you now do that? Because we have the solutions that we have are stretched to the hilt. We can't train enough therapists to fix it right now. We logistically cannot train enough therapists for the trauma rates that we have in society. It's
you saying don't. So the solution would be don't do it or don't try at all.
I'm saying get some education.
People can't take it or not, because that's like the fact that, I mean, I get you saying that, you know, people is offing themselves or whatever, but all people can do is really try. So like I said, there's people that's out here that is seeking help, because you can't find a way to, find a way to help every last person. You know what I'm saying? All we can do is try. So people gonna make their decision no matter what. It's not saying that because you give somebody advice that means that they're gonna take it. You know what I'm saying? We know people gonna take the advice or not, but all you can do is try. And like I said, it's all about how you word it or not. Because everybody, even if you can word it the best way, some people could take that a bad way. You know what I'm saying? That's something that most of us know, but we can't help a person. Like, we could try. We can tell the person don't jump over the ledge or whatever, but some people it works on. You know what I'm saying? But not all people that have, it's like some gonna work, some is not. But that don't mean don't try at all. You know what I'm saying? Even it's a choice to try or not either on that. But just why? What's the point of giving up? At least you could say that you tried.
So
if the murder rates in your community tripled, would that be an epidemic for you? Like, literally in your area, if the numbers of murders tripled, would that be a crisis for your community?
Would it be a crisis?
Significant crisis.
So yeah, we would try to figure. I guess even in that situation, we try to figure out, what's the problem. So always
Would you
trying
do
to
it
we
quickly?
address the problem before we can figure it out or try to figure it out. I mean,
Would you do it swiftly? Would you put some resources into doing it quickly if all of a sudden your murder rates tripled?
yes, and then yes, that's when you say
In real numbers in my region, that's what suicide rates are right now. We don't
yes,
talk about it. It's a
yeah.
worse epidemic than the crime violence right now. It's triple that.
So don't
Really.
you find, okay, just like any other problem. Once you find out a problem, you try to find many solutions to try to prevent it, right? Because
Yeah,
because that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? Just because one way don't work, you got to try many different ways. You know what I'm saying? To try to prevent it. I mean, and not every way don't always work all the time. But we all, like I said, it's all about trying. Because I could say the same thing you saying about murder rates going up. What if we had a solution that made murder rates go down? You know what I'm saying? It's either or.
understand.
It's a
The only difference with suicide is we don't have a second chance oftentimes. The only difference with suicide, like what you're saying, yes, try whatever you got. If we're talking about suicide and somebody's at that point, there are lots of free resources for training right now to be able to have those conversations and know how to reach out to the appropriate trained responders that can really come in and do intervention. Because if someone is on the edge of suicide, if they're talking about it, if they're planning it, if they're thinking about it, then we're in a crisis that we don't have a second chance for.
and
We
it's
don't have a
people
second
that
chance.
got talked out of suicide too. I mean, the same thing. Some got talked out, some people did. It's just like like I said, it's a gamble. But at least some people is actually out here trying. Some people you don't have to talk to, and they might talk themselves out. But it's just a gamble. You know what I'm saying? It's no set. Like ain't nobody just because we try to find solutions, that don't mean solutions gonna work. You know what I'm saying? But you know it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So it can work one way, it can not work another way. So
Uh, oh, go ahead. Oh,
I'm going to reiterate,
there you go.
in between the problem and the solution,
Mm,
there is a period of time, right? Be it a day, a month, a year, like whatever, wherever we are, right? All I'm saying is, if we could use that space from the moment the person reaches out, right, to just validate how they feel and get them to the next, just get them to commit to the next. It may not be the next day, right? But there's some grounding that needs to happen there, because when you're in that state of emergency, everything is important and nothing can wait. So yes, we're going to be irrational, but I think just giving a person that space, letting them know that you don't have to even decide right now, right? Just sitting in that space to acknowledge that, yes, I am hurt and I don't have to get up right now, I think is important, because I think what drives that now, being on this side of life, right? So that means I haven't taken that option, but, and I ain't gonna lie and say that I haven't been close or that I can understand the idea at times in my life. So I will say that most of what is begging us to check out is those ideas. And I can't say that enough, of who I'm supposed to be right now versus who I feel like I am.
mm.
So that next moment is very important. I agree with you, sis, no wasted time, because we really don't have that time to waste. But people, I think, who choose that option think there is a choice to be made right now when it isn't. So, yes, Kev, they can make it 2 days from now or 3 days from now. But what I can do is show them that you always have time, right? You don't have to decide right now. this is how you feel in this moment, but you won't always feel this way. And I think getting on the other side of that thought could help. And outside of personal choice, that may be the best that we could do in that moment, because I get it. It's that whole, I know you're hurt, but get up, you can't stop. I know you hurt, but don't sit too long. I know you hurt. It's like sometimes I just cannot move.
Most definitely.
Can I just stay here for a moment? Because I hear what you're saying. And there have been times where I said to people, I am not giving up, but I need to acknowledge how I'm feeling in this moment. That's what I don't need to run over that, because it's a lot of running over that. If I can acknowledge how I'm feeling in this moment, then I can figure out what to do with the rest. Will you allow me to be hurt? Will you allow me some time to even decide if I want to continue? But just pointing out that this is not where it stopped. This is not the only moment. It don't have to be the only moment that you have. Sometimes, like I said, that's all we can do, because the choice is literally up to the person.
Yeah, Empress, I had muted that guy because I don't like when people put words in my mouth and stuff. So that's why I muted him, because I don't know where he just read that from. I don't see where did I type that I said I'm controlling people. That was some crazy stuff. So I don't like when people do that stuff. So I muted him. I mean, I actually blocked him.
You know I don't control your panel.
Huh?
You know I don't control your panel.
I think Laugh, that brings up a good point, that, the healing isn't the whole picture. The extreme edge is suicide, but there's a whole spectrum. Healing isn't an isolated thing that we do. We do it in the midst of life and lots of things. Like they say, do you have a roof over your head and food over the table? Are you sure that you can pay your bills? You have a safe place for your family? All of those are other factors too that I think go into it. And to have a holistic solution, I think we have to be looking at all of those factors at the same time. If I want you to heal, but you work in 2 jobs, and you're catching the bus to get there, and this, and life continues to throw those struggles at you, the systematic struggles and those kind of things. And so I think even when we're talking about healing, it's not just an isolated thing. I think the conversations need, or can be best served by really talking about this from an interconnected kind of standpoint of, but a housing program also helps us do healing work, because somebody has the mental capacity to do healing if they've got a roof over their head. They know they've got enough money to make it to the end of the month and feed their family. So I think to have a holistic approach, we've got to look at it in all of those circles of community at the same time.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so I think this whole conversation's kind of come full circle, where No Wasted Time and Kev were kind of going back and forth at the beginning. It's come full circle. I think initially Kev was kind of speaking more in the moment, in the, coming off the ledge, whereas No Wasted Time was more whole picture healing process from, taking that step back off the ledge and healing so you don't get back on the ledge. I think it was just kind of a near miss, where you guys were kind of both speaking on the same thing, but it was that somehow there was a near miss in the mutualness on that conversation, and I think we've come more or less full circle on that.
I thought, now thinking about it though, is when I made that example analogy or whatever, I was meaning like when people blame others of why they can't move forward. That's what I was talking about. I don't know how she came with the suicide thing. I don't know, but I just I was just talking about that after that. But I was really just talking about that people use other people and say that they're the reason why they're held back. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, we still have the choice to move forward. We can't blame nobody else for why we're not moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Because as long as we able to, we got to do what we can with what we got. That was my whole point. That was all I was, that's all I was trying to get to.
Yeah. No, I understood, and I don't want to I don't want to dismiss that at all. The wording that you used was you have to just keep going. And I
Yeah.
wanted to challenge just in your thinking in when you use that. And it may just be I don't know how you process what I'm saying, but that statement is one that I feel is not true. And for someone who really is on the edge, that could be a statement that could be triggering.
Yeah,
And
that's all I
so
was
just from an
saying.
awareness standpoint was my intention of that, not dismissing the rest of the context around that.
About to say you must have took that last part because I wasn't talking about a person on. I was just talking about a person blaming somebody else or why they're not moving forward. That's what I was talking about. That's why I say you must have took
But
the
but I
end
think
part.
but
That
I
probably
think we're talking about the same thing because one of the fastest growing groups of successful suicides is young black men. And we have one in the news recently where hours before everything looks lovely, life looks good. And so sometimes we have these conversations with people we don't know if we're no longer intimately involved with people in community in the way we used to be, where we really knew what they meant. It's like the young man saying earlier, folks can say one thing and they be lying. You say it with your face, but you're wearing the mask. And so sometimes the sensitivity that I think we really, especially now, uh, that I would like to see community develop is that we take stuff seriously when people say, I'm struggling. Yeah. It's funny. Well, girl, you should be able to do better, but I'm struggling and I ain't doing better. Girl, get it together. It's going to be okay. And we go on our merry little way and wave. And those are those people who,
Right.
even though they don't tell us, are teetering. Like it's that serious. And so I want, uh, I want my community to gain a greater sense of empathy that we don't play. If they say they struggling, trust them. If they have trauma and they aren't dealing with it, I trust that they are doing their best. And what I see is their best. If they had options to do better, Lord knows they do it because life is pretty bad from what they're saying. I think people are doing their best, and what we are seeing is their best. And I've stopped sugarcoating to say, oh no, people just faking. Nope, that's the best because if they could do better, what I see, that is their best at any given time. They doing their best. When they flying off the handle, that's the best they could muster up right here, right now. And so I've started taking that literally because when I take it literally, then that means the person talking to me can't play them jokes with me in their talking. I'm gonna kill myself. Really? Let me call my resource team. Is that a serious consideration? Are you actively making plans? Have you thought about making those kinds of plans to kill yourself? Like to
Right.
ask those direct conversations, because that's what is needed at that point. And if they plan, don't play with me like that because I take it seriously. Do not play with me about taking your life if you're not serious. Because if you are, then what you're doing is emotional manipulation. And I choose not to be involved in that kind of foolishness because that weighs on me and it'll make me crazy too. So it trains people to not be insensitive about that kind of thing. And if nothing else, through the exposure, they may remember the interaction they had with me when they played that joke about killing themselves. And they say, wait, hold on. Somebody might really be on the edge. I probably shouldn't play with this and joke with this topic. Find something else to joke about if you got to make a joke. My community is laden with it, and it's that serious. My godmother, just a few miles away, had a 17-year-old next door blow his head off with a gun because the girlfriend said something that he was not happy about. And he did it at her grandmother's house, sitting on the couch. And the 80-year-old man that she was caring for says, I've never seen them take a dead body out of the house. I got an 80-year-old man now traumatized. And this nurse, my godmother, traumatized. And this teenage girl traumatized. This is real life for me. And so when we think that people are joking, I take people at face value. If you say you're struggling until you tell me otherwise, or I determine that you're lying, I'm taking it seriously around suicide. There's some other stuff that I say, you know what, let me just dismiss you. That's not my nonsense. But about suicide, because there is no comeback from that. Everything else we can fix. Everything else we can find a solution for. We can find you a house. We can find you a job. We can get you something to eat. We can get your lights turned back on. We can get your water turned back on. We can get you a bus pass. But if you take your life, and black men are one of the fastest growing numbers, and their success rates are high because they have lethal weapons. You put a gun to your head, and more than likely, with the bullets we have, there's nothing we can do for you at that point. And you made a split-second decision on an emotional thing that you just couldn't handle with right then. We have no more choices, and there's devastation all around. Like, it's that serious in my community. It may not be for you guys, and so just thank you for letting me express it in the passion that I'm feeling right this minute. But in my community, it's a serious thing, and it's that serious.
I feel you. I feel you.
I appreciate your passion.
Yeah. And when you said, it's like you said, is once you get to that point, if you go through with it, there ain't no time. That's it. Done. Game over. There's no fixing it. But if you try to, and for each person, which I know in the past conversation, kind of Kev touched on this, is like each person's going to reciprocate or understand what you're trying to portray differently, right? So what you say might work for one person, but it might not work for another person. And
Right.
so for me personally, my go-to is not to necessarily say anything, but to say, what do you need?
Right.
What do you need? What do you need help with? How can I help you? Don't tell them oh, life is tough. Just keep pushing on, the blah, blah, blah. I mean, because, yeah, once they make that choice, it's done, game over. There's no time left. You can't fix nothing. So, what it comes down to, and, I'm not an expert or anything, but I have a handful of personal experiences with suicide. And the biggest thing is, asking, what do you need? And trying to help facilitate those needs to at least give them some time to come down from those feelings or from those thoughts so they can reevaluate. And that's, and even your best doesn't always work. And I've experienced that, and it's hard. It's hard when you've done your best, you've saved them once or twice, and then come the third time around, they're gone. And, there's a bit of guilt there because you've tried, and you're like, well, what did I do wrong? But sometimes it's not what you did, it's just what they've been through. And all you can do is, do your best, but mostly it's about listening, not telling them this way, that way, or another, but listening. What do you need? Why do you feel that way? How can we make it feel better? What's going to benefit you and stop this cycle? Do you know what that is? Can we work on it together? Because maybe they don't even know what it is. Sometimes you don't. And
Mm-hmm.
it's a process. But the big thing is don't tell them. Ask questions and then listen. And that's my personal experience. I can't say for nothing else, nobody else. But from my personal experience, you know, I'm not, I'm older now, but I didn't used to be as old when I dealt with some of these things, and I didn't know what to say. And maybe I could have, you know, asked more questions or listened more intently. But, some people know better, some people don't. But that's the best advice I could give is ask the questions and then listen. Don't say nothing.
Yep.
Empress, did you have something? I hadn't heard your perspective since you came up.
My apologies. Sometimes I listen first. I don't want to just jump in and cut anybody off, so I'm always just listening first.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, if you want to answer the question, you can do that, or you can continue with what we talking about.
Kev, don't you start with me tonight.
No, I'll just give you an option, my man.
I have, when it comes to our community, first things first, when we are coming out of and you are in a trauma, is that we do have to listen. I definitely agree with her that suicide is at a high number because it's kind of always been told you're okay, keep going. You got to really know that when that person say they end this, they end it. Sometimes it can come off to a lot of people is that you're going to be okay, but that person really not okay. They just say they okay, but they not okay. When a person says that, I can't because of this, I can't get here because they're really still stuck there. They can't because they really still stuck there. So Kev, you say you can't blame these people. Well, they can't get past it until they deal with it. So they're really stuck there. So what you would want them to do, they can't because they're really still stuck in that trauma and they got to heal from that trauma. They got to deal with the emotions. They got to deal with everything around and be able to process these things, understand it, know that they're not at fault for some things, but also have to learn to take accountability from the moment you start making decisions and choices for yourself. Those are your actions. But when trauma comes, a lot of trauma, a person is really still stuck there. So even though you want to see them to go, they can't go because they're still stuck there. They haven't been able to resolve that. So they got to heal there. Why are you talking down in the comments, kid? I'm with you.
No, I was about to say we was no, I didn't never say that. We was talking about two different things. I
No,
was
you
talking.
said that don't blame other people. You should just be able to move. Well, they cannot not blame those people until they deal with that.
Yeah, she was talking about the suicide thing. I was just talking about in general speaking, as in people that blame others why they couldn't move forward. That's what I was talking about. She was
They are
talking
blaming those people because they can't move forward because they haven't healed
about,
from that yet. They haven't healed from that trauma yet. So they're still angry at those people. They're unable to see forward yet because they
yeah,
haven't dealt with that.
people though. I'm not talking about suicide. I was never talking about suicidal people. She took that out of that what I was saying. I was talking about just people in general that blame others why they can't move forward. I'm not talking about suicide. I
She's
don't want
back
to.
on that topic. She's back on that topic, and she's saying they can't let go of it because they haven't healed. You got to do some healing to be able to let go of it and quit talking about it and quit hashing it. They got to do some healing to be able to stop. So if you hear people and they're going over and over it again, you just know they haven't healed. That's why.
They
That's why they
haven't.
keep talking about it. That's why they keep going
So
through it
that's why they
over and
keep
over again.
blaming those. That's why
Because
they
they
keep
haven't
blaming
healed.
all those
Yeah,
people
it's
because
a
they
catch
haven't healed
22.
yet.
It's
I,
a
They
hamster
haven't
wheel.
healed.
It's like yeah,
They
I'm
haven't
not.
been able to let go. So they're basically still in the past. They can't see the future because they're still there. They haven't dealt with the trauma there yet. So they'll just tell you they okay. They're moving. They're doing what it seems to be apparent to be that everything is okay, but they're really not. Because when you have a lot of trauma that sets in on you, you really have to process it first. You really got to go and deal with those situations and every single piece. And you got to deal with it before you can start just barely taking those baby steps to move forward. So those people they're blaming, because they're still there, they're going to keep blaming them until they heal. Most of the time, the people they're blaming are the ones who have done things, that have physically done things to them, and they're still seeing them on a daily, on a daily. Kev, why do you keep going to this? If you go to this comment one more time,
catch 22, and I think that's what we're seeing. I think exactly what you explained is what we're seeing. People are on the hamster wheel. I want to be better, but I keep going and doing the stuff all over again, which keeps me in that traumatized mode. But I want to do better. It's the I don't know how. I think that's what the young man was saying earlier today. I don't know how. I want to, but I go to these people that I think I'm supposed to, my family, my friends, and they don't know nothing to do to help me. They kind
Wait,
reality
Because
is
a lot of times those people are the same people who have already inflicted trauma.
right. They part of the problem.
They're genuinely part of the problem.
If they could help me, then they wouldn't have hurt me in the first place.
So if they go to try to give a little help, it's like a give and then I'll take. So it's back to the fight again. It's back to now I blame you because now you came and pretended you were helping me, and actually you were still hurting me. So to stop it, you kind of got to cut everybody out and just deal with self first, which is hard because it starts to weigh.
Can I ask a question?
If you start healing, you lose that you have. Then you got nothing.
And now you're even more afraid.
If y'all was my peoples and you dysfunctional, at least I had somebody. I had camaraderie, I had companionship, even if it was toxic. That's why people stay in those situations. And so if we don't have healing places for them to go where we can be that chosen family, and we ain't dysfunctional, they come to our churches, a place of, and we beg them up, give us some money, give us some something, and we abuse them, we mistreat them, we talk about them, we gossip about them. They can't come there and heal. And so it's where in community can you go if you're crying out? And that's what I think we have to increase, not only for women, but especially for men, because women can do it. The girls will get their come on, we're going to get our wine and go heal. We're going to the beach and we're going to have a healing retreat. I know because I sell them to them. Yeah, you want to do it. It's going to be in a nice place. It's going to be really good food. It's going to be gourmet prepared, and now they can come do it in Ecuador. Girls, women do that. There's a culture of that where it's a little bit more acceptable. We may not go deep diving, but men don't do that. And there's something about that we've got to heal if we want to fix some of this stuff. Because we need our men and we need our women and we need them to be healthy.
Clearly, I missed something. Because I caught bits and pieces of it. You guys said something about the young man said something earlier. What exactly did I miss so I can be all caught up?
We had kind of two conversations going. There was a snippet of one conversation that led into a rabbit trail. I like a long rabbit trail, a very passionate rabbit trail on suicide prevention. That was the rabbit trail. The rest of the comment in context was about people that complain about healing, but then you don't see them do nothing about the healing. That kind of cycle that you gotcha. Fill in the blank in your life and your experience. And we were talking about it being a hamster wheel. And the sister was saying, Empress was saying, they keep doing it because they ain't healed. They keep doing the dysfunctional behavior of staying in the mess and wallowing in the mess of our trauma because we haven't healed. And like the answer is heal, but you're damaged and you don't know how, which is kind of what we've been talking about. How do we create better solutions?
Okay. I'm all caught up then.
I think is that accurate, everybody? Is that pretty clear?
Kev, I think you just need to go ahead and express yourself and stay up from out the comments when you up here hosting.
No, I already said it, so I'm not. I said it outside, so it's like I don't know.
What is it? I mean, say I wasn't here, so I don't know.
That part. Enlighten us. Inquiring minds want to know.
My thing is, I'm not, like I said, I'm not invalidating nothing y'all saying up here. Everything y'all saying is true, but I was just saying that's what I wasn't talking about that. That's all I'm point I was getting to.
Well,
what were you saying?
I just popped in, sir. So I said I just popped in, so I don't know what you said or didn't say. So
it's not towards you though. I'm just talking. I was just talking because it was me and Waste No Time that was talking about. I was just letting it be known that I wasn't trying to mix what I was saying with what, because I know what she's saying. It is true, you know what I'm saying. But I wasn't trying to mix that wasn't my whole goal of what I was saying. It wasn't dealing with people with that got traumas and all that stuff. I was just talking about people that basically blame why they don't progress in life, on other people because they not even trying to even move up forward. They just they okay. I'm gonna say it over again. Like I did analogy or example. I said that just because stuff happened in our life basically. So I said because you used to walk with two legs, and then all of a sudden you lost a leg or whatever. That don't mean just stop at life. I said we still got to move forward. That's what I was saying. We got to move forward, and we still got to get to where we got to get to, no matter what. So we can't just sit there and complain about having one leg or no legs. We still got to find a way to move forward. That was what I was just getting to.
But I think that's trauma
And
because
that's not
something
trauma,
happens
Kev.
and you got to deal with the grief. You're
That's not
grieving. You can't
trauma.
move forward. You're stuck. Like all of that are all of our dysfunction. That's trauma.
Okay,
That's most
I got
that's
to.
most definitely trauma. I think I would go through a lot losing a leg when I
Look,
know
I had to
I
turn on
know
my
eventually
camera
I'm
for
gonna
this one.
have to move forward in that.
All right,
But it's
Kev.
gonna be some trauma there because now I don't have a leg, which is now going to put me somewhat in emotional, somewhat depressing state because I don't have this leg. That's not me saying that I don't want to try no more. It's that I got to get past that trauma. I got to heal past that trauma. I got to be okay with me now not having this leg. So
That
that's
part.
still a form of trauma, which means that that trauma, depending on how long it is, that person got to heal and be okay with themselves now, knowing that they don't have this leg. And it does take time.
Okay, well, since you gave the leg scenario, Kev, I'm gonna tell you like this. So my father, who has since passed on, was a double amputee. And there are long lasting psychological effects that happen when you have a limb removed, such as phantom pain. So even though that leg was removed, it still felt like it was there. He would literally tell me, scratch my foot. And I would look at him like he had lost his fucking mind. But he would tell me to scratch his foot because there was something that he had not completely dealt with the pain of the trauma of his leg being removed, so he could still feel the sensation. Now, I say that to say this. When we're afflicted by trauma, forgiveness is what provides us our healing. And until you are ready to forgive the person who harmed you, you're not going to be able to move forward. Now, the forgiveness portion is not for that person. The forgiveness portion is for you, because once you were able to forgive, and I'm not saying forget, but once you were able to forgive a person for causing you trauma, you can start the healing process, because you have accepted that that trauma, number one, was not your fault. Number two, that you are actually starting to process these emotions that you have been stricken with and held down by, if that makes sense to everyone so far. Once you process said emotions and you begin your healing process, that is when you start to grow. That is when you start not to blame others, for the trauma that you have experienced. But it takes time. Everybody's healing process, it's going to take time within them. The shit don't happen overnight.
Mm-hmm. So I got a question for everybody then. What did I say that was wrong?
I don't feel like you necessarily said something wrong. I think you just forgot the part of the trauma.
I didn't say nothing. Like I know all that stuff it comes around. I know it take time. I never said it was easy or nothing. My whole point was we still got to it's a point in our life we still got to move forward if we make the choice or not. That's my whole point. But I'm trying to see where I was wrong at. You know what I'm
Can
saying?
I
It
ask
make
I
it
a
seem like
question about
I
that?
don't feel you were wrong. It's
Do
just
you feel
it's a
you get to
process.
dictate the speed that someone else does their healing? Do you get to decide the speed?
speed though. That's why I'm wondering where this coming from. I never said that. I never said it was easy. I never said it was a quick recovery or nothing. I never said that. It's just all it is just it's like
So
a motive. You know,
are you saying that you don't feel like somebody should sit for too long and waddle in it?
you said, and I'm just saying when. Okay, my basically the question is when we gonna move. You know when
when they're
Uh,
ready. When they're
yeah,
ready.
that too. But my thing is that I'm just saying eventually we got to move forward if you make the choice to move forward.
That's
I
true,
think
but
That's
when
true.
you move forward is based on that person's time. It depends
yes.
Yeah.
on when they are ready to move forward.
So when have I said
Technically,
that somebody
it's
got
just they're ready to do the work.
to move forward when I tell them to? Whenever I had said that,
Oh, I don't know if you said that. I
I
wasn't
I
here.
think it was just an
like,
inference that
whenever-
we with some assumptions. I think it was an inference in from the comment being that they should be moving forward, and the should like the should like on whose time, like they are, like
I
life's
said,
moving, they are, but like when people heal, when they're the best healing you get is when you're ready. I don't want nobody to force me to heal an area that I ain't ready to heal before I'm ready to heal it, and definitely don't drag me through a healing process. That ain't gonna work. The analogy is, for me, I treat trauma and I talk about trauma the same way I talk about addiction. The trauma is an addiction, and our ego feeding behavior is the drug. And if you replace crack or heroin, it operates the same way. It's illogical. If you talk to a crack addict, for me, my family experience, we had a heroin
Careful,
addict.
you can't say those words on TikTok.
A person, if you talk to a person who's addicted to heroin, my uncle was addicted to heroin. He did not get clean and sober until he was ready. And he went to some of the worst prisons in our nation and some of the best drug treatments, and none of that helped until he got ready. And when he got ready, he then was ready to deal with his addiction. Others forcing him to deal with it for 30, 40 years couldn't get him clean from that drug, his drug of choice. That was his coping mechanism. Ego stuff is not illegal, so we treat it differently, but it operates in the same illogical way. When is someone going to stop being dysfunctional? When they start working, when they get ready to deal with their addiction. The addiction is trauma. Until then, they act like a person who's addicted. They do illogical things that destroy themselves and the people around them that they love because they are attached to that addiction. And those things that you see are the manifestation of that addiction. And so they heal just like someone who has any other kind of addiction when they get ready. Because when they get ready and they say, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, I've had enough, I've hit my rock bottom, they go get an AA, they go get an Narcanon, they go find the treatment program, they go ask a judge to let them get cleaned out this time, and they come out of that addiction to a better life. Someone helps them learn a system, some tools, some coping mechanisms for life, hopefully. And the ones that are successful have a supportive environment to do that in, and just determination, because that's what commitment lets you do. Trauma works the exact same way. So if you're thinking of someone and why wouldn't they? If they were an addict, how would you phrase it if that person was addicted to a substance? Trauma will actually fit that sentence. And if you treat them in the same way that you would treat someone that had any other kind of social addiction, the behavior matches.
Maybe I'm lost here because Kev, you're saying that you just feel like when do you move forward? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't want to misconstrue what you said,
no,
and
it's hard.
it sounds like that you feel very misunderstood. So I'm trying to understand because I wasn't here for all
I,
of it. I was only here for a partial, and I just was in the comments listening.
uh, I don't know, but if it is what it is, though, I guess I'm gonna get to the questions again.
The truth of the matter is, and that's just for everybody, nobody's going to do what they need to do until they're ready. They got to want the help. They got to want to change. They got to want. It's all about that individual. They have to want it. If it's forced, 95% of the time when you're trying to force help, it makes them go even do more. So you kind of really have to just let people get to that point of where they feel they've hit their rock bottom and they come and ask for help. That's the only way that the healing process will start because they got to want it.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. The help gonna want help. You know what I'm saying? So you can only help the people that want help. So I mean, it is what it is.
Don't get it misconstrued. Those people want help. They just have to get to the point where they ask for it. Some things may have been really, really thick in their life, and the trauma have been really bad, and they just are stuck there, and the pain is just too much. and you don't want to deal with it, so you tend to run, and sometimes running causes you to go do things that you should not do. They want the help, it's just they're stuck there, and sometimes it gets the best of a lot of people, because sometimes that trauma is far more greater than a lot of us could understand, because we don't walk in those people's shoes.
So how do you help a person that's stuck then? If you saying they
They
want
gotta
the help?
want the help. You can go and reach out 50 million times. If they don't want the help, it's just what she's saying. You're gonna still keep going to do what you want to do. They don't want it yet.
Exactly. So how can you help somebody that don't want help at that moment? That's what I'm saying. You can
You
only help.
can't.
Yeah, you can
If
You
only
can
you
help.
had
only go
some,
so far.
if you had something and I wanted to help you, I said, I got something for you, lad. I got something that'll help you. I know it'll make it better. And you say, I don't want it. And I come ram it down your throat. You gonna take what I got to give you. How would you respond to me?
That's my point. I said you can only help who wants help. So if you temporarily don't want help, then you can't listen to me right now. That means you gotta wait till your time that you want help. That's what I'm saying. So it ain't no I can want help later or something like that. I can only help who wants help at the moment, or if I gotta add that at the end, at the moment. You know what I'm saying? So even if you say you want help, you gonna want help. You ain't gonna be thinking about it later. That okay, later I want help, but right now I don't. You know what I'm saying? But right now you don't want help. We talking about right the now. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way you're gonna accept it is when you actually want help.
And I don't think anybody's, if you have something to offer someone now and they don't want it, I don't necessarily think that there's an obligation. If there's a later time and they want help, you get to decide then. I don't want to put my energy into helping at that point. Like I don't think we're obligated, unless it's your child or something like that, and you've got, that kind of commitment. But just people in life, I don't think we're obligated. We give help out of goodwill. I do it because I choose to, not because you demand that I give you help
Most definitely.
later. I think that's reasonable. Like
Most
I
definitely.
think
That's what I said.
most
That's
def-
the whole point. It's just when the time comes, if you help gonna receive their help. You know what I'm saying?
that's
And
healthy boundaries, man. That's healthy boundaries. Like there's time and place. In my community, there's some things that I have done in the community, programming and some other things, and sometimes I'm willing to do it for free. They couldn't get me to do it right now, and we'll pay you. Nope, how much you gonna pay me? It cost you more because I got other things that are on my priority. And I've learned to say recently, I may have the time, I may have the energy, but that's not a priority that I'm going to invest in right now. And I say thank you and no thank you. I think for me that's about healthy boundaries, and I think we are absolutely entitled to do that.
I agree
and
with that.
both sides are entitled to it, right? The helper don't have to help, or the receiver don't have to receive. So it's just all about a mutual type thing when it's the right timing. Because yeah, it's like you said, you could decide you want help later, but if that person or the same person don't feel like helping, that is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna look for help from somebody else that's ready. You know what I'm saying? Both of it take energy.
Yep, I would say I agree with that. Well, it's been a joy, you guys. I am going to check out. I hope that we can continue it and really get to a conversation about solutions. I would love to see there be some sort of think tank that really has some intentions to how can we do more together than we can each do individually in our individual ways.
Yeah.
Even if that is nothing but just camaraderie and support that there's others out here doing this work. So I
And
look forward to
that
seeing you
it
guys.
shows, because you're doing what a lot of us on here do amongst Kev. So it's a solution that's into play. It's just gonna take time. It's like a little baby step. We are in our community kind of speaking to each other more. We're communicating more. Men are opening up more. So I feel that we're making progress. Is it a humongous progress? No, but it's definitely baby steps.
Well, I look forward to connecting. I think I've tried to follow you. I think I'm out of TikTok jail this evening, which is surprising. Um, and feel free if anyone would like to connect. I'd love to connect with you guys and continue the conversation.
Definitely, I'm definitely gonna shoot a follow.
Absolutely.
You guys have a great evening. Look forward to seeing you guys out here in these internet streets again.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Night,
Have a
guys.
blessed evening.
Thank you.
Good night.
I'm trying to read the questions up here.
All right.
Why get mad at someone for not believing your personal experience? You stated. Why are you getting mad? I don't get mad at that.
Right. Or do you ever have you ever been around people that do that?
I
Or
have. A
give a
lot of
hunch?
times I do try to talk to those people and ask why though, because you know your own journey.
Yep.
You don't have to over explain yourself or try to make the opposite party understand your walks of life. Don't let so much trigger you when you're in a healing process.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times those same people who's coming to talk crap to you are more than likely walking in the same damn and riding in the same damn boat you in.
Right.
That's just kind of a reflection of themselves. It's easier to jump down someone else's throat versus deal with self. 2, is it best to go by? Oh, I ain't even going with that question. On to 3, because you already know my feeling there. Stops you from getting to where you want to be. If I can't even see the words because your face is there.
My face is there. I know that. What the heck? Hold up. I got you.
What is stopping you from getting to where you want to be? And if you get there, what would be you do? Nothing is stopping me. And even when I get there, I'm still going to keep going because knowledge is the key to life and you're going to always learn. There's going to always be either a pothole in the road or a pebble. You still going to hit a bump. You still going to have to learn. So even when I can arrive, I still going to keep going. There's nothing there stopping me.
I like how you put that though. Sound like I was talking about early. Even if
I'm
it's a
going to keep
bump,
going.
I like that. How you talking the way I'm talking?
That's just because I'm eager to know what's next. I want to know what's next. I know that there's some more. I know there's some more knowledge I can get. I know there's some more educated I can be. It's always going to be there. There's always going to come people from all ages to educate me on a lot of things. So I don't think there's a stop there. You're going to always keep going.
Yep. What you got for us, Reese?
Let's see. Well, number one,
Them,
no,
fire.
I give two shits. Number two, you know what? They both work, statistics and personal experiences. However, statistics can be very biased and very skewed. And it depends on the person who is interpreting them. Because you can choose statistics that literally fit your narrative.
Yeah. You can do the same thing with personal experience though.
Not really, because your personal experience is something that you yourself have actually gone through.
But I was talking about going off somebody else's personal experience though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where you say you ain't put that up there?
So it's basically when I say well, I guess well, how could I
Yes,
put?
words matter.
I do. So personal experience. Dang, maybe I should have. Okay, you right. I got to reword that then. But I was just trying to say a bunch of people's personal experience mixed together. Like I don't know how to put. I'm
But
gonna figure that down.
even then, even if I'm going off of someone else's personal experience, um, even though I didn't experience it myself, I can't argue against their personal experience because it's something that they actually went through, and that's not something that can be refuted. As to where statistics itself can be refuted.
No, I always talk about somebody can find a person that got the same experience as them and try to you know you were just saying the
Hey, Nay.
statistics.
Hey, baby. Um,
Well, maybe some might mix their personal experience with someone because they're similar. They have some similar things that are in common, but everybody's experience is different from somebody's. I don't
Yeah,
think none are
I
really
don't
the
know that you
same.
could actually use someone else's personal experience um to to
Maybe that person may feel like they understand where that opposite person is coming from because they may have been through something similar, you know? Maybe that could be,
yeah,
if
that's
you kind
possible.
of go with the opposite party and agree with them, is because maybe they've been through something similar. It may not be exactly the same, but maybe it's something similar.
Right.
Yeah, because I literally met a young lady on this app who is literally health wise going through the exact same thing that I'm going through right now, and um she does not have a support system, does not have like family or anything on her side, doesn't necessarily have a good healthcare team, and I can resonate with her on her condition and her treatment, um but I can't resonate with her on the, I guess, I hate to say it like this, like the woe is me. Keep playing, Kev.
I thought I hit it.
Yeah, no, we know you be in the comments, Kev.
Hey, Ty.
What's up, Ty? So
So
yeah,
I can kind of agree with Reese there because sometimes you can hear someone else's experience and somewhat relate to yours to a certain extent because it might be a few similarities there. But then I also know what you mean too, Kev, because sometimes I didn't seen it where it's just like, come on now. Like, are we all on this? Are we all here? Like, I can definitely understand where you come from. Because
I keep hearing
I could say
the same
one
things.
time that I might have dropped the ball one time, and that's because I was just like, don't be out here talking about me in these TikTok streets. Now I just need to come because I'm too humble to come. I'm coming to ask, why are you talking about me when I was trying to help you? So I think it can all kind of get a little mixed up sometimes.
Yeah.
That part. Oh, thank you for the gift.
Thanks, Ty. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I was in a real deep conversation here. I was like, whoa, I'm just listening because I need to make sure before I come in, I need to know everything that's going on. And in my head, I'm like, what the hell Kevin said now? Because I know he just said some shit that did trigger somebody's brain.
it literally just shift when you came here. It was weird though, because I was talking about something else. She was talking about she ended up talking about something else. I guess she took out the ending part of what I said and then put it in something else, and that was never my intentions on that. And I'm like, I mean, I understand everything she said was valid. I mean, it was valid what she was saying, but I was like, that wasn't my intentions. Mine was more of a motivational statement. That's all it was. Like I do, that's like all I do. You know what I'm saying? Anytime I do those. That's like somebody be like, keep going, you know what I'm saying? When people yell at you in the gym or something like that, you know. Uh,
You can give the motivation, but that person's got to be ready for it. They got to want it. Because if they don't want it, it's kind of like you might be wasting your time at that time. But
they'll be kicked out.
they may come back later and ask for that assistance because they still heard everything you said. They just at that time wasn't ready to
Receive
receive
it.
what you were saying.
Yeah,
They
so
couldn't
that's
receive it at that time.
ready to receive it. That's all go, you know what I'm saying?
They just wasn't ready to receive it. They heard you. They
So
just
that's
wasn't ready to receive the assistance you were offering because they didn't ask you. You just gave it, which that's the greater part about you is that you gave what they needed. They heard you. They're just not ready to move that direction just yet. They got to come to that conclusion within themselves.
yeah. And that's why you like even if you like just even knowing me, you know what I'm saying? I'm more because it is different ways of, you know, you got people that might need a hearing, that need to hear stuff or whatever, or people that need coddling or something like that, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the situation is. But then you got it's like different groups out here, okay, I'm gonna say. If you like realize my room is like it always been like solution type based. Like I said, I understand that, you know, yes, it's the people that want to get there or whatever that they might take their time and then I'm looking like basically when I say my stuff, I'm looking for the people that actually trying to move forward, you know what I'm saying, without no excuses. You know what I'm saying? People that's actually in already healing, you know what I'm saying, already done healed off their situation, but they trying to, you know, they need that extra little push or jumping that, you know, to you know, so they be like, oh yeah, I feel you on something like that. I can't have nobody. I can't have nobody stop me. I can't. You know, I gotta keep doing what I gotta do, something like that. Or, you know, that's like really with some people. Like I said, some people relate with what I say, and some people, you know, they don't because you know some stuff is still holding a person back or whatever. And I understand that. You know, I do understand it, though. So I do know that most of the stuff I say might, you know, people might have some like you know, I feel all that, but my thing is, I'm just trying to, you know, I'm trying to get straight to the solution. Like, cause I'm done on the, you know, talking and all that stuff. I'm looking for people that's trying to actually move on, not just sit and saturate. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how my platform is. You know, like I say, it's some people can. I don't know. Right now, I ain't gonna say I'm just not built for that because I'm looking for solutions. But I'm that you know some people can. Just like okay, well we have like how Reese was doing with her room and stuff. Yes, that with the man wearing this thing she was doing in there, that stuff. A lot of people need that and all that stuff. But you know that is, you know that is something people hear because people express their that wouldn't match the room like I do. You know what I'm saying? I'm more based. So people that need to express themselves, they're not gonna want to hear like a room like mine that's trying to look for solutions. You know what I'm saying? Because I am the type that is just go straight to, you know, all right, so you now that you know what you're going through, what are you doing to address it and move forward? You know what I'm saying? Rather than, but like I said, but then you got the people that need to express themselves and they're not really looking for a solution at the moment. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that is a
So
solution because they're taking the moment to express themselves. So that's the first step of just knowing self is being able to express how you feel on the inside so you can move forward. If you non-valid a person because they haven't reached that level, then what you're giving won't be received. So you got to be able to let a person express themselves and how they have been through some things. So then you can throw solutions out there. But keep in mind, what resonates for them is for them. What doesn't will fly.
yeah,
So
so
it might be certain details you may say resonates for them that will boost and keep them going. And some things you may say they don't agree to.
yeah, but even with that, that's all I'm saying. That it's like you're gonna win some and lose some on that situation though. So it's like it just me myself, I can't be everything. You know what I'm saying? I can't do everything. I know my goal, what my little situation is. It's like my goal different from other people's. Go on, jump like it's trying to glitch and stuff. My goal is different from everybody else's goal. Some people want to be heard. Some people want to move forward. Some people to
Well, you got to be
Because
heard
because
first.
it
You got to
is
be heard first in order to be able to
glitching.
move forward. You got to be heard first because you really won't have the tools to give them if you don't hear them because every situation is different.
what's that?
Every
Because I just
situation is different. Hey,
Hey
AJ.
AJ, it is glitching, and I'm gonna let you know now that the Tickamatalks is watching. The orange light is on.
oh, where you see that? That's hmm.
Up in the top right hand corner of your screen, wherever your bar is that tells you how much service you have. There should be
Oh,
like a little dot up there.
yeah, I got.
Go lay down.
It's green in the corner near that house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Weird. Hey, Saint, look like you can come in the box now. Come on, bring it. Go ahead and bring it. But yeah, like I said, I feel what you're saying. Yeah, some people, um, yeah, need to be
Wait,
to need to express themselves before they get to a solution. I feel that though. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because
But some,
a mind is
did
very
AJ
powerful.
get bananaed on her main page or what?
I think she got banana. Yeah.
The
See,
mind is
look,
very powerful. You gotta be, you gotta listen first. And I think a lot of
look,
people fail to listen so you can give the proper tools.
Yeah. But even that, something it could be on both ends because some people hear, they might say the other person did listen. Some people not understand, even if they looking for. I mean, they probably might not understand on the other end that they were that they were understood. You know what I'm saying? They block it because they wasn't understanding that they was being understood sometimes too because they don't the way that they certain things get delivered or they don't like this way what they heard they might not like the what's the other one? It's the third one. They might not like it might not be what they were looking for that day, basically. Something like that. It's not the way they want it. They didn't get it the way they want it, so they probably still won't get you know what I'm saying? So like I said, I mean that's something all of us need to realize that you ain't gonna never win everybody over. And everybody gotta talk to, some people got to hear from different peoples or whatever because everybody got their own delivery. Everybody got their own, way of
yeah, we
expressing.
had this
I don't think the
conversation
object,
once before.
I don't think
About
the object is to win. I think the object is to just deliver the message. You just
Most
deliver
definitely.
the message. That's it. It isn't an object to win. You're just delivering the message. It is up to that person to either receive it or not. And you got to be okay with that.
Exactly.
I'm finna hop down and troll. I'm sorry, stroll. I meant to say stroll the TikTok
Sure.
street. Might go live. I don't know. It's almost 1 o'clock, and I've been trying to be good and go to bed when my husband does. He ain't came upstairs yet, so I'll see y'all later. If I'm
So,
live, you know I didn't go to sleep. All right,
a
y'all.
lot of lions and stuff. I know what's going on. Say, man.
Right. I'll see y'all later.
All right. Why does y'all get? I do seem like there's some or something. I try to report me.
Nah, they might just be watching for whatever reason.
Weird. This one wasn't lagging.
I don't
You
really
know, when
see
it's
a lag
controversy,
though.
they in there. They own it when it's a
Hmm.
little bit of a controversy.
All right. All right. What's the deal, AJ in the building?
What's good? What's good? Trying to read your number one question, but your little not achieved is in the way, so I can't see I can't see what it says.
Which one is what's
The first one, all I can see is why get someone for not believing your personal experience you
Why get
stated.
mad at? It's why get mad at.
Okay. Mad at. Okay. That's what the words are. I was like, what does it say?
mm-hmm.
I don't really be getting mad though. Like I can respect, like I don't know. I feel like I'm grown enough within myself to not at the end of the day, like if I'm stating something like you, like unless I'm looking to change perspective, like you really can't shout at that for me. So I'm just gonna say what I gotta say and move on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and if you got something opposite, like either I'll hear it depending on your delivery or anything
Yeah,
else. But I think if I do get mad, it's the delivery, it's the tact. If you come at me disrespectful, that's just anybody. I feel like you're gonna provoke a response, and it
exactly.
might not be the response you need. Just
Mm-hmm.
number two, I feel like you should already know the answer for that for me. Come on now.
Huh?
I just said the same thing.
What?
Yeah, I was up. I was say your second question. You better know the answer for me because you know I'm gonna go based on personal experience. I don't care damn about statistics. If I want to know about statistics, I would not have that conversation with other people. I would just have that conversation with Google.
So, if that's the case, I love the statistic thing. I love talking about that one. So you
I
said
feel
you read.
yeah, but that could always be at the end of the day, as long as human beings are putting numbers in that, that's always gonna be skewed. At the end of the day, that's
So
never gonna be accurate.
would you rather smoke a cigarette before you find out smoke a cigarette yourself to see if you get cancer rather than listen to the statistics?
I mean, I used to smoke, so there's that. I mean, the way I see it, stress is gonna kill me faster. So we just gonna figure it out.
You rather
You know what I mean?
experience you would
Everything's
rather
trying to kill you.
what about
It's not that I wanna it's not that I necessarily want to experience it. I just feel like, yeah, there may be a statistic out there, but there's a lot of statistics that are out there that are not accurate,
I
yeah,
was
but
you
I
know.
was just finna be livid right now because I couldn't request. I'm like, who the hell reported me? I ain't even did
Oh
shit.
heck no, right? Like I'll give you an example of like okay, so the reason why I have a problem with statistics, particularly when it comes to conversations. When I was a kid, growing up, we used to have to read statistics, right? And these were racial statistics. And as a young kid, reading that as an African American person, I'm not supposed to be intelligent or make it to college. Should I have just believed that statistic or should I have gone off of personal experience? You tell me. Those were legitimate statistics, quote unquote, that I was reading. So when it came to stuff like that, I'm gonna go based off personal experience. I don't care about your skewed statistic because that is not legitimate.
okay.
I feel like that has to do with the individual, not a person.
Yeah.
That's circumstantial.
I would
Because if
say
yeah,
should I would just advise people to, choose because I don't know what statistics everybody be reading and stuff. I don't never it was ever a bad thing. But it's like, it's- but I
you
say,
cutting out, Kevin. What do you say?
You
You
cutting
cutting
out
out a
real
little bit.
bad.
wow.
All right, go ahead.
All right, it look like I'm out to read this, I guess. This not acting crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh.
You're gonna restart, come back.
Yeah, because I don't know why this is doing weird. It did that before. I guess I've been on it too long. How many
Oh
icons?
no, I can hear you now. Like you're fine now.
You like them?
This? No, it's
No, you
glitching.
good
I
now.
can see my face still glitching. I can see.
On my iPhone, you look fine.
So yeah, hold on. I'll be
On your
right
big
back,
phone.
y'all.